Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Are you a brewhead? I'm a brewhead. Y'all are brewheads? Yeah, we brewheads. So pour a glass of craft beer, we can do this. Yeah.
What's good, y'all? This is C Certified Brewhead, and welcome to episode 201 of Beer and Other Shit, the podcast Adjunct series. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight we are heading to what I always say is my favorite state in the union. We heading out to North Carolina. It's a place where I haven't spent as much time as I would like, but I've been to, I think, 3 cities out there right now. And it's always an exceptional time, incredible beer, amazing people. I've had only great experiences in the state. So I'm very excited to have a brewery on, and that I've learned about recently. And the quick story behind that, I was in Raleigh. We were going to Florida in late January, and we went to Raleigh and we went to Fun Guys. And we were chatting. There's a few dudes at the bar, and Kylie, who ended up being the owner, and we had her on the pod, her and her husband Nick, which is amazing. Definitely check that episode out. And there's one gentleman named Andrew, and we were chatting, and I gave him our Instagram. So we kept in touch, and he told us he worked at a brewery called Mad Mole, and he's telling me all about it. And we kept talking, and I was like, dude, love to have you guys on. I was looking into the brewery on Instagram. I was like, man, these guys look super fun. Like, they're doing some great stuff. And he's sending me pictures of some new products that they're working on. I was like, you know what, this would be great. So connected with the team, and we made it happen. And I'm really excited because I don't get to do this as often as I would like, meaning chat with American breweries. It's a little more difficult to coordinate, but when it happens, God damn it, it's a lot of fun. So I'm very excited for this. We have a great lineup of beer, great chat. Once again, greatest state in the union. So, folks, please welcome. Let me get this right. Hang on. We're going to go right here. We're going to go boom. Oh, it's already on. Okay. Please welcome Dano and Sarah of Mad Mole in the building. Let me press it. There it is. I have to bring the crowd for you guys. Look at that hiss. Guys, welcome, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks.
Really cool.
Happy to talk about our beer.
Hell yeah. Really appreciate you guys doing this. This is great. Perfect timing for the coordination for everything. So we have a lot of fantastic beers, as I was saying, a lot to talk about. Let's get into the first one, shall we? Boom. We are kicking off with the perfect beer to kick off with, which is Fire in the Mole Italian Pilsner. Look at this little guy on there. Very cool art. And, mate, that looks beautiful. This one is 5%. Which is perfect. Tell us about this beer, guys.
So, Italian Pilsner, all German malt, used German Pilsner. We mainly use Weyermann's. Mm-hmm. So, anytime you see our beers out, if it's a Pilsner, it's probably Weyermann's. Every now and then we'll play with like some French Pilsner or just some other varieties. But for the most part, try and keep it simple. But this is actually a collab beer that we launched everywhere. So there's what do you call it? Benny's Big Time.
Benny's Big Time is like a pizzeria in town that's very popular. They couldn't get a hold of Peroni. What year was that?
2022.
Yeah.
They're struggling to get their Peroni.
Okay.
And our sale, we do a lot. So like if you look at the label, I'll hold it up here.
Yeah, show that up.
I better. So they designed the label, one of their employees does, but as you kind of spin the can, you'll see it says like BBT and all the artwork. That's all the artwork from their business. So like we do a lot of beers for businesses and other like bars and restaurants that are like private labels. But with Benny's, we wanted to have an Italian Pilsner just for wider release, and they were okay with that. Mm-hmm. So in North Carolina, you can't put, if somebody has an ABC license, which is like the alcohol permit license, they can't have their label and their logo on a can of beer. However, if they don't have, so like we're doing another collab with Grimberger. Mm-hmm. We just brewed that beer. It's another local restaurant. They used to be a food truck. And we have a label for them. Beer's called Gravedigger. It has their logo on it. But we did that with them prior and got the label approved prior to them having an alcohol license. So now that they have the alcohol license, we can still use that label because it was already approved. With Benny's, they already had the label, so it's all very much subtle nods to Benny's Big Time.
So
Very
Benny's
much-
Big Time is the name of the business.
Yeah, so but it's
Yeah,
very much
obviously.
like Pilsner replaced Peroni, and it's just like we sell. It's our best-selling
Yeah.
lager.
It's pretty much their house beer. And with us in the tap room, when people come in and get something light, this is probably our number one of the lighter beers. It's a house favorite for us too. But we have a Moles in the Sun, which is our light lager, and that's when someone comes in that doesn't really understand craft beer in the tap room. It's like, I want something close to a Coors Light or just something light. They're scared of like IPAs and everything else in there, and they just want something safe. Normally, I'll give them a sample of like the Moles in the Sun and this, and 9 out of 10 times they grab this. I think it's a little bit of a cleaner finish too.
Yeah, I
so
can see that. And Italian
different.
pilsners have, it's just like such a distinct nose and such a yeah, they're just so clean and crisp. It's beautiful. That
Mhm.
dry
It's
hop.
almost floral too, but it's just so clean.
Floral. That's exactly what it is. Floral.
Mhm.
Perfect. Guys, so nice to have you here.
Yeah.
Get that in you. Cheers.
Cheers.
Yeah. It smells
Yeah.
amazing.
So we do a little bit. This one we do dry. It's a very small dry hop. 2 pounds for 30 barrels. So what's that in metric? Like 40 hectoliters. So
Yeah,
like
something like that.
per like 40 hectoliters,
Okay.
45 liters, something like that. So it's literally like not much, but that's all. The aroma is 100% from the Saphir dry hop.
Sophia, that was my next question.
Oh yeah.
A dry hop from Sophia. Is that SAPHIR for that hop, right?
Yeah.
Where's that from? Is that German?
Yeah,
German?
it's a newer strain German hop, so it's
Okay.
more drought tolerant and it's more pest tolerant. So it's one of the newer hops from Germany. It's supposed to last longer through climate change. But
Interesting.
there's a lot of it's so fun reading harvest reports.
Yeah, I didn't even know this.
One thing that so my background is marine science.
Okay.
So I did a lot of stuff with tiny fish. And I never in my entire life was like, oh, I'm going to read harvest reports one day. And now I'm like, every year I'm like,
Bring it on.
here it comes, bring up the harvest reports. I'm pulling up like, do a beer with a bunch of raspberries. And I'm like, how was the rainfall in Chile? Like, I need to know, like, am I going to be pulling from this supplier or do I need to Polish raspberry market?
Yeah.
Like,
It is true, and you're thinking about it because sometimes we won't have that beer for a while, and customers will get mad. And I'm like, the harvest wasn't right, Dan.
Like people like that rainfall in Chile just wasn't hitting this season.
Yeah, it wasn't right.
there was one year
So good.
the owners, I was like, guys, I don't think we should make raspberry. So like raspberry mole is just, it's one of the beers when the owners started the brewery that they had on. I don't think they had it right when they started. They made a Kolsch and it was bad. It wasn't great. They'll admit it. It wasn't great. They made it a second time and it was for breast cancer awareness. So they threw like 42 pounds of raspberries in it, or 168 pounds, 4 boxes. Like it's
Enough to make it pink, but not red, probably.
No, it's red.
Oh, it's red. Okay.
It's red, unless it's a bad harvest. It's
In Chile,
bad,
yes.
but so they just added all that, and that elevated the beer, and so we just do that now. And so it's one of those things like most fruited beers most breweries will add like 2 boxes for like, we're doing 7 barrels. So it's nothing. My unit conversion's not the best.
People kind of use both here, strangely enough, and I'm always confused. Yeah, people would be like, "Yeah, it's a 10-barrel system." I'm like, "Okay." I'm just sort of. You look at it, I'm like, "Yeah, sounds about right."
Yeah, so ours is
We say 7 barrels. 7
Yeah.
barrels in metric. Let me see. See if I can figure that out. I think whatever you said before seemed like in metric.
Yeah, they know better, but
And sorry, it'd be a hectoliter. Sorry, right? Hectoliters. Barrels in hectoliters is, oh, for fuck's sake. I'm trying to, this has got like a. I don't think it's giving me an easy answer. Google's not very helpful right now. It says like 1 hectoliter is. Oh no, here we go. It's 0.8.
Yeah,
we don't
for
know
whatever
that.
reason.
It's like 80%. 80% of 10 hectoliters.
There you go.
So-
That's exactly what it is. Yes.
Yeah, so it's like 8. So a 7-barrel batch is about 8 hectoliters.
Okay.
Give or take.
Right.
But basically we'll do 168 pounds. So you can divide that by 2.2. So math. It's like 80 kilograms
Yep.
of fruit, of pureed fruit per batch of that beer. And there's one year, like most of the time when I first started, it was like $130 for a box. And then right before COVID, they had horrible harvests. And it was at one point it was $289 a box.
Oh, I remember this.
And the
Yes.
owners were like,
Oh,
and the owner was like, I was like, guys, we can't buy this. And they were like, no, it's fine, make raspberry. And I'm like, no, like it's gonna cost $1,000. And they're like, no, it's fine, you got this. And then I bought it, and it came in, and we made it, and they were looking at the receipt, and they're like, hey, this was $1,000. I'm like, I know. And they're like, also the it was crap. It wasn't good. It was like a straw. Like it's normally like this ruby color, and it was like a straw red.
Yeah,
it wasn't
very light,
very tart, stringy, not really raspberry, and like we had to wait. Like they literally were just like, they were so upset, and they were like, I was like, don't be mad at me. I told you not to buy this, but like. So like I literally waited like it was like a year and a half until we made it again. And then that time we made one batch and it was fine. So then we waited let that one run out, waited another year. And then I made a batch and it was excellent. So I went back to the supplier. For that one, we used Oregon Fruit, called them up and said, hey, can I get 8 more boxes of this lot specifically? Right. And like, we're really small. Like we don't have the biggest contracts or anything, but it's very much like I've learned if you contact and get to know like who, like anytime a sales rep calls me, I'll answer the phone and just take the time to talk to them. Cause like then they're like, cause then you can kind of get to the point where like I can call like Oregon Fruit and like I probably call them like once a year.
Just keep in touch.
And I'm just like, hey, like, can I get this lot? Can I do this? Right. Hey, what was the COA on this? How was this harvest? Because like sometimes like the report will say everything's great, and then you'll call the supplier and they'll be like, yeah, maybe not. So it's like kind of figuring out who's best to like find stuff from. So
I was honest with you too.
Yeah,
which is interesting. I didn't know. This is the first I've heard. Obviously with hops I know about that, but I hadn't heard that you can do that with fruit. That's cool.
Yeah,
I like that. I do pardon?
You can. It's just
you just got to have those relationships. It sounds like to the right one. I do remember during COVID the raspberry problem. I guess that. And everyone's raspberry. Like I think we might have been doing collabs or something, and then people were looking at the price of raspberry because I did this. One of these ones up here was like we're trying to replicate this Australian like cookie that had like a strawberry raspberry thing with some coconut and then and I think we ended up going with, if I check the can, it probably says, but I reckon we probably did it with strawberry because the raspberry was just like, dude, it makes no sense. And like you're saying, sounded like it was pretty bad.
It was, and like they did, like it was one of those things like it's a weird, that beer in particular, we don't can it. That's why we didn't get you any.
Big time. Oh, that's no problem. What's that one called?
Raspberry Mole.
You did say that.
Everything is I was gonna say everything that we name is a pun. So that one's a play on Raspberry Beret, the Prince song. Fire in the Mole is fire in the hole. We've had everything. We've had Marilyn Monroe. That was a Belgian blonde. So you'll see more of the names, but
it's gonna get funnier as it goes tonight.
We had Voldemort, which was like a stout at one time. I'm Metallica, but no one's listening, so I don't want to hype that one up.
Yeah, Metallica.
Yeah,
that's a done deal right there.
We have a list of names.
Snoop Molly Mole.
Yeah.
Oh, Snoop Molly Mole is freaking good.
Post Malone. We can go forever.
Okay, so you're really trying to go. I was going a little extra outside of the box, but I like that better. Okay, I feel like would you run out? Like, do you guys have like a list, like a master list of Mole names?
Yeah.
But we also like sometimes like you just like some of them are too cheesy.
Yeah, or some are stretched. Like one of the IPAs that we recently did is Dump Truck of Doom, just because we thought it sounded cool, and we're like, it's kind of like moles. They tear up the ground. Like that's the stretch there.
If they dump it, we have some like one time we named a beer Shovel.
Yeah,
it's dirt. If it's dirt or like moles, we kind of play in that range of beer names. But yeah, there's some like Like there we have a whole list that's like the banned list.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes
Most
sense. It'd be whole.
There.
Yeah.
Boring. Love it. But like, it's like you have, like we have all the names, and some where the owners are like, yeah, that's the best one. I want that name.
I don't know why it took me a second. I was like, I was thinking about bands, and I was like, is that it? I'm like, oh,
no. But like,
no, nothing to do with bands. Okay.
yeah. But like, there's a bunch. We had a beer called Molebre,
Yeah.
and then the owners were like, maybe we shouldn't, because Disney can get a little
Getting close.
Get a little C&D happy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I want one.
Dano's waiting for one.
Like, please.
Like,
He
fine.
didn't frame it.
Fine, we'll change it.
You could ask him for a collab, maybe. But hey, why don't we just do it a collab? You know?
Yeah, now that you know about us, let's do it.
Yeah, puts it on the map. I feel like all of those ones. There's a bunch of breweries that when you see it pop up on the, when it makes mainstream news because they did something that was, whatever, a little push in the limits, and then they get the C&D. It's like it's good PR. I guess any publicity is good publicity. What's
It is funny because now I'm curious how like other breweries just come up with names for IPAs. I'm like, where'd you get that from? Because I'm like, at least we have something to kind of base it off of, Now,
other
like,
ones have. That's a good point because you've got like a common theme. People have told me that they just keep name lists. Basically, that's why I was asking. People just go, yeah, we just got a list of names, and sometimes they'll be making a beer. I guess I imagine this is probably same as you guys. Sometimes you go into making the beer and you already have the name. Like, we want to do an IPA called this, like, or you've already attached the style. Then other times they've said, oh, they'll make a beer, and they're like, all right, let me check the note. I'm like, that could work, and you just kind of go through and toss ideas around. That's my understanding, which is less tied in. Maybe each brewery has like you. I don't know if I've ever seen a theme that strong, to be honest. This is pretty sick.
It's strong. And like we have one name that I'm really happy about. We just need to find the collaborator. We want to do a collab here with another brewery.
Yeah.
And call it your Turf War. So like we're being really specific, like something in the ground.
Yeah.
Like,
tough.
Ground dirt.
Yeah. Moles and squirrels.
Like or
rabbits
dogs.
or
like we don't care. Like we're just like we want to be like, let's go. We're like
it would be cool if you had another brewery that's got another animal that could beef with them all.
Exactly. Like somewhere. We don't care. Whoever. If you like could be in Spain, I don't care.
I'm about that. Like a brewery that has an animal as a on the logo, or on the logo, or in the name, or just has it like as maybe if it's just like okay. I'm gonna think about that. There's got to be something. There's like what 10,000 breweries in the States. It's like 1,000 here at the very least.
Was it called Mighty Squirrel?
Yeah.
I can't remember. They're somewhere in New England. I want to say they're in
Mighty Squirrel. I had that a couple weeks ago in New York.
You just tried. I just sent a message just to try.
I don't know anyone there. We just were like, let's send him a message. Like,
yeah, I didn't know them either.
Through the phone. I don't know. It could be cool.
Yeah, that's a sick idea. I'm gonna think about that. I swear there's got to be some. There was one it was probably maybe not as fun. There's one in Rochester that just closed that was called Brindle House, and it was a dog, but dogs, because I think Brindle's that kind of like gray patchy dog color. They just closed, but it's been replaced by another dog themed brewery. But I guess a dog and a mole, they got beef, or are they kind of mates?
Probably.
I reckon they would have beef, right?
The moles out of the yard.
Get the moles out of the yard.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
I kind of like the Mighty Squirrel though. I think that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
The squirrel would be a good one. Something will pop into our head. I bet you could probably just ask ChatGPT and be like, "Tell me all the breweries."
Yeah,
North America.
Yeah.
And just like break it down to save the research, because Google is kind of useless these days. Like it's
it's gotten to the point now where I actually need something. I'm just like
chat.
I started going back to my old college days of Google Scholar, because that doesn't really use AI. So you can go in and just pull, and then but it's such a pain. Google Scholar, pull the direct like scientific journals, and then find very specific keywords from those to do into your Google search to try and figure out. AI was the most infuriating thing while I was researching, just research in general.
Really?
I hate it so much.
Is that because it's
questions are wrong at the time?
Right.
It's so specific. It's not just like, let me just ask this country, like where is X, or what's this? Then it's like pretty useful. But when you're like, hey, what's the difference between Cascade and Centennial grown in this region. And Google's like, hey, guess what? They grow Centennial in New York. I'm like, not what I was asking. That's great, but like, so.
I know what you mean. I feel like it has its place. Like it's more like we have a social media agency that we it's our main thing. And my girlfriend specifically has primed her ChatGPT to understand everything about the way we do the business, so that in like you don't just ask it like maybe there's a factual answer, which is kind of what we're discussing, but like if you want it to be like a thought partner, hey, come up with some ideas for this, in it knows our brand voice and stuff like that. So she's like got it down to like a science where it's extraordinarily useful in that way. I think that's maybe the answer as far as like using it as essentially like a grunt work kind of thought partner to help you come up with ideas.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that too. I mean, I've used it before, just like grammatically, if I have an idea for a write-up.
Great idea.
Just to like kind of touch it up, or like some of the ones that we've done that are regards to like a movie or a song or something. I'll put keywords that I know I want to use and just kind of get it wrapped up so it sounds a little bit better.
See, that's perfect too. I think as long as you change it to keep it human and to keep it like you could say, hey, write me this, and then you go and just shuffle it, and it does. I think
it's like humans still have to do the work. Like you have to put something in it that you want, and then use that as a tool to kind of touch it up.
Exactly. I think the touching up is, you can read an email or you see something, you're like, you fucking ChatGPT that, bro. Just add your human authenticity, because we talk about this a lot. Like when everything's we're about to enter into this weird world where no one's going to know what's real, whether it's now that the video functionality is pretty insane already. Like that's going to be terrifying, but all the social content, everything we see online is going to be made by AI for who to consume it. Like it's kind of pointless. So what's going to matter in the future is that human authenticity, like putting a face to things and putting that spin on it. So if you are writing all the stuff, like personally, it's cool to get it to help you, because why not? Like get a helping hand. But then as long as you're continuing to add that, because I think some people are lazy and they're not adding that. And that's when you get kind of like busted and people can see through it. And then, exactly. There's like the disconnect is just is a little too strong, So it's okay. That makes sense. I love it. This beer though, fantastic. It's nearly gone already. Like I knew it would go quick, right? I can see why it's super popular. I
don't know. We drink it all the time.
I can see why. This is great. It's always good to have like a beer like this, like you said. People come in and they go, hey, what's the, give me the Coors Light, the closest thing. And you need something. I think this is extra cool. Like of all the things you could have had, this is probably one of the more, I don't know, you give a Coors Light drinker like a Czech style Pilsner or something, it's a lot more bitter and it might be a little much for them, even though it's the same, yellow fizzy water. Whereas something like this, like you said, Sarah, like a little bit floral, and it's got this great malt profile that's not like over the top, super light, super crushable. It's I think this is great, and it's cool that it's also supporting a local business that sort of complements what you guys are doing as well. Instead of Peroni, not that there's anything wrong with Peroni, but rather a local brewery than a multinational.
Exactly.
And the other part too is that we lucked out is like Peroni just couldn't get their kegs. They'd have it for like 2 weeks, and then they wouldn't have it for 3 weeks, and then they'd have it for a month, and they wouldn't have it for a week, and then there was just no consistency off of Peroni supply. So, that's
kind of odd, eh? What's up with that?
I don't know. I feel like I know, like what's it? Guinness has a factory in Baltimore.
Yes,
so I heard. Guinness brews a lot. You get a lot of Guinness brewed in America, so they have a very consistent distribution. I think Peroni is still all
imported
and imported, and so they're importing the kegs, and then the kegs has to get to the distribution center, and then the distribution center has to get spread out. And even though Wilmington's a port city, like Wilmington's tagline.
I didn't even say where you are. Tell us about Lucha.
So it's Wilmington. Like we're like, so North Carolina, it's out and then kind of down to the coast and has like a big line, and then South Carolina. We're at the farthest point south, almost as far south as you can be in North Carolina without being in South Carolina. So there is Wilmington, and then farmland for 2 hours at least in every direction.
We've got multiple beaches. The downtown's a river. That's what he was saying. It's like a port city. So we're kind of waterlogged between that. And then there's like 2 main beaches on either side too.
The biggest claim to fame is it's the Cape Fear River. Because Blackbeard used to sail out of here. So like there's all sorts of like everything's pirate themed. Like there's all sorts of pirate themed restaurants. Queen Anne's Revenge is like a bar. Yeah. Like it's just all very much like Blackbeard's here. The Cape, so where the Cape ends up is Bald Head Island. Right? Yeah. It's Bald Head Island. And off of that, it's known as the graveyard of the Atlantic. Okay. So around Bald Head Island are some like the most shipwrecks in the Atlantic that you can go visit. So like I work on the weekends, I work as a dive master. Right. And so I work for a dive shop. And the dive shop I work for during the summer, we go out to all the different wrecks. And just like for tourists to go and see, like just basically it's scuba diving. So people go out and then my job is I stand on like when we get to the wreck, I stand on the bow and the captain says, do it. And I jump in with the anchor and tie the boat to the wreck. And there's all like, we go to wrecks that are like marine sanctuaries. Like, hey, we have this old ship. We'll go out and sink it. And then there's also wrecks that you can go to that like one of them that I really like is the Gill. It was a freighter in 1942 that was sunk by a German U-boat. So like it's literally in half. We oftentimes go to the bow because the bow looks better and has like more structure. But like if you go down on the bow, you can swim 400 yards back and find this like through just open sand and find the stern that's like over there. And like it's just all like on the seafloor. Yeah. But like there's a company down here too that they have the claim to a Spanish galleon that they are currently harvesting and excavating for gold. Damn, just like really like literal buried treasure. Yeah. Like see them out there every now and then and they're just like they're very much like they're super like the guys are nice unless you ask them where they're like how their job's going. Then they're just
not so nice.
Good. Located closer to the beach side, like where we are right now, and it's like a 15-minute drive. Like where we are right now, we're closer to the riverside. 15 to work is where the brewery is. So we're right on the side of a marina, which I guess could lead into like some of the sustainability stuff too, because we're like right on the water's edge of a marina. Yeah. A garden, which I think is some sort of preserve that we do some stuff with, and then the beach. Yeah. So that kind of like you can walk to the water. What is like less than a fourth of a mile, probably from the brewery to get into the marina. So the water's right there.
Okay, that's sick. I'm just looking at the map as you guys are talking just to see where it's at. So you're sort of like, it's like south, east of Fayetteville. I only know that because J. Cole's from there. And then we drive past it all the time. You see the exit and it's like only a few minutes off. Like, should we go to the house? I'm like, no, it seems weird. Yeah. I see. Okay. So not too far from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina.
Yeah. Yep. I lived there for a while. So.
Okay. Look, I heard it's pretty cool. How far is that?
It's like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay. And then Charleston there, and then because I've been to Savannah a bunch. Okay, so I see that. So
I will say, having lived in Myrtle and lived here and been to Charleston and been to Savannah, if anyone is going to tour and visit, not Myrtle. You want to go to Wilmington, you want to go to Charleston, you want to go to Savannah.
Interesting. Okay. Savannah's like my favorite place on earth. It's the greatest.
Really?
So I love it so much. We've been like 4 times.
So the first brewery I worked for is actually still in Myrtle. It's called New South Brewing.
New South. Okay.
They're they've been there for 27 years now.
Oh, damn.
Like it's the second brewery. It's the second brewery ever to open in South Carolina. And the best part about it is they have a grain mills. Mm-hmm. Ours is called a grain crusher. In the U.S., a grain mill for corn, whatever, creates a bunch of dust, is bomb. Just can be bomb, can blow up, whatever. Grain crusher, grain cracker, I think there's maybe grain cracker, not a bomb because it doesn't create as much dust. So we don't have it housed in anything special. They're the second brewery in South Carolina. And so they had to put it in a bomb-proof, their grain mill is in a bomb-proof room. When I say it's in a bomb-proof room, I literally mean like it can withstand a Category 5 hurricane and still be standing. Like it's it is like it's cement walls, like full on, like built in. But yeah, they've been cranking out beers for like 26, 27 years. And that's where I kind of like cut my teeth washing kegs, washing tanks. But yeah, Myrtle Beach in general, living there, I think gives you much more of a sour taste than like visiting.
Than visiting. Like, touristy kind of beachy town, right? From what I've heard.
During the summer, it's got a population of 1 million. And then in December, it's 30,000.
Wow.
Yeah.
I bet the locals must hate that. Those 30,000 people.
Oh, it's crazy. Like there's a bar we used to go to called The Barrel. Love it, right near the airport. It got robbed one time. There was a drug bust. We walked in on illegal bingo. It was just, but like all of that happened not during the summer. Straight up establishment, wonderful. Winter time, fall, winter, spring. That was the best time to be at The Barrel.
God damn. Okay, this is hilarious. This is good getting a little bit of like history here. So look, how about what we do? Let's go to the next beer if you guys are basically done from what I can tell there. I'm wrapped up. That was fantastic, by the way. That was great. Really good. And then we'll get into both of the stories because I think we kind of like started it, so we'll get into it properly. What did we say next? The
Lucha
amber, right?
Yeah.
Where is she?
I just did it.
I know.
Love it. Lucha Molebre. I love it.
Not my job.
Mexican amber lager was at 5.4. Love it. Cool ass label art once again. Tell us about this one. Is this a seasonal? This is a
so it started off. It is a seasonal. We drop it in the spring, going into summer. This is the second year we made it, but I think we're just gonna keep it year round.
Okay, went pretty well.
So I don't know if you've ever talked to anybody about the history of Mexican lagers, Mexican beers.
Never.
Or just like, so during the fall, the last 2 years, we were doing a Vienna lager, and it sells well. It's an excellent beer. I love it. It just, this year it didn't sell as well.
Okay.
Lucha sells better. And the difference between a Vienna lager and a Mexican amber lager is that a Mexican amber lager is a Vienna lager just made with cheaper ingredients.
Okay, so it's the corn. That's what I assumed is like the corn base plus the I guess some caramel malt just to kind of like darken it up a little bit, give it some a little color there.
Yeah, so the Germans had gone to Mexico City, and when they moved to Mexico City, when they went to make the beers, it was so expensive to import that malt from Germany that it was just like cost prohibitive.
Right.
So with that being said, they started to supplement. They used some Pilsner, and then they had a bunch of corn because they're in Mexico in like the Southwest, and there's just corn everywhere. And then also they could get easy access to the caramel malts made by the Americans. So the Americans could chip the caramel malts down with the corn and the flake corn that they had there. So they're only buying that amount of Pilsner. So like our Mexican amber lager, I literally looked at and broke down our Vienna lager recipe and then tweaked it for the amber lager by changing out that caramel malt. So it actually, I don't even think we have that photo. Took a photo of our Vienna lager right next to the Mexi amber, and they're like same but different. Like they're that both kind of that amber color, but like this one definitely has more of like a darker kind of red, whereas the Vienna has more of those like brown hues to it.
This is definitely more amber, like with the light coming through it for sure. Yeah, I see what you mean. It doesn't show on camera so much, but
it's a much darker color. And then, but yeah, it's just kind of like, so, and then one of the things that we do too is we like to highlight our water and just like using like the local water, but we also want to make sure stuff is like kind of true to like where it came from. So we literally just look at, I have our water profiles and I get it from our utility every month and see like, hey, has the salts changed? What's changed in this water? and then we'll tweak our salt additions, but every beer gets its own unique salt addition. So like our Mexican amber lager, last year I pulled Mexico City water. This year I pulled, is it Acapulco?
You did somewhere in the north, right?
It's like north of the city and then one of the mountains. I took one of the mountain reservoir waters that they have there and used that water instead of from the aquifer straight out of the city. And it just changed the profile of the beer just a little bit.
You imported the water from Mexico.
No. I matched the water.
You matched. Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, hang on a second.
Yeah,
Okay. That makes
we'll
much
add
more sense.
salts. We'll add salts, but you can. There's so many like if I wanted to. I shouldn't say if I wanted to. I have. Like I've literally looked at. We did a Kolsch with a local influencer Orange Suitcase back in November. And for that Kolsch, I literally went to Cologne, Germany, went through their city water website and found their water data and then extrapolated that to our water to match it as close as possible while keeping the base salt. So like I think our base sulfate, I don't remember exactly, but I feel like our base sulfate was just higher. So I was never going to pull out enough sulfates unless I did like RO, and I'm not going to do that. But every other number I can match. So like our calcium carbonate was the exact same. Like everything got matched. And if something's a little bit higher, then it's so be it. And if something can't get matched because of the different salts that we have to add, so be it. But I'm going to get it as close to it as possible while still being unique to Wilmington.
God damn. Is this, we've done like 450 episodes. I don't think anyone's ever told me that they've gone to city websites of different cities outside of where they're at to find out the water composition. Is that
one of my favorite? When Dano first told me that, I was like, why did I know this earlier? I've been telling everyone that.
Yeah.
Sitting in the bar. What do you mean?
Yeah. it's kind of genius. It's like, why wouldn't you? Like, I guess this all adds up, having scientists for a brewer, but is this something like, do people do this and they just didn't say it?
There's probably a lot of people do it. I know other breweries in town do it. A lot of people do. I don't know if people do it to the extent.
Go hard. You guys go hard.
I'm a nerd.
No.
I'll be honest. I just
No, you.
I didn't play it.
Hey, I like that.
I
gotta be a nerd these days.
My dad's a water engineer, so like
I have that's extra serious.
As a history, and so I literally just like, I don't know, I like water.
That's why the beer turns out so good. I feel like you get so hyper focused on stuff, like you won't just ever make something and let it be like, oh, that's good enough, we'll do it. Like he hyper fixates on it until it's perfect, which I think makes the quality so much better.
Yeah, I think that's really what it is. It's always the attention to detail and going that little extra mile to be like, well, this beer is intended to replicate something that was made in Mexico in specific regions. So might as well do what we can. Like, I guess I know that the brewers, there's a few here in Ontario that are pretty obsessed with the Czech beers. So I know, and often German beers as well. And I know that the water profile is kind of everything to that. So I know that they definitely do that, but none of them had ever said what you just said as far as like going through those reports, which I guess tracks well with the harvest reports that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
So I'm like, lots of reporting. This might be the episode name. Something about reporting here. We have to talk about that. Just wanted to confirm. So this particular one had this batch had the water profile you said of Acapulco. Is that correct?
I don't know if it's Acapulco. I just know, I forget what the mountain. I don't remember what the mountain is outside of Mexico City. I just know like Mexico City. I liked the beer, but it wasn't what we wanted it to be. Mm-hmm. And it was like, I don't remember the name of the mountain. What is it?
That's okay. I was just curious. I'm just taking the notes. If there's something that's interesting, I'll definitely put that in there, but I can still say that it's just the fact that it was still, you went to a place in Mexico to the website of a place in Mexico to find the water.
Yeah. Like literally it went north. It's north of Mexico City, but it wasn't like in Mexico City. I forget what the mountain is. It's in my notes, but
that's no problem at all. That's all. That's the information I need for that. But this is fantastic. So the nose is like, But once again, I just want to say these ones, this style is something that I've noticed is relatively common in the States, much less so up here. And I imagine it's just maybe you guys, obviously, you're in the sort of South, proximity to Mexico. Definitely you see Mexican beers, whether it's Modelo and things like that, are way more prolific and are just available in the States. It's available here, but it's more niche. It's not like in every single place.
Yeah.
So this style is something I haven't had as much experience with because it's usually when I go to the States. This is fantastic. Like the nose is very it's so close to a Vienna in the way that you guys described it, but it is a little lighter in the body. And I know you said cheaper ingredients, but it doesn't. That's far from the word I would use.
I say that, but like flaked malt's actually, like flaked corn's really expensive.
You had lagered at like over 2 months. Is that correct?
Yeah, we lagered 2 months.
And I think, Craig, like you said, the popularity of it too, I think being in a coastal town, it's like a very good, if people don't want the lighter beer for like a boat day or something, they'll get something like this, or like grilling out. Like summertime tourists come and love this kind of beer. Just being in a town,
Yeah.
And is that just because it's sort of like Mexican beers, lighter, which makes you think of Mexican beers, you think of sun?
Yeah, I think it does tie in together a little, probably with the popularity.
And I would say last massive boom in Mexican beers and Mexican literally. So Wilmington has what, 20 breweries now?
I think something like that.
It's like 20 to 26 breweries within the greater region. Like it's the Cape Fear region. There's like 20 to 26 breweries. And last year, every single brewery put out a Mexican lager.
Okay.
But when we had already had ours in tank kind of before we started seeing people popping out with them. And we did a Mexican, before we even did it, we were like, we want to have an amber, we want to have a lager. Amber ales weren't selling, and I really miss ours, but say la vie. But it's we can talk about kind of drinking culture around here too, but like it was one of those things where we were like, let's make a beer for us, and we were like, let's fill that kind of. At the time we had 12 taps. I think we had 14 with the small batch.
Yeah, we had 14.
Now we have 18, but like at the time it was just like we need an amber, and we're like, Vienna lager's going away. What if we try a Mexican amber lager? Mexican lagers in the overall U.S. market were trending up, so we're like, we'll try that. And we were the only brewery in our area in Raleigh that was like small, and craft that made an amber lager. So a lot of people were walking in being like, hey, do you want a Mexican lager? And then we were able to kind of fill those niches where people were like, no, I don't want the Mexican lager, but that amber, I'll take it. I need an amber, and it's a Mexican, so I'll slot that in. So it kind of filled a different niche that like a lot of people had kind of missed, and it's the best that we could do. Like it's like anytime we put a beer out, like if it's not up to par, I will dump it down the drain.
Gotcha.
It's 25 minutes to dump a 30 barrel batch.
Right.
I've stood there and watched it.
You see that, just shaking your head like, God damn. Well, look, I think that's very admirable, and that means that, it showcases that you guys are very dedicated to the quality of the product. And look, that's a big financial hit, particularly in this economy. So that you guys are willing to.
Knock on wood.
Knock on wood. This beer is genuinely fantastic. I love this. This is so nice. It's such a great balance. It's so close to a Vienna. There's just that it's like 5.4, so it is a little, those minor ABV little decimals there are a little more noticeable on these lighter styles, but it's fantastic. Like it's so much flavor whilst remaining insanely crushable. This is fantastic, guys. This
That's what I like to say. It's like light, but it has all the flavor, and it's like almost kind of warming, but still light.
Yeah, like toasty.
It has that like comforting feeling too, if you're looking for that.
Totally. Like if you could have it in. Yeah, totally. Like you could have this in fall, spring, winter, aside from just the summer, and it would feel awesome. It doesn't make you feel like it has to be on, on a patio or whatever.
Exactly.
To be crushing it. I love this. I know we've like touched on so many different things. Maybe just to get it. See, I told you it'd be like 40 something minutes before we get to the first question. Off air, I was telling you guys. Maybe let's just get the story down, and then I definitely want to talk more about the sustainability we talked about. And then what was the thing you just said, Sarah? That that you said we should talk about that. forgot. Sustainability. There was something like a minute ago. I was like, yes, good call. Oh, the drinking culture in the city. That's what we said.
Yeah.
You said it. My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. We'll get there.
Oh yeah.
As we get into the beer, it's going to get messier as we go. So let's trying to keep us on track. I'd love to hear from both of you about your personal beer journey, how you both discovered craft beer and how that kind of got you to where you're at. And then we can go into the Mad Mole history in and of itself.
Yeah, I'll go first because I feel like mine's a little shorter and like almost by accident. I did a business school, so that was my background. Didn't know what I was doing really. I was always just like a service industry kind of person, you know, restaurants and stuff that I'd never want to do again now after working in a brewery.
Hell no, can't go back.
I feel like I really got into beer. Honestly, the first beer that was like craft that I really got into and loved, because I grew up like sneaking my parents' Coors Light and like drinking in the corner, which is still good. But it was the very like cliche like Sierra Nevada hazy little thing. I had it. I went on a backpacking trip, and my friend at the time loved them, and we took them up on the top of a mountain, put it in the river, and like cracked them open, and I drank it, and I was like, this is the best thing I've ever had. Like this tastes like where we are. This is perfect. Like after that, I was like, okay, IPAs are the best. And then I kind of like switched into a bunch of. We were in the Sierra Mountains, I think, and I had a Sierra Nevada beer, and I was like, this is a lot of my beer stuff kind of intertwined with the mountains. But yeah, so that's when I started appreciating beer a little bit more, I think. I was always interested in it. Growing up here and like being in Raleigh, I'd kind of like with friends, we'd go out and go to breweries. I always enjoyed it. I never really like paid as much attention as I have now, but it was fun. I was working multiple jobs at a time. I was working at a restaurant that shut down, and I kind of had a little bit of time where I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. So I went out to visit my friend in California. Her and I were just kind of traveling around, backpacking and stuff. And we were sitting at Mammoth Brewing, which is a brewery up in the Sierra Nevada mountains. It's very tiny. It's probably a lot bigger now. Honestly, I haven't gone in years. We were sitting there in like Adirondack chairs, drinking a beer, like looking at the mountains. And I was like, dude, it would be so fun to work at a brewery. Literally 10 minutes later, my friend, who was the taproom manager at the time, texted me and was like, hey, we need a bartender. Do you want to come work at Mad Mole? And I was like, yeah, I don't know when I'm coming home. Like, I guess it can be soon. And I literally showed up. Which is so funny because I saw her at a wedding recently and I was like, hey, I'm the taproom manager now, like 6 years later. It's so bizarre. But yeah, I sat there and said that vocally, and then I got that text. It was wild.
Meant
so
to be.
It was. So I flew back to North Carolina, had my interview. I think I had my first one and then my second one. They're like, do you want to start tonight? And I remember I walked into that terrified, like bartending. It was like a Friday or Saturday night. It was so busy in there. The girls that were kind of like, get out of my way. You know what I mean? One of them is my close friend now, but she was kind of like, what are you doing? I was like, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm trying to figure everything out. So that's where it all started. At that time, I was kind of working same thing, multiple jobs and working at Mad Mole. I fell in love with Mad Mole. It was kind of after COVID that everyone else who worked there kind of had other jobs, this and that. Me and one other girl kind of stuck around, and then everyone else kind of dabbled out. And I was like, I'm taking this as my opportunity. So I got to the point where I had kind of all the best shifts. I was like the head bartender for, I've been there for 6 years now, probably like at least 5. Head bartending. Me and Dano are the 2 longest standing employees. I think you started a while before me.
3 months.
Yeah. And then I stuck around bartending. So I kind of learned the trade through that. And then just recently in February, switched over to the tap room management role. So now it's kind of, I knew a lot of beer, obviously at the base level bartending. Thank you. But now it's kind of cool to be in the back of house. Not that my desk is back there with all the loud things they do, but it's kind of cool to like.
Your desk is.
No, I'm saying that's what's not cool. Cool now that I'm getting like a little bit of a deeper dive into like figuring out the logistics of everything, like how much we need. I feel like I have more time to talk to Dano about specifics because I'm doing all the Instagram write-ups for these beers. Anytime something comes out, me, Dano, our assistant brewer Drew, and Ozzy, who's the sales guy, usually all sit around and have samples and just sit there and like bring up all the notes, and then we'll kind of write something out that we'll use for our sales sheets or for Instagram. And so I feel like now I already loved it, and I had my little like keywords I would use bartending here and there, and I kind of taught myself stuff. But now I'm liking having that deeper dive of like, oh, this is really how everything's working out, you know, or just like looking at it a little deeper. I've definitely learned a lot in these last few months, and I'm excited to keep learning more.
Yeah.
That's such a cool story.
She's being humble, saying she's the taproom manager because she runs like all our events. She runs all our social. She's in charge of the whole taproom, but like in turn, we have an event with a garden. There's like I guess it's like a botanical garden that we do a lot of stuff with and a lot of work with. We do like their winter beer every year. They have like they do all like the whole garden up in lights, and we always serve beer there. But she's takes lead on like working with them, and like so Friday, I guess that's
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's like she's gonna go and set up like they're doing a
like a summer concert series kind of thing. We're the only beer that'll be there, so
she's getting to set it all up. So it's really, she gets to do a lot, which has been really nice to see.
Yeah, I think too, like the taproom part is very exciting because for me, the big side of beer and brewery life is just like the community. I think because I came from the bartender side. So for me, those tap rooms, like we're very much a neighborhood watering hole. We do get a lot of tourists over the summer and stuff. But I mean, there's this one guy, Wes, who we back up to a neighborhood and he was walking by. I wasn't here at this time. This is when he first opened. Was walking by every day. I was like, what's going in here? And they let him in the soft opening. And he's still, to this day, I see him almost every single day.
He put a hole in his fence.
So he can walk
through his fence, so he and his family will walk through the fence and then walk down the road from the marina to the brewery, which is just like pop in and like I've seen those kids. I've seen his wife like
pregnant, having kids,
and like I've been watching the kids grow up. The one kid driving his little like electric John Deere, like up and down the road. Like it's just such wild. Like it's like they're the neighbors. And we try our best to be nice to the neighbors and like not too loud because like there's a couple that live like right across from the brewery. So like when we do live music events and things like that, if we're gonna like throw down, we'll like, hey, 2 months from now on this day,
might be loud.
It's gonna be loud, but we try and give them as much heads up as we can. And then like Steve. I love Steve. He's super nice. We give him low fills a lot. We'd just be like, "Hey, Steve, what you doing today?" And he's like, nothing much." I'm like, "Come over. We had a bad canning run. Here's a case."
That's what a lot of our, I feel like, is based off of. Is just like there, we do get a lot of the tourists during the summer. We are in a bit of a weird location, so it's kind of crazy to this day how many people we tell where we are because we're just tucked back a little bit, so you don't necessarily see us off the side of the road. So a lot of what we rely on are like these neighborhood folks or just regulars that have been coming for years that like me and all the other bartenders have just created these relationships with. Like one guy comes in and just drinks the lager. That's it. He gets a small pour and he'll just come to hang out. Sometimes he'll just come sit. He won't even get a beer. But for me, it's that community or even the people that do come like multiple times a week and we'll put out a new beer every week and they come and they just get so excited to try it. Like it's fun to see and see how these people react to all the things that we're doing.
And some of them don't hold back.
Yeah.
It's great.
We do get a lot of good advice.
I get great feedback. We put out, Sarah was saying we try and put out a New England IPA a week or something new every week.
Right.
We have those 7-barrel system, that 7-barrel. And like a lot of times we'll sell out whatever beer we drop on Monday. The tap room usually gets it Thursday. Sometimes they'll get it the Thursday before. Like it depends on what we're doing with it. If it's like we're anniversary party, but by the next Monday, like there may be a case or 2 sixtels left for sale. Like wholesale is just gone, and the tap room usually sells out. With like we give the tap room like half barrel. Our typical allotment out of a 30-barrel batch is a half barrel and 3 cases to the tap room. Sometimes if we get a partial sixtel, like we get a partial keg at the end.
Sixtel?
Sixtel is a sixth of a barrel. I should say that.
Yeah.
You
like
guys
a pony
have
keg.
all sorts. You have different kegs. I'm sorry.
It's a keg size. Okay, they go by 20 liter, 30 liter, 50 liter here usually.
Let's see. 5.16 gallons because again, the English system absolutely dogs.
5 times 4 is 20. It's a 20 liter because I think a gallon is. I had to learn because of American gas stations because y'all are with gallons, and I was like, $3. What the fuck is this? Because in Canada it's like a dollar something, and I'm like, oh, hang on, that's like a gallon, and a gallon is like 4 liters.
A gallon,
so technically, Your
it's
gas is so much cheaper. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a 20 liter.
About a 20 liter. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, so they call it because our whole system's based off of the barrel. So a barrel is 31 gallons because sure.
31 gallons. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so a sixtel is a sixth of a barrel, which is then about that
5.16 gallons.
Right. So that's basically
And
works
a
out
half
to be the 20.
barrel
Okay.
is 15.5 gallons.
So that'd be I guess a 30. No, it's not. No, what am I talking about? I don't even. Oh, that'd be a 60. I think they do 60. That's like a big ass keg.
It's a big keg.
I think they might do that here. I know it's usually 50s, but pardon?
It's about 65 kilograms in weight.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
Yeah.
I've forgotten because I lived in Canada for 15 years. I've forgotten kilograms. So I'm just a confused person because America, at least, like for them almost consistently is just imperial and they just rock with it. Yeah. Canada and Australia, straight metric, and here is dead in the middle. So you go to the gym, everything's in pounds. You weigh yourself, pounds. I have no idea what I weigh in kilograms. In Australia, I knew kilograms. You go buy meat here, it's a pound of meat, but I have no idea what a kilogram of meat looks like anymore. But then they do inches, like if you're doing construction, everything's inches, which seems like almost silly. When I first moved here, I worked construction. I was like, why is this so much less accurate than millimeters?
Yeah.
Then there's, I don't know, you buy milk, it's liters. You do in kegs, it's liters. You drive, it's kilometers. So it's like, pick one, guys.
Keep it together.
Temperature. They actually, I think the only country on earth that does Fahrenheit is America. But then they do Fahrenheit for ovens here. So now I've forgotten Celsius for cooking. So I'm just a confused person.
Well, the one thing, so my background, so I went to school for marine science, more like marine biology. And then in grad school, I did biogeochemistry, marine science still, but biogeochemistry.
What's that? Biogeochemistry?
Yeah.
That's intense, dude.
It's it looked basically like it's how inorganic material from rocks and water interact with the biological life.
That's why he just reads reports all the time. We don't understand it.
That's why the harvest reports water reports, harvest reports.
I looked at how mercury went from the water columns. Like if you have like a freshwater river, there's mercury in the river. I looked at how it goes from there into fish.
Gotcha. That sounds like an important job.
But the fish I looked at aren't the fish you eat. It's the fish that the fish you eat. So like nothing cool.
Gotcha. Well, still important either way.
Yeah. So like, what was I saying?
Well, wrap it to biochemist how you got into the beer part from that.
Yeah. Oh god. So, but basically, like when you're looking at like metric system, like that whole science side is all metric, and the metric system.
Hence your ability to consistently. Most Americans probably wouldn't be able to translate that.
I've been too far into this world. Our world's all like the English system, but it's just that the metric system is way better and way more accurate on every little thing. But then when you get into beer here, it's all like imperial. Gallons to where it's all imperial. And then it's like when you're looking like a pint is 16 ounces and a gallon's 128 ounces and a barrel's 31. Like none of it makes
so many numbers. And then you do the milliliters, the cans are 473 milliliters. So it's like then they start calling it 16 ounces because it's more. I don't know, because I'm the opposite. Like because I grew up with metric. I've kind of like at first I was like, this is ridiculous. What are you doing? And now I'm like, I don't know. I kind of like it. Like I don't mind it. Maybe I think it's helpful, and that's what I was saying. If Americans are growing up knowing imperial, then why would you know metrics? If Australians are growing up metric only, then why would we know the imperial? So it's kind of a nice skill set to have from your side, to be able to do that translation. I think that's like that's helpful, because even here, like I was saying, brewers in Canada will quote me. I was like, showing you the brewery. I'm like, oh, it's a 10-barrel system. Like, I'm like, okay, I didn't even blink anymore because I'm just kind of like, I get the point. Generally speaking, it's not that, like you said, it's about 80%. Like, cool, all right, sweet. It's like 8 hex or something. It's great skill to have. I didn't know that about science. That the science stuff was more metric and then means with that, huh?
Yeah, any scientist you talk to in America is trained in the metric system, and like all of my measurements were all metric because it's more accurate and then it's repeatable and everybody across the world uses it. It's the uniform system.
Right.
The U.S. actually signed a law in the 1970s saying that we were going to be metric.
Oh, what happened?
Surprise. But yeah,
Well,
so
I
like
always think that like the Fahrenheit, like if you're talking about temperatures like outside or whatever, I feel like it is. I mean, maybe this is just because there's so much more nuance. You get 77, whereas like if you're saying it's 25 degrees Celsius here, then it would probably cover 2 or 3 different degrees in Fahrenheit. So therefore, you can be a little more precise to a smaller degree.
The only thing in the English system I like
is
Fahrenheit.
Is Fahrenheit in that? Okay.
Because 67 degrees, if I say weather outside 67 degrees, you can be like, oh, nice. But if you say like, you know what that is. But then if I say like, oh, it's 69, like you're like, oh, that's a little hot. Like you get that. Like but in the metric, it'd be like, hey, it's 24. And it's just, what, 24.5? Like then you're starting to get into the decimal places. So it's nice. Like,
and no one says that. Yeah.
For our mash temps, like I know, like this morning we did a Belgian Pale Ale, and we did, we're calling it a coastal IPA.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited about it. Think West Coast IPA.
Yep.
No pine, no citrus.
Just
pineapple, tropical. So we didn't want to call it a West Coast. It's gonna be like 5.8%. We didn't want to call it a West Coast just because we're using El Dorado and Motueka for it. I think
a bit of lime in there.
Yeah, that nice like lime, generic tropical, and then the Eldo I have we got from Crosby hops, and it is straight pineapple. It's like this huge. It's huge pineapple. Yeah. That's all. It's all you smell is pineapple. It's wonderful. So cool. So that beer, we're calling it a coastal IPA because we don't know what else, and names don't really mean much anymore when it comes to IPA. But we don't want to call it a West Coast IPA because when you say West Coast, everybody thinks pine, citrus, dank, resin,
bitter.
And it's going to be a bitter. It's everything you want in a West Coast IPA, except with that lime, tropical, and pineapple.
That sounds awesome.
Yeah.
Coastal IPA.
Yeah. But that beer, both beers, mash temp 154 degrees, slightly different amount of grain. The Belgian Pale, we had the mash temp set to 172 degrees Fahrenheit. And the coastal IPA we set to 171 degrees Fahrenheit. Slightly lower grain volume. Both temps hit 154 degrees Fahrenheit. But just like being able to set our temperatures instead of doing like, I don't know, it'd be like 54.4 and 54.8 Celsius. We're able to just do like whole numbers and just have these temperatures that are like a lot more like we're doing this
precise.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's why they do it here. They stick with it for that because I believe the brewers also, because our stove and you're boiling, all those different things are all in Fahrenheit too. I wonder if it's that preciseness that sort of kept that here, which I hadn't really thought about it before.
Talking about precision, that made me think about if you want to talk about the dry hopper, because that's like a big precision thing, and I forgot about that.
Let's come
earlier.
to the next beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still didn't. I'm down for the next beer. We also didn't do your story, Dano. We'll get to it though.
Yeah, we have to wrap yours around.
Sorry.
We got like 4 things. No, this is the beauty of it all. Fucking tangents. Boom, boom, boom. I love it. This is great.
I think the dry was the thing that we forgot to bring up in the beginning.
Yeah,
that's like a very good point to bring about.
Do you want for our IPAs?
Yes.
We have what, the 3 that we have?
We have Island.
The 3 and a porter. Is what we have.
So yes. I think we should start with Citra.
That one we might have to split. For now.
That's okay, sorry. You can split. That's fine.
I don't drink the full ones.
Citra Mold down. Let's go. Oh, 6.7.
Don't to me of the good time. This is my favorite beer that we have.
This one? This red?
Yeah. This is our flagship beer.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yeah,
All right. Beautiful.
Our number one seller. Anyone
Nice
that's
little
saying
flannel.
hazies are dead, they are not.
Who says hazies are dead? Crazy
A lot of
people?
people are saying it.
Oh, they are off their heads. No, what are you talking about?
Oh,
That's
I'm kind of off the New Englands or the hazies right now. I'm like, here's a Citra.
You know what? Well, people have been saying shit like that, and I get it. Like people are like, I almost feel like they're trying to be contrarian. Like they're kind of like, oh, my money. Like I fuck with West Coast heavy, but I feel like people, yeah, I'm really drinking that. I'm like, okay, cool, bro, no problem, because it's like it's been saturated. Everyone's doing it. Some people do it great. Some people don't do it so good. And maybe I know people like that too. I know exactly the types you're talking about. And I'm like, that is like intellectually dishonest. It's not the case. People are lining up for these beers still. They're still the most popular style. You look at Untapped, which is the best data point, talking about reports. Like the data points on there, the most check-ins are always to New England.
Always, yeah. And I think the people that come in and say it, when they say it, I was like, okay, and walk away. In my head, I'm like, the next person that comes in is so excited that we have at least 4 New Englands on draft at a time. They're like, I can't even pick one. I'll just get a flight.
There you go. See? It's perfect. Oh, look at this Merc. That's what I'm talking about. So this is flagship. So obviously, this is called Citra Mold Down, which is obviously another funny ass mold pun, which I very much appreciate. Now I know the level of detail and dedication to it is fucking just so funny. You do other, before we talk about this one, do you do other hops with this one? I imagine like maybe just one-offs, and this is the one that's year round, because obviously Citra is arguably the GOAT.
Are you talking like, you mean base recipe?
I mean hop. Like do you single hop it with different hop? Do you do like a Nectaron mold down or a Mateca mold down or something like that?
We've never done, and it's only ever been Citra Mold Down.
Yeah, the only thing we've done is in January we do Citra month, since it's our flagship, and we'll do different variations of it. So this past January we did a cryo Citra where we added cryo hops to it. We did a cupcake Citra which had real cupcakes and lactose added to it. We did super Citra, which was my personal favorite. What was that one at, like 11?
No, that's 9.
9.
Mulligan.
Oh, okay.
Oh, 9%?
Yeah,
okay.
Hulk Mulligan was a play.
Man, I'll have to somehow get you Hulk Mulligan when we make it.
Hulk Mulligan, stop it.
It's an 11% hazy, and Chef's Kiss drinks like a
one. Oh, when you can nail those big dogs.
We literally, like, whenever we have a new bartender and I drop Hulk Mulligan and it's like a new bartender for the, like, I think it was Cassidy this year. I literally went to the bartender. I was like, all right, listen, this beer is 11%. And she's like, okay. I'm like, no, here, try it. Okay. I'm like, it's 11%. She's like, it doesn't taste like it. I'm like, I know, it's 11%. So when people come in to buy this, you need to very much tell them it's 11%.
Yeah, I imagine the pouring size is going to be pretty small.
12 ounces.
12 ounces.
Yeah.
I just checked Untapped here. So there's like, cupcake, super Citra, cryo Citra, Citra Mold Down in the 7 Cs, mango Citra Mold Down. There's different ones people have put, like 2025 for all the different ones. It's OJ Citra, Sour Patch Citra.
So we do Citra month, which is every week of January. All those main versions came out. And then this year, for the first time ever, we did Citra month, which is these are the little glasses that we had. And it was February 1st. So we kind of did it on a play of like ending dry January if you're doing that. And it was just a day where we brought back, because that's kind of why we did it in January in the first place, to try to get people kind of out of that habit, because it's a slower month for us.
Everywhere,
and then February 1st, all the people that did participate in dry January could come, try all the different Citras that came out during that month. We kept like a small amount of each. And then we did 2 dosed kegs. We did the OJ Citra and we added Sour Patch Kids to a batch of Citra. And both of those were a hit. So we're thinking next year we might mix it up a little bit and try those. The last 2 years of Citra month have been the same for pretty much.
Yeah, it's the same.
So in next January we're gonna add a little twist on it and mix it up a bit.
That's sick.
Yeah, but super has to say that's my favorite.
Yeah, the which one? The
super Citra. That's the one that's like
super
9.
Citra. Oh, 9.8. Yeah. Oh,
just
9.8.
like a little bump to it.
There's you can't taste the. One of the things that
I see it here. Okay, y'all are crazy. I love it.
When we make heavy beers, is you can't taste the alcohol. So if I give you an 11% beer, it should still drink like it's 6%.
Right.
Which I fully acknowledge that that's a problem. But
I think it's a skill. Let's be honest here.
So,
Well, you know, it's not easy to do that. I think that's I think, you know, if you're making those big beers and they taste like a booze bomb, then I feel like you've failed. Whilst it is dangerous, which is I imagine that's what you're getting at.
Yeah.
I got a lot of respect for it. I don't think it's the easiest thing in the world to make these beers like a 10% taste like it's 7 or 8%. So big ups for that. Fuck, but as long as you want people, and I don't know about like your general crowd, but I feel like from my, you know, for people who are drinking beers like this, some of those people are insane. Like they're in the, like it's in like they want all high ABV stuff in like big packaging, and they're just crazy people. So I don't mind them. I like to go volume. So if I'm having them, it'd be one of those nights where I've had to be out somewhere and I come home and it's like 1 a.m. I'm like, I can go one quick one. I'm like, fuck it, go all out, 10%. Let's go.
Yeah.
That's usually how I rock with those ones. And then you're like, oh, I wish I drank these more. And it was always just because I want to do volume, but then they kind of hit you pretty hard.
Yeah,
So
I think I like them for the nights. Like if I do a bartending shift and it's like I get home at 10:30, I'm like, I should go to bed, but I want a beer. I'm like, just have one and I'm good.
Good
variation.
One and done.
You know?
Yeah, and they taste so good. That's the other thing. They taste so fucking good when they're done so well. So I love that. And this one is 6.7.
Yes.
Great body on this one. Yeah, I'm very partial to, like I was just described as like murky haze, and I just feel like that's the preference, which is usually, and this has the body on that creamy kind of almost like sometimes chalky
kind of looks like
body.
orange.
Do you know, if you don't mind, I can I have my software on the bottom of your can.
Yes, I can tell you.
There's a date code. Do you have it?
And so it's a little blurred, but it looks like, I'm going to show you on the screen. I think it's going to be easier. How about that? Is that 503?
411.
411, the end one, yes.
So
April 11th.
Full like clarity on all of that. I packaged that beer March 11th.
Okay.
And you'll notice like ours here, what is this, 544? We make this beer a lot. I canned this one on May 29th. So like if you hold yours up, and I can hold mine
I
up.
feel like yours is a little
haze, they're the same.
Yeah.
So one of the things that slightly different glassware, but one of the things that one of the owners for Mad Mole made is our hop doser.
Okay, talk to me about that.
Basically, I think I sent you some photos of it.
You know what? You did. I actually saved them all in my little hard drive.
Yeah. So it basically, think of like a gearbox.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a 90 cross that we attach to the top of our fermenters.
Mm-hmm.
So it's got a 4-inch port on it, and basically it's like two 90s. So it kind of looks like a cross. And then we have a cone that gets attached to that we can seal. And what it is there's a gear inside of it, and he set it up where there's a motor and a computer, and we can say, hey, we're adding X amount of hops, and I want you to add these hops over X time.
Oh, hence it's like a real doser, like it doses it.
Yeah. So what we do is we'll turn on the CO2. We'll turn on CO2, take the manway, like the cap off, hook up the hop doser, open it, so we're purging CO2. Put a bag of hops in it, cap it, whatever, close it off, purge out the top, bunch of CO2 out the top, close it. And then like with Citra, so in our 30 barrel batch, we add 132 pounds of Citra hops.
Okay. So
We add
no joke.
a box is, oh God, I need to do my math. One box A bag is 5 kilograms. So we add 3 20-kilogram boxes to like 45 hectoliters, 42 hectoliters.
Okay.
It's a lot. It's about 5. It's basically, what's that? 2 kilograms per barrel of beer.
Okay.
I don't know if that tracks.
Yeah, like 4 pounds per barrel.
It's about 5 pounds.
Yeah, I guess because it's 0.2. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah, all 290, just straight 290. But the way we do it is, so like we're dry hopping Citra. We started it yesterday, the current batch, and then we finished it today. Well, we'll finish it tomorrow. But started at noon yesterday. Put a whole 5 kilogram bag in the hop doser. Said 2 hours, go. And so over 2 hours, the gearbox basically rotates and drops an ounce in per rotation. So an ounce, it's all set to ounces because English system. So 11 pounds, there's 16 ounces per pound. So 11 times 16.
I feel like a good example of that beer that we did too. We haven't done it in years, but like wasn't Excavator 368 like
that was a big one
because it dry hopped it
368
times. I feel like that was one of the big ones that kind of
like
showed
68 times
because each time. So like if you think about it, let me
drop.
So over the course of like 2 hours, I should just do that. We put 176 1 ounce drops into the
what does that? Finish that. Finish.
So we do that, and then we'll add in. Then after the first 2 hours, because basically what happens is the hops fall onto the top of the tank and they start to spread out. Okay. So like if you take hops and you pour them in a beer, they'll fall in, they hit each other, they create a cone, they fall to the bottom. So there's a couple of things that you can do. You can just either just pour the hops in and you know you're going to lose some flavor, some efficiency, or you can pour them all in knowing you're going to do that and then hook up a pump and run a cycle and run the pumps and kind of like stir everything up and get like a nice little slurry going. And for that, like, and then you can let it cold crash it, drop it all out, pull all those hops off, and you can get a little bit more nuance. With the way we dry hop, or New England's, we add it super slow. So like when I say like we're adding 176 ounces of Citra over 2 hours, like it's just very slow. And then after that, we'll add every hour, and then we can set it overnight, which we'll do. Like my assistant brewer today set the dry hopper. It's the last dose of the 12 bags that we had. Last one, he set it at 4:00 and he set it for 9 a.m. tomorrow. Right. So if you do like, I don't even know how many hours that is. It's 5, so 17 hours. We're going to add 176 ounces. So it's adding 10 ounces. Like right now, as we're speaking, I'm dry hopping. So it's adding 10 ounces of hops per hour. And so what happens is we lose, because of the dry hops are going in so slow, we lose some of the nuance. So like people will talk about like, oh, we bought this hop from this farm for this terroir. And you can get that. And like, I very much appreciate it. But the way we dry hop, we don't really get it. So when I look at hops, I look at like, what are the 2 main flavors? Like Nelson Sauvin is like a super popular hop. The main flavor in that is white wine grapes. That's all we ever get from our Nelson. So if you look at our hops, and when we do New England, we constantly are changing out and grabbing different hops. And I'm looking at different hops. I'm constantly like, what's the next hop? What hop can I do this? Belma's a big one for me because that's just straight strawberries.
Yeah.
And you're not going to get it. But like some Belmas, they'll be like, oh, you get strawberry, but you also get notes of hay and citrus. We get strawberry because of how we're dry hopping. So with Citra, like it is adult orange juice. It's orange juice, a little bit of orange grove on the aroma, but it's adult orange juice. And it's just that slow roll dry hop. And then we let it settle. When I pull our hop doser down tomorrow morning, there'll be dry pellets sitting on the hop raft and on the yeast. And so when we pull it down, we'll basically tomorrow morning I'll pull the hop doser down, cap the tank, and then we'll put a spunding valve on. Pressure, active yeast, it'll off gas, and that head pressure will get captured, and it'll push the rest of that hop raft into the beer, which will then cause it to slowly settle through. So like, we did a West Coast IPA or West Coast Pilsner. First time we did it, we poured the 6 pounds of hops in. We're like, here we go, hops, great, crystal clear. The next time we're like, what if we elevated the flavor? Because you're adding those hops so slowly, you get a really nice flavor. So we added the 6 pounds to our hop doser and did it real slow. We set 6 pounds over 25 hours because we're like, we're going to maximize flavor. I could not get that beer to go clear for the life of me. We added biofine. We let it sit cold crash for about a month. And because of that slow roll, you release so many polyphenols that it just stays hazy. And so like I've had some of our Citra cans through like 9 months old that are still just as hazy as what we're drinking now because of that hop doser.
Interesting. So to summarize it in like a couple of sentences, what is the difference? What does the hop doser do to the beer for the
25% less ingredients for the same aroma with increased taste.
Okay. And why is it 25% less?
So if you use 100 pounds for a beer, I can make the same flavor profile with 75.
Because of that slow roll.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Also
and no one
having to be there every time to
like,
you can just
shit
put it up. It's doing it right now.
There's no like when you go to dry
cool.
hop, a lot of people like open the bag and have to pour it in. Where every time it eliminates any oxygen intrusion because every time we're purging CO2 out and we're pouring it into the top of a container that's getting actively purged. So the only times the tank is actually exposed to ambient air of any meaningful quantity, even because we're still actively purging. We're running 10 PSI every time we open a tank. And so it's still getting that active flow, but the only time there's ever like anything next to the tank that's getting open that we're not then like letting sit for 3 minutes while we purge it is putting the hop doser on, taking the hop doser off. Every other time anytime we dry hop, there is about 3 feet of stainless steel that has active CO2 flowing through it to the air.
Right. So it's okay. That's amazing. So you've really like got the quality control down as far as like keeping that shit on point. But the slow dosage is the key to enhancing the flavors because you're letting each little 1 ounce drop of hops over whatever you set it to allow it to do its thing as opposed to just like and here's all the hops.
It's almost like marinating. Like it gets in there and kind of like mixes with everything, and then you give it a little bit more time, add more.
Yeah. So, and one of the things I would say is just like neither way is bad.
Totally.
There's
unique.
Tons of ways to do it, but the thing that I appreciate about our way is its consistency and the freedom it gives us to look at other ingredients, because we're not trying to pull out like you're talking about like Motueka having that like earlier when we talked about Motueka, you're like, oh, you got that lime zest. Yes, but if you buy a specific batch of Motueka, you can get like papaya. And if the papaya, whatever, like if you look at like a hop listing and be like, oh, I want this hop, like some Motuekas are like papaya, guava, lime zest. And you can buy other Motuekas that are like lime zest, papaya, and then like pineapple and whatever. For our beers, whatever that first note is,
that's what comes
you're going to get it. And then whatever the second note is, you may get a little bit of it, but it's very much like that first note is going to be huge. So we're able take. That's why like we're able to use a bunch of unique hops. And like one of the things I pride myself on, and like I really focus the whole staff on, and like is nobody should ever get a Mad Mole beer, because we put out for a while we were doing a hazy a week.
Mm-hmm.
Or
the last few months, yeah, we have 4 on right now.
Yeah, but no one should ever come in here and tell me that, hey, I had this hazy and it tasted just like this other hazy. Like I've never heard that. And like I know my cellarman's guy was like, they're all the same. I'm like, yeah, they're all hazy.
Yeah, because even today it's like it's at the point now where like I can verbally tell someone. But even this morning I bartended and some guy came in that I could tell was like really passionate about the hazies, and so I just gave him all 4 samples, and you could tell that every reaction was different. Yeah. I think he went with only the Wild Moles, which is the newer one.
That one's straight.
And he was like, I would get Citra, but since you said it's here all the time, I'm just gonna do this. But you could tell that it was obvious. Yeah. And like that's when I could tell the keywords. I was like, Molar Power is a lot more bready. Like try this. This one's more strawberry. This one's more herbal or whatever. And like it is very obvious, because I've had a lot just around in general that I'm like, oh, they all taste similar. And I feel like I always sound biased, but like, I mean, I'm there 7 days a week sometimes. At the end of the day, I'm like, I'm gonna get something else, and I'm like, I'm just gonna get one of the hazies, but it just depends on what I'm in the mood for, you know? Like especially this one. This is my go-to.
I totally get it. Anybody saying that hazy IPAs taste the same has to have exactly what you just explained, Sarah. Like have a sample of 4 back to back, and then tell me they're the same, because they're not. I feel like those people, I don't know. I don't come across them too often. I mean, obviously you guys would, because you're running a brewery, so you see those folks. I don't see too many people like that who are just like hating on it anymore. I'm like, okay, it was 2018, sure, hate on it, because it might have like you could have argued or earlier. Like you could have argued it's a trend, but god damn it, it's 2025.
People want to come in and act like they know about a trend, you know, and they're just on that one, because I'm like, I know you want one. I'll give you a sample.
You do, exactly. Shut up. Like they're all so different, and all the hops are so expressive, particularly these days with the New Zealand hops that we've been talking about a lot. You know, Nelson Mataka, Rawaka, and New Zealand Cascade is phenomenal, and the greatest hop of all time, Peacherine. Have you had many beers with Peacherine?
Guess what just came in today?
Let's fucking go.
On Instagram, I'm gonna pull it up. We posted this on Instagram today.
It took me 4 years.
Oh, this is meant to be right now.
Dano literally posted this today. I don't know if you can see it on there, if it'll focus. Right,
oh, that's the. No, I could actually see. I can see it. There you go.
He got 4. He's at 4.
There she is.
Today. I literally waited for someone to grab me, because I can't even go get him right now.
It was like 4. It said 4-year wait. Like 5. Like I literally have been trying to get Peacherines, because like I first heard about them 4 years ago.
I was sniffing that cup all day today. We had a little solo cup with them in it, and like every 5 minutes I was like, I need to get a whiff.
It is. Listen, you can talk to me about hops, and I would be like, oh, that hop? Yeah, I heard about that. Like 4 years ago, I heard about Peacherines. And it's literally because we're not that, like last year was our biggest year ever, and we did 1,700 barrels, which is too much for the staff and the size that we have. But like the year before that was like 1,200. The year before that was like 800 barrels. Like we've just been huge.
Y'all are growing good.
Yeah. And
that's so encouraging. I love that.
Yeah. But like it's very much that like trying to find like Peacherine. Like I was like, I want this, and like every supplier was like,
nope, tough shit. You got a contract at 3.
Somebody bought all of it, and I'm just like, yeah, but like, so like
come on, bro.
Last June, Freestyle Hops, who makes Peacherine, was like, you can do that, but for every box of Peacherine, you have to contract something else. And I was like, I don't, sure. And I went to the owners, and they're like, so what is Peacherine? I'm like, we like that.
Sit down.
Yes, and I was like, it's better, and they're like, oh, and I was like, but listen, for every box, we have to get a different box. And they're like, but what if we only get 1 box? And I was like, no. We want 3. We want 3.
1 is not enough.
We use Nelson, we use Motueka, and then for some reason I was just like,
or something.
Pacifica. And
Pacifica's great too. Hell yeah.
You know what I can't get this year?
Mm-hmm.
Pacifica. Can't find it anywhere on the spot market. It's zero luck. All year, I've had 0 luck. So that one I just kind of put on there as a whim, and I'm really happy I did.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, good luck getting that. So we just had our 10th anniversary for the podcast.
Yeah,
Thank you very much. And we did. We had an event on Saturday. I'm still not recovered. It's going to take me a while, but we did 40.
Right? Like a whole.
Pardon?
Festival.
We did a festival. Yeah, we did a festival. We did 40 collab beers, and which is absolutely obscene. Don't do it. But the one thing that I did on, because I got a bunch of them here, almost every IPA had peacherine in it. Like every time we were talking to people, I was like, "Can you have peacherine? You got some? You got some?"
Can you get it?
Yeah, we did like a triple IPA with Celestial in Dallas that had peacherine. There was 2 in this one here from Counterpart, and Badlands in Ontario had peacherine in it. There was a couple of we did a West Coast IPA with peacherine and Galaxy with Third Moon here.
How was that?
Anything fucking phenomenal. And they said it's their favorite West Coast they've done. So they had a series where they did single hop West Coast IPA. They did peacherine. So when I was talking to them, they're known for hazies, kind of like you guys.
That's what we're
And we
talking
just peacherine and Galaxy. So
I mean, I feel like it's so good that it's almost like a Citra where it should just be highlighted on its own because it's just so.
I know.
good.
I have a beer coming up. We're gonna call it Subterranean Orchard.
Nice. That's
And the plan was to do 2 bags of peacherine and a bag of Nectaron, but now I'm like, maybe we just do 100% peacherine and just.
Okay, so I would say do one beer to try. So we did the one with Celestial, which was 100% peacherine. I was going to tell you the combos because I actually don't remember. This one we did peacherine, Nelson, and Rawaka. This was disgusting. It was so fucking good. And then this one without, I could just check online. Okay. Battle to get off my lawn. That was here you go. It was peacherine. Come on, you little guy. Here we go. Rawaka and Super Solvent, which is the thiode yeast one. So you had to use a thiode yeast in it. I swear there was another one too. Oh yeah, and that one we just paired it with Galaxy, which was like a really nice because it just amplified the stone fruit. So all of that, yeah. And that was a triple IPA as well. You can't see it here. I'm pointing to stuff that you can't even see because I just realized.
Talk my language though.
I'm sorry. The peacherine was the solo one was a triple IPA, and I had that last night for the first time because I'm trying to catch up with all of the beers just being a little crazy, and I'm just gassing up peacherine here. All of this to say, I think there's like
perfect because it came this morning.
Which is I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for you guys.
Listen, if you want to come down and collab, I will have more.
Dude, that would be an honor and a privilege. That would be so sick. Seriously, we'll talk about that off air because I was gonna kind of, as soon as you said you had peacherine, I was like, let's talk.
The peacherine, perfect.
It's just the best.
Moles. What else? What else?
Peacherine and moles. Molerine, peach mole.
Yeah,
but I feel like there's like I'd be curious for you guys who are obviously very passionate about this, which I love to see, whether you could mess with it on some on a solo hop vibe. Then I've had people tell me, and I don't know if I agree with this, that they think it's better with other hops. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, but I feel like if there's a certain profile and then the hop doser might change the thing. It'd be sick to use solo hop peacherine, like do a peacherine mold down or some shit like that with the dosa, and like you're saying, if it's bringing out the first flavor profile,
it would just be straight because
it's like peach, it's like peaches and cream, like it's so intense in the best possible way.
That's literally what it would be. So like we do nectar of the moles, which is 100% Nectaron.
Amazing.
It's a weird, the thing I find weird about that beer is the beer, we make it and it's awesome. Don't get me wrong, it's phenomenal. But I will have a pint of it and it will be nectarines. It'll be a nectarine on a nectarine, and then I'll go back up and be like, can I get another pint? And they'll be like, yeah, here you go. And it's straight dank.
Yeah,
nothing but dank.
That one does change.
It just like it. I feel like it's however your mouth, whatever your mood you're in, or whatever like you ate last, will impact that beer to where that beer will either be like the dankiest dank bomb you've ever had, or sweet nectarines and just
it is like a chameleon hop. Because I feel like even at first I thought it was the cans because I'd have one at the brewery.
I remember
come back and have one, and I was like, what's going on? Like I was like, this is not the same.
You literally brought it up. That's what triggered us to it.
And then
Sarah literally came to the
like,
back of the brewery and was like, "Hey, what'd you guys mess up?" And we're like, "We didn't mess things up. As far as we know, everything's fine. Why?"
Yeah.
And she's like, "The draft and the can taste different." And so we popped a can and pulled draft. And like the whole, like, I forget who was bartending. The whole staff just like came together like in that moment. And we're like, here's the can.
Everyone try it.
Oh,
do we need to dump stuff down the drain? Like, do we need to like pull stuff back? And everybody tasted it and we're all like the people that like, I tasted nectarines and I was like, this is just nectarines. And then Sarah was like, this is all dank. Like everything is this, like everybody had like, it was dank or nectarines. And then like 2 days later, you could go and drink the same beer and it'll be the complete opposite flavor.
Yeah, that one was strange. That's the only one that I feel like that's really done that.
I bet Peach
That's interesting, eh? I've never heard of that. Like changing that much between like
I don't have something with that hop maybe that's like profiles because like what's the one that bothers? There's one that bothers me and I can't figure out which one it is. It might be Vic's Secret.
You don't like
Vic Secret is fucking weird. So yes, I definitely agree. Vic Secret is weird.
One to me.
No Strata.
It's Strata. Okay, because I get those two. Like those are the two.
Except for the one time.
For me, I'm like, I don't know, and it just like depends. Like it'll kind of switch because I can have it as something if it's mixed with other hops, it'll taste good. But sometimes if I see it on a list, I'm like, I'm not gonna get that. But every once in a while, I'll get it anyway. It'll be delicious, and then I'll get it in something else, and I can't stand it, even though I like all the other hops. So it's weird. It like I feel like it just fully depends on like the combination or like how it's done.
That's a good point. Vic Secret is such a strange one. It's such an overpowering.
Strange, but sometimes I'm like I kind of hate you, but I kind of like you at the same time. I don't know what's on here, you know.
It can go either way. Yeah, it's all about like
one more sip.
Yeah, let me try it again. Yeah, it's like the hop combos are, and yeah, it's like how it's dosed and what the ABV is, and what the water profile is, and how it's mixing, like the alpha acid. There's so many variables, I guess, with all the hops, and you could have even though I think Petrine is the GOAT, I've had Petrine in beers that was kind of mid, but I don't really blame the hop. I was just like for whatever reason it didn't work in that beer, whatever the reason. There's multiple things, you know.
Maybe
so I'm like.
New Citra.
No.
If it was that available.
Oh yeah. I mean, if it was that available.
I feel like it's like I think it's it's a little bit flexible in the sense that I think it's a fantastic solo hop where you can put it down, have it just rocking, going hard, or you can have it with some supporting hops, like all of these beers that we did with the supporting hops. They work.
Yeah, the combination. The one with Galaxy, I feel like is really intriguing me because those are two that I really like already.
And Galaxy sucked for a while, as you know, like it was killer in like the late teens, and then it started to just be kind of gross. But in the last,
like it was good or it was just there. Like I was like, okay, I'd read other ones and be like, this sounds great, and then I was like, okay, it's there, like, kind of whatever.
Or it would overpower sometimes, or it'd be like just these weird flavors. But with the new Galaxy that the Australian hop growers, because, you know, Australian hops were killing it for a while. And then all of a sudden New Zealand came in with just nobody's touching them. And for some reason, this new Galaxy is very stone fruit and it works super well with the peacherine. I don't know. It's just because I guess it's stone fruit in general, like kind of a generic stone fruit, which amplifies that the peach. And
Dano, I think originally, I don't know if he's doing it now, but when we originally talked about the coastal IPA, I think he had mentioned putting the peacherine in it, but I don't know if we're doing that now or not. Are you still going to add the peacherine to the coastal or no?
Not this one.
Okay. But like later into like a West Coast style.
When you mentioned the West Coast, that was Galaxy peacherine. Like that's why we were talking about like calling the beer we did today like coastal IPA. Because like I can give you a little background on my beer.
Yeah, you never even gave me your background. You gotta
let's do that.
So I grew up in Southern California, and I cut my teeth in craft beer in San Diego. So I did 2 years of community college, went to San Diego, and I went to the University of San Diego. It's like a private school on a hill, but I was there on a rowing scholarship, so like. Yeah, there. It was cheaper than going to state school. Hey. But like
You gotta do what you gotta do.
From our marine science lab, we could see Ballast Point's homebrew shop. Like they had their homebrew shop, and like the homebrew shop closed at 6:30. Lab ended at 6:30. However, some days lab ended at 6. So when lab ended at 6, we can run down the hill. And this is like when craft beer first started. So this is like what, 2011?
Okay.
2012. It was $1 for a 4-ounce pour of a 10% beer.
Jesus.
It was awesome. So we'd go down and
just $1 for anything would be crazy.
I know.
Especially
yeah.
So like we'd go down and have like 2 or 3 4-ounce pours, and then fill a growler, throw it in the backpack, walk up the hill. You're buzzing by the time you get to the top of the hill. Have dinner at the get some food at like the school cafeteria. Go back to the room, drink the growler. Like it was fun.
That's a good time.
So I cut my teeth on like a West Coast IPA, like that style of West Coast IPA. So like when I get it, I think the beer I just had in New York that I brought back to everybody, which phenomenal beer, really liked it. Lawson's Finest Liquids.
Sip of Sunshine?
No, Freestyle IPA. Sip of Sunshine's fantastic.
It's classic. Lawson's Freestyle IPA?
Freestyle IPA. It's their new West Coast IPA.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Right. So my wife is from the Finger Lakes in New York.
Oh, dude, we talked in depth about this.
So like I've spent a lot of time up there having different beers, and so we'll go up, and so like they just started distributing Lawson's in North Carolina. But I would use they still don't get we have Sip of Sunshine and like Little Sip, and that's about it. But so when I was up there, I bought the Freestyle IPA, West Coast IPA. I brought it back for everybody to try, and the whole staff kind of came to the same conclusion I did, which was we like it. It's got that bitter, but it has no pine, it has no citrus. It's not a West Coast IPA. So like when you're talking Featuring Galaxy, West Coast IPA doesn't have the pine, doesn't have the bitter, doesn't have that citrus. Phenomenal beer. Don't get me wrong. We all really enjoyed Freestyle. It's a great beer. But when I think West Coast, it needs to have resin, it needs to have dank, it needs to have pine. And that's why we were saying we're doing Eldo Motueka Coastal IPA. So then we do Peacherine, maybe like Vic Secret, Peacherine Nectaron Coastal IPA. Something different. Just give it a different name. Yeah. Because then it's not super. I love Superdelic. That lemon lollipop, so nice.
Or even Nelson. Peacherine Nelson.
Peacherine Nelson. But something just
yeah. All these hops work.
You know what did I tell you that?
No.
Okay, so there's Dump Truck of Doom, which is funny. We have Excavator. We have Paver of Infinite Darkness.
Okay.
Which is it's Nectaron and Simcoe.
Yeah.
We're trying to decide if it's either Extinction or Annihilation, but it's Bulldozer of Extinction or Bulldozer of Annihilation, and it's gonna be a bulldozer just driving over moles. And for that beer,
Annihilation. I like
Annihilation.
And
that's the one.
That beer is supposed to be Peacherine and Superdelic.
That's haze?
We may change it because I know we're doing a collab with Little Brother Brewing out of Greensboro, North Carolina. And we talked to him about, he just wasn't for sure if he wants us to go for it or not. We talked to him about doing Peacherine, Superdelic, and Nectaron all together.
Fuck do it, honest. Do it. If you're able to try a few little combos,
just hook it up.
It's the only way to learn, I guess. So you guys got to see what you like and which hop combos. I mean, it'd be sick if you could do just one beer, a solo Peacherine, but everything else, try it. Try a few little. Yeah. Everything you've suggested all sounds amazing with Peacherine. I really don't think you can go wrong. I think it'd probably dominate in the best possible way.
Yeah. So
fuck amazing.
Yeah. So we were talking about West Coast IPAs. I know we gave. You want to cut into that? Are you ready?
Yes. Oh, I'm so ready. You guys down for a quick? You might have already done it. But it's a quick
we did
Take a
the
little
exchange.
pause.
But if you want to,
We can just pause for a sec. It'll be.
Yeah.
People
I'm
won't
gonna-
even notice. All right. We'll be right back, guys. And we are back. And we are back ready for some Westy vibes as we just discussed. Woo. Oh, this is a bit better. I see what you're saying, Sarah. This is 7.2. This is a little bit higher.
Yeah.
I understand. I understand your concern.
We're still gonna do it though.
We're
'cause
still
it's
doing it.
delicious.
This is so
Of
good.
course you are, because you're a soldier. You're a soldier and you're a mad mole I don't know, champion. Do you know what reminded me? I don't know why right before the podcast I forgot that in Australia calling someone a mole is like an insult. Particularly it's like a
Isn't that
have you
like a
had-
spy or something? Like
Yeah.
someone.
well that's
that
a
something
spy.
different?
It's like the equivalent, the closest word would be bitch, I guess. In like you fucking mole, you might like it's.
I might
I
have
think
to
they.
start using that when I give someone that pissed me off a
So
beer. I'm like, here you
good.
go, moles.
You'd be like, they'll think you're being nice to them, but you're like, it's a straight insult. God damn it.
Noted.
Yes, I meant to tell you guys that it's spelled. I think it's MOLL. I think they spell it if you look at
That
Urban
is
Dictionary,
funny.
but whatever, same pronunciation. That was a side note. Okay, I don't want to distract from this beautiful West Coast. So we have a nice 7.2% West Coast with Amarillo and Centennial. Oh, we're going like old school here for it.
Oh yeah.
Tell us about this one, guys. This looks glorious.
Well, we gotta go for the pun. The name. This is one of my favorite names.
No country for old moles.
It's just we came up with, so part of the label was from an old beer that we had done that like we didn't actually like release at all.
Okay.
Our graphic artist, her name's Donna. She's fantastic.
Shout out to Donna.
Shout out to Dano.
She's every label we've shown except for Fire. She's been the one to do it. Not the next beer. Oh, the next beer we're doing, one of my favorite labels because of the band. The last label is like my absolute favorite. But she had done kind of the background, and we were like, we're gonna do a West Coast. I want a quick turnaround. What can you do with this? And she was just like, what if I put a mole with a horse? And we're like, great.
with a
Whatever
hat.
you want. You do you. We kind of, the way our labels work is we kind of just tell Donna, here's the name of the beer. Here's some guidance.
She's
And
like our
then-
chat GBT.
and then
You
she
bring
just-
in-
Come up with something completely different.
She probably is.
Like I would say like 99% of the time we're like,
It's
that one.
literally always.
it's better than what I
So
thought
on
it
point,
was.
for
So, but
I love
no,
that.
all our West Coast IPAs are going to be Western themed.
Okay.
From now
Makes
on,
sense.
just everybody like, I don't know, it's based off the movie and just close. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I'm here for it.
Yeah.
This is beautiful, nice and clear. Great little head. Smells
yeah.
piney, guys. Cheers.
Cheers.
I think my favorite thing about this beer, because I do love a West Coast. I'm obviously still on the hazy train and always will be, but I do love a good West Coast.
Hell yeah.
I feel like I'd had some and I hadn't had one that like hit the way I wanted it to in a while. And I think one of my favorite things about this beer is it has all that like piney, resiny punch to it, but it has such a clean finish that I appreciate. Because sometimes you'll get one and you kind of taste that like pine or resin for a long time after. You know, you're like stumbling home, you're like, I can still taste that. Like, you're like, you take another sip and you're like, oh, it's too much. And I think that is like one of my favorite things about this beer is that the finish, it has all that, but the finish is so clean. It doesn't
So
care. Like,
dry.
you just want to take another sip because you want to feel it again. It's not like lingering there the whole time. Like you want more of it instead of having too much of it. You know what I mean?
Because you want to feel it again. I love that.
Sometimes you're feeling it too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, it lingers like at the end, and that's one thing I love is like it's such a clean West Coast.
Yeah, that's a great descriptor. I like that a lot. It's got a great malt profile. It's fantastic. The Amarillo and Centennial definitely give it that kind of like straight up San Diego vibes, as we were just talking about. It's 7.2 does not taste 7.2. It's big bodied, obviously, but it's not definitely not reading that. I would have. I probably would have said like 6.5,
Yeah.
which is like kind of that. So it's a little on the a little above that, but I love that when they particularly clearer beers. I think as we were talking about with the Crispies earlier, like I feel like these are a little more skill. You need to be a little more skilled to get these at a to be drinking super smooth when they're a little higher. But this is balance. It's a little piney, a little resinous, not overly so for any of those tasting notes. The great, just like balanced sweetness. It's kind of exactly what you said, Sarah, where it's like all of those things: pine, resin, malt, character. You know, a little bit of like sort of tropical, little dank fruit there as well. The kind of like it's all there, just kind of sits, and then she goes with that dry finish, and then you're like, I need more.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
And then you come right on back.
The first time we made this, I'm not saying we drink while we're on the canning line, but I'm also not saying
Dude, we were. I think that's the first time I drank at my desk. I was like, it's 10.
You were at your desk. I literally pulled a can off the canning line because we do one of the things I tell all my guys is like prior to running the canning line, because cans are expensive and they just got more expensive. And then they got
Did they?
'cause-
Did they? Yeah, for both sides of us. So
Yeah. Oh, dude, don't.
we were never good.
We're Team Canada. Just saying.
Yeah. I feel like
But-
we're all the same. We're all sharing this thing, and we're all good people. And I just like I don't. You don't want to see. I'm not from either place. I want to. We equally support the American and Canadian breweries here on the pod as well.
Yeah.
I love you guys as much, and we're all just humans trying to get by, man. And no one asks for any craziness. And
Yeah, I just want
it's wild.
consistency. We've talked about my love of reports. I like to know things months in advance. I like consistency in my things, and when stuff gets thrown out the wazoo, I get really irritable. But like with this beer, any beer we run off the canning line, little sidetrack, sorry, we taste it immediately.
Yes,
First
as you
can,
should.
get tasted. Does it taste like we've moved it? We've tasted it in the bright tank. Does it still taste right? Okay, cool, go. And I literally, this beer, I popped the can. We tasted it on the canning line. We're like, we're good to go. Let it run. Had a couple low fills. I popped one of the low fills, took a sip of it, and I want to say like 4 minutes later, I went to take a sip of it, and the can was empty. And I was like, oh,
It's 7 a.m.
They walked back over to where the low fills were, took one of them, walked over to Sarah's desk, which Sarah says she has a desk in our space. She does. It is in the back corner of the brewery, and if you come, we can send you photos. You can come take photos of it. It's a beautiful desk. It is wedged between the wall, and then there's like a little like bund out on the wall. So you go past that, and then the desk is back there, and then there's lagering tanks right to the other side. It is a hole.
I like to be tucked away.
It's tucked away in the corner, where to the point where like the owners will walk in and they'll ask me or our cellarman or our brewer, is Sarah here right now? Because if we're like, yeah, she is, they'll be like, okay, and then they'll know to walk to the other side of the brewery to poke their head in the corner, or we'll be like, no, and then they won't. They just be like, okay, and then they'll go to like grab the mail or
Gotta
whatever.
focus.
But every now and then they're like, is Sarah here? And we'll all be like, we don't know. Alex here, and she'll be sitting in the corner. So
Just
yeah,
sipping West Coast IPAs.
Sometimes I go out there and steal. That's all I like to sip at it. No one knows what I'm doing.
no. So
3D chess, Sarah. 3D
Market
chess.
research.
market research.
That's what it all is.
But yeah, it's just
Somebody has to do it.
clean West Coast IPA.
Yeah, man.
The recipe,
Very-
little bit of acidulated malt.
Okay. Please expand. yeah.
So
What did you say?
acidulated malt. I use it a lot more often. It's in Fire in the Malt too. I use it a lot more than I let on.
Okay. I've heard the word.
Your webcam.
It has, yes. I'm changing batteries, and it changes it in the screen, and it'll be on in a fraction of a second, and we are back. There we go. Thank you.
Cool.
I should have warned you
Sorry.
that sometimes the shit dies, and then you just change it out, and then charge it in case it does again.
Nice. So
Professionals over
acidulated
here.
malt, I buy it from Wireman's, And basically what it is they let the malt go, like they do like a floor malting process, but they spray lacto on it and then they kiln it afterwards.
Huh.
So the malt itself still has fermentable sugars, but it has like a slight lower pH and this like like a lactic acid to it. So you get like a little bit of a sour. And one of the things that like I've learned over the years that a lot of brewers, I don't know if they appreciate as much or just nobody talks about it, is that lactic acid helps add crispiness. So if you like with our sour, we do 30 pounds for a 7-barrel batch. And for that beer, it's about 400 pounds total grain. With this beer, I had, I think 5, maybe 10 pounds. And like, I know like our, the fire in the mold that we drank at the beginning, that little bit of crispiness, I thought I should have brought it up then, but part of that crispiness is the acidulated malt because it lowers the pH and helps dries out the finish. So it helps add a little bit of crispiness to a beer without having a lower pH. You can have, or a lower finishing gravity. So you can have a sweeter beer that still is crisp by adding that acidulated malt.
No shit. Okay. So it's lacto just during
like
the kilning process.
Lactic acid from the malt, but it's all kilned out and everything. So you're not getting, it's not like you're adding souring yeast or anything to a beer.
That's cool.
Yeah.
It causes more crispiness, which is perfect in the Italian Pilsner and this bad boy.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm trying to think how many, I can do the math real quick. Do we add it to this? Yeah. So I had 10 pounds. 450 pounds of grain. So it should be like, yeah. So it's like 2% of the overall grain bill.
Is that okay? So it's minimal, but it's enough to make a difference.
Yeah, because once you hit with acidulated malt, once you go over like 8%, you start to taste sour.
Okay, so you want to avoid that a little bit because that's not the intention of any of the beers that we've had tonight.
Right. If you want, unless it's a sour, like our sour, we add 30 pounds. So it's like the grain bill is still like 400 pounds, 30 pounds of it is that acidulated malt. And then we use a modified yeast for our sours because I'm scared of infection. Yeah. Like if I had a separate brew house, we would do kettle sours. We would bust out all the weird PDO, like we'd go full bore, but I don't. And so with our sours, we use sour base. Just makes a sour. It's Cali ale, tweaked slightly, so it makes throat like it's weird watching tanks ferment because like we're very used to a cycle where we'll brew a beer and then tomorrow morning I'll walk in and there should be like at least a little bit of a bubble in our blow off bucket. The sour base is 36 hours. So like the next day you won't have bubbles because what happens is it goes through its replication phase and then it goes through a souring phase and then it starts fermenting. And so that little like lag process. So like we have, what is it? Star Nose. So Star Nose is a mole, Star Nose moles. So all of our sours are called Star Nose, but we just changed the fruits out. And so it's watermelon key lime right now. So when we made that beer, it went through those phases and then it starts fermenting. And then 3 days after it starts fermenting, that's when we add the fruit. And then we throw a spunding valve on it. And like this time we dialed it in perfectly to where our watermelon key lime sour is 100% carbonated by off-gas yeast.
Cool.
So it's all in kettle fermentation, and like it's we joke about it, but kind of We were like, hey, we made a bomb. Like the bosses are like, what's in this tank? We're like, it's a bomb.
Yeah.
I'm like, it's like 29 psi. Like
Yeah.
the tank's rated to 30, and they're like, what's in there? I'm like, a bomb. Don't worry about it.
Like, it's fine. Shh, we got fire. We got sprinklers. It's good.
Yeah.
We got pressure release valves. It's fine. Nothing's I'm not nervous. You're not nervous. So like, so when we do our sours, it's very much like higher amounts of acidulated malt. But if you want to bring out that little bit of crispiness, and then the other thing too, to like with this beer in particular, a friend of mine worked at Russian River,
Okay.
which is their next level. But one of the things he said is a little bit of sugar goes
Right there.
He told me was Miney.
That's the good. Yeah.
Oh yeah. One of the things he told me is a lot of sugar goes a long way. Or a little bit of sugar goes a long way. So
They
like
use it in all this stuff, eh?
I don't know. He's not allowed. He's legally not allowed to tell me. But he literally just
That
said,
makes sense.
he said a little sugar goes. He just said a little sugar goes a long way. That was it. And I was like, hey, I have follow-up questions. He's like, no, you don't. So one of the things we do is we add dextrose to this beer. It helps bring up the ABV, but when you add dextrose, you can add sucrose, but sucrose sometimes adds a little bit of a weird flavor.
Gotcha.
Dextrose is a little bit more rounded. When we add dextrose is 100% fermentable.
Okay.
So all you're getting is alcohol.
Gotcha.
So sucrose does the same thing, but sometimes yeast will throw some different esters. Typically no phenols, but a little bit of different esters. And so sometimes I'm hit or miss on sucrose, but dextrose is very consistent. If you add dextrose, you get the same phenols or the same esters and the same like flavor profile. But what it does is it helps dry out the finish. So like with this beer, you're getting that crispiness from the acidulated malt, a little bit of dryness, but we mash in at like 154 degrees. So it's got a nice malty sweetness, but that lingers, and to get that finish to be as dry and finishing. And like as Sarah had said, that like really well-balanced finish, adding that acidulated malt and that dextrose really helps to actually get the finish to be where you want to take another sip.
I like that. That's great. That's like I was gonna say trick, but that's like that's we did one of the collabs recently for the anniversary, and I was gonna ask. They just put like I don't know if it was dextrose. I think it was just regular sugar, like table sugar, like just white sugar.
What color was it? Was it like? Maybe I shouldn't say what color.
I didn't touch it. I didn't get to see it. But
did it look like powdered sugar, or did it look like crystalline sugar?
The lato.
Powdered?
No, the crystalline sugar type of thing.
That's probably sucrose.
Okay, so maybe that's what it was.
Dextrose looks like powdered sugar.
Okay, so it's like from what I could tell, it was one of these big brown bags that looked like I didn't. Once again, the brewer just kind of picked it up and put it in and said just to ramp up the ABV a little bit more.
Yeah, that's true.
My co-host who does all the Canadian stuff with me, he was at one of our other collabs, and we doing a Baltic Porter, which was 7%. He mentioned we did a pod last night, just talking about wrap up for the event. And Baltic Porter, yeah, killer. And he said that they put
make one.
Yeah,
it's so good. I love them.
They're fantastic. And he said that they put a whole big bag of brown sugar in there.
Yeah, we've done that.
Yeah. Molasses and type of vibes, I guess, would have delivered to a big dark beer.
I just bought. Yeah, we did a cinnamon.
Yeah, I think
it's a cinnamon like roll. Like I guess what
that would have
pastry
lactose,
stout.
Right?
Did it have lactose? Yeah, lactose. But we also
cinnamon. That's so good. You guys are fucking hilarious.
Our major stout that we do every year, we use like a local coffee roastery because they grind their own beans, and that's Armageddon.
I'm all getting. Who's the roastery you use?
Luna Cafe.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
Luna
they're
Cafe.
across the street downtown. They started grinding their own beans, so we kind
they
of
roast their own beans too.
I see it. I'm all getting.
If you want a cool process, if
Yeah.
you come down to visit, I'll reach out to Will at Luna. because we need to go this year.
Yeah.
That was one of the
Sick.
coolest things I've ever seen is him roasting beans. I was like, why didn't I do this for a living?
Yeah.
This
It's like
is
I was saying with the
so
whiskey,
cool.
it's like a whole different
It's a
ballgame.
whole
Like
different-
it's its own craft.
Yeah, that's the beer. Oh yeah.
Yeah. I just looking it up here. That looks sick. I love that you're working with the local roasters like that, because the reason I asked was there was one in Durham called Counterculture.
Oh
That's-
yeah.
They're huge.
Their coffee is
So they're big. That's why, because we got them in Montreal. There was cafes in Montreal when I used to live there that stock Counterculture all the time.
they're kind of everywhere. I feel
They're
like now.
everywhere.
Okay.
I've seen them in California.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains it. That means they're all across the country. Okay, I wasn't too sure.
Their coffee is very good though.
Their coffees, they do excellent roast. But yeah,
Which is
Luna-
pretty cool if they're that big, eh?
Mm-hmm.
One of the nice things I like about Will is the owner of Luna Cafe, and so he hooks me up with I'll ask him for bags every night. I'll get some of his bags every now and then, use them for different things. Great for gardening. You can kind of put them down and then cut a little hole in them for your tomato.
The
covers,
actual bags.
covers the weeds. Yeah, I'll get the
Yeah.
bags
Yeah.
from him.
We've been doing that. How many years have you done that now? Armageddon?
This will be number 5.
Yeah, that one's cool too because every year we've kind of either bottle aged or barrel aged them. So this year when we did it, we had the 2025 version, but we also got out the 24, 23, and 22, I think.
No,
or was it
24?
21?
It was 23, 22, 21.
Okay, yeah.
Oh
This-
shit!
So we'll bring out all the variations for the release day, and then some of them will stick around. We'll just have smaller kegs of some of the older ones.
Yeah, we just kind of set kegs aside.
But it's cool to watch how they age and then kind of go back because it ended up this year. I think 21 ended up being my favorite
21
one,
was
which
so
was
good.
crazy. Now
so good.
in 2024, I think we did it.
We're out of 21.
Particularly for a coffee stout, because they don't always last that. They don't always taste better over time.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
coffee and vanilla, and it was weird to see which profiles came out more because one year coffee would be a lot more prominent. One year vanilla. I think 22 was very berry.
Yeah,
Came out
super
somehow.
berry.
But yeah, it was kind of cool. We do that every year, and it's kind of cool to see how they all change.
And it's also fun too because working with Will, he will do I can call him up and be like, "Hey, we're gonna do this again. You in?" Just to make sure he is wants to do it. And he's like, "Yeah," because we buy all the coffee from him. And he's like, "Yeah, let's do it." I'm like, "Great." But then I'm like, "What coffee do you want?" And he'll bring in. We'll have the beer in the fermenter. He'll come over, and we'll pull samples off the spigot and then taste test with different. He's like, "These beans, this year, these beans are good." Because I don't look at coffee at all, and he's
You don't read the reports?
You don't read the reports.
I am absolutely mind boggled. How dare you not look
I
at the
don't.
sports
It's
ever?
outside my realm of expertise, but he will for a while.
I believe in you, Dano.
That's gonna be his next time we talk. You'll know everything.
No, I won't. I'm not.
You'll be the coffee expert. No, you will. I feel
Well,
like.
unless
By the
I'm
time we come down to use Pizzeria, you're gonna be a coffee pro.
But he literally he was he does different blends, and he's like, "This year I usually do a higher rate of Brazil coffees. This year I pulled back.
Right.
I'm not doing that much Brazilian. We're gonna do more it was Colombia and something else." And he was like, but he always brings 3 or 4 samples.
Mm-hmm.
Of whole beans.
Sometimes it's and then we can try it. And there was one coffee this last year. I think it was the Papua New Guinea.
Mhm.
I smelled it and I tasted it. I was like, "This is phenomenal." He goes, "Yeah, but put it in the beer." And I was like, "Okay, whatever, Will. I'll dose it." We have set dose rates, and I dosed the beer and I tasted it and I was like, "Oh, this is terrible." He's like, "Yeah, that's what I thought." I was like, "All right, man, why'd you bring this thing?"
Yeah, but I feel that wraps back around kind of leeway, but that wraps back around to what I'm saying with community in Wilmington. Wilmington's so it's big, but it's small at the same time. Everyone kind of knows everyone. Every brewery, I have people coming all the time that I was like, "I was at so and so, and they told me to come here. Where do you tell me to go?" And everyone just recommends each other. Or with
Love
local spots, like Dano said, we make so many house beers for so many local restaurants. We do so many collabs, this and that, or even with Luna. It's let's do this with that. Last year, our previous manager implemented some stuff where he did for a month all local business beers. So we had a local record shop come in and they just assisted. we made it like kind of spreading the word like beyond just like restaurants and breweries. So that's one thing I love about Wilmington. That's one thing I specifically love about Mammal, because I feel like no one else is really doing that. Like people will bring some stuff in, but yeah, we brought so many like Benny's, like that beer is for them, but they're like, you can do it. Like there's just so many like tie-ins with other local places, and like just the community as a whole is so great. And that's what I love about Wilmington and just like the Wilmington beer scene in general. Like there's obviously competition, but it's like, it's not like, I'll be the first one to be like, okay, after you leave here, go here, and like vice versa.
And it's very much like I know, like today I hung out with there's a brewery literally, like if I stand in our parking lot and I have a really good day, I can throw a rock into their parking lot. Like they're like right across the street. And today I hung out with one of their owner, like, just like, I was like, hey, like, you want to hang out? And he's like, yeah, let's go hang out. So like, it's just, everybody in town is super friendly. And it's just it's a very interesting like dynamic where like, you can go places and they're like, oh, like we're in competition with these other breweries. But like in Wilmington, people are like, oh, hey, you're at our spot. You need to As a bartender, like you should check out this place, this place, this place. And then you can go to one of those or like all three of those spots. And those bartenders will be like, hey, have you checked out? And like sometimes they'll be like, oh, you're at our spot. Like one of my personal favorites is Fly Trap.
Oh, yeah.
They're just like they're 3-barrel system. Tiny, but they have 12 tanks. They do just kind of tap room only, super cool outdoor space. And there was one person that came into our brewery and it was like, hey, where else do you think you should go? And I was just like, I forget. I was just like up in the back. Like we have Mueller serving tanks. Okay. So I was messing with one of them and I was just like in the like tap room. And I literally turned around and I was like, oh, have you been to Fly Trap? And they're like, so funny story. They told us to come here. And I was like, oh. Well, I love them, but also like
that's always how it works out. That's always that is one thing about the Wilmington brewing scene that I love. And then even just like local places in general. Like I've had so many people reach out to me just switching into this role. Like I did an event, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, with like a plastic surgery, Wilmington Plastic Surgery. They wanted to do an event for like skin cancer awareness. So they're like, hey, can we have like a fundraiser here? Like the doctors can serve some beers for us to raise money. I was like, cool, sounds good. Like I never thought I'd be doing a plastic surgery event at the brewery, but like there's so many things like that just kind of fall into place. Like we have a beer on draft with the Federal Credit Union right now because they do a bunch of
charity work. So it's like all focused on their charity, and we're there. They came to us and they're like, it's like what? So
it's been fun to do like so many local things like that, and just like every time I get an email or something like that, I'm like, let's figure it out. I don't know. There's probably a way to do it.
So we really, and then like just in terms of like what the people in the Wilmington's an interesting town. Like New England IPAs are Kingsville.
Okay.
Then lagers are second. West Coast IPAs are starting to trend, but we have you met Andrew, our rep in Raleigh. So like Raleigh though, like No Country. So the cans that we're drinking here, we made No Country as like a one-time beer, and it sold out in 4 days. It was a 7-barrel batch, and it was gone in 4 days. We're like,
and then tap room is flying
in the tap room. And so we were like, okay, we'll make it again. I was like, okay, we'll make it again. And then we made it again, and it was gone. And then they're like, Sarah was like, hey, can you make that again? I was like, I guess, sure, like, whatever. Like I can figure, I'll move some tank stuff around. We'll make it again. And then it was gone. And then I was like, okay, I'm going to make a 15. So brewery, we have 4 7-barrel fermenters, a 15, 4 30s, 7-barrel brew house. So when we fill our 30s, we have to
do 4 turns.
We'll do two a days.
Jesus.
Unless every now and then we'll do, if we're propping yeast, we'll do if we're doing a fresh pitch, we'll brew 1 batch, fresh pitch, and then the next day we'll do 2 batches. And then we'll prop, and then the third day gets no oxygen, extra oxygen added to it, and we just add it to the tank. Ferment's great.
Gotcha.
Saves us money on yeast. We can kind of ferment. We prop the yeast. It's great. We do a lot of repitching, but with like that West Coast, like we did a 15 barrel this time, half barrel, a lot of half barrels, cans, kegs, but we put a lot in the Mueller because when we have an American IPA called I Love Moles.
We have that one here, I think.
No, we didn't bring it. I didn't send that one to him.
I thought we had that.
We did New Country instead.
There we go.
We have an American IPA. It's clear, less bitter, but Mosaic Simcoe, nice fruity, a little bit of dank, a little bit sweeter, 6.8%. The I Love Moles though goes to ILM, so we sell it as ILM.
I was just looking at that. Yes.
Yeah, that's like the airport, everything like that. So it's I Love Moles.
Yeah.
6.5. I see that right here on the website.
Yeah.
Yes.
So that beer like is one of those beers that like
that was almost a flagship for a while. I feel like just because it was
It
the
still
only
is.
like and it still is, but that was the only semi like
yeah.
bitter West Coast-esque style beer that we had.
Because everybody in Wilmington were focused on hazies. So like now it's starting to shift a little bit, but like the local areas, hazies and lagers are king.
Mm-hmm.
We have a sour, but the sour is middling.
That's
It's
the
never
Stanos.
one. It's never going to be the dead. It's always just kind of middling.
Well, I feel like sour and raspberry, just like they want a fruit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's kind of what it always is. It's always kind of the same customer that wants like that, like fruitiness. But it's also tricky right now because we have the raspberry kolsch, we have a lager with oranges, we have a grapefruit pilsner, Molson Brew Island, which is like a very popular summer beer that we have. So there are still options. So people will get the sour, but sometimes I can tell when someone's looking for just like a sour or just something that's fruity. You know what I mean? So I'm like, you might want the Molson Brew, or you might want this like lager with oranges because it's heavy on oranges, and they're like, yeah, maybe I don't want this, or even raspberry because like you said, it's more tart than sweet, so they might get that. So it's kind of in the middle.
So the harvest mole here, I see.
Yeah, so it's a weird like Wilmington is like I love our customers, I love the town, but it's interesting. Like I have friends in Raleigh, breweries we've worked with. I got a couple contacts out in California. I've done a lot of travel to like Boston. In Boston, like
killer.
There's a big trend towards like English beers, like bitter, ESB. They have nut browns, and like in here, like Wilmington, I was like, what if we make a nut brown? And we sold the nut brown did well.
That one actually did do well.
We're gonna do a nut brown. But like I did like a bitter just to see, and no one bought.
They're like, what is that? It was mostly like samples. They're like, what is this?
Really?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Nothing.
What is that? Like, give them a sample and try to explain it. They're like, I don't really get it. Like,
it's just a different. So like I feel like the nut brown did well.
Nut brown did well. I think because it's a little bit more like attainable and reachable. Like it's not.
So we're doing that's Drew and Sky. So Sky is our cellarman, Drew is our brewer, and then there's me, and that's our team in the back. And
I think you sent photos of the three of you guys.
Yeah, I did send a photo.
Three gentlemen on the photos sitting at the table, those cool wooden tables.
Yeah. So for those two guys. We're going to release it end of August, but in July, their nut brown did so like I don't.
We did it as like a small batch kind of like experiment.
So we have we have a half barrel like 15-gallon like experimental thing, and that's their play toy. They're they're really nice, and they're like, Dano, do you want to play? And I'm like, guys, like I made a 7-barrel batch, like I played, like we're good. I get to. You know that beer we just released that we had never made before? Like I just made that. I played.
Yeah.
So like this is for
this
you
is
guys.
for you guys. Just go nuts.
You guys, like go ham, and like they were both of them love smoked beers, and they're very hung up on it, and just doing like a bunch of smoked beers. And I was like, guys, like I'm not putting a smoked beer in a 7. Like figure something else out. And they're like, what if we did
back the smoke? Yeah.
I was like, don't get me wrong. I love a smoked beer. Smoked Helles is one of my favorite styles.
The Wilmingtonians, though.
Will not buy it.
They don't know.
It will not sell. Like
They
we
have
will put a smoked Helles in a lot. Like we could put it in a lagering tank, 7 barrels, whatever. I will have it 3 years from now. Like it will not sell.
Their nut brown killed it though. Like
But
I was shocked. It was just moving.
It was
like,
just,
dang,
and I literally
was
went.
pretty proud.
I went back to them and I was like, guys, I'm gonna give you 2 options. We can release a beer in July, or you guys can release a beer in August. You can pick whatever style you want within like a confines of like it needs to be like amber, nut brown, something Belgian-y, Saison-y, something that I want it different from it can't be a lager, no lagers, no pilsners, no nothing, and it can't be IPA. And we have a stout, we have our trend, like figure out something new, different. And they're like, what if we just made that nut brown again? I was like, we release it in August, make that nut brown again. Like, let's go.
It was
like,
a good beer.
It was fantastic. We'll make that nut brown again. We're putting it on, and like their nut brown sold so well. So like I'm excited to see how that goes in a 7 with cans, kind of wholesale, and seeing because like the market's changing, and that's one of those things. Like the West Coast IPA is taking off. So just staying on top of those market trends. Like last year, kind of the thing that cued us into the market change is we did a fresh hop.
Ooh, that's the best.
Oh, I forgot about that. Was so good. That was so good.
Let's go.
I picked that one. I don't know. I was speaking a lot of those during the workday.
Oh, I bet.
So good.
It's every time you walk by. Real quick.
Juice Mind.
Oh my god, that was a banger. That thing was.
It was
good.
Cascade.
Fresh.
It's the first time I've ever done it, and also I just want to say for anyone that has never seen wet hop. So there's wet hop, fresh hop. Wet hop means within 24 hours from it being picked in the field, it's in a kettle. Fresh hop is between 24 hours and 72 hours. So like ours is fresh hop because they get picked in the field and then they got to get shipped. We buy them from Crosby Hops.
I forgot that beer was so good. Yeah. That's all I can think about. So good.
But it gets shipped from Oregon. So ours
takes a bit of time.
And then we basically scheduled the whole week around the beer because they're like, it'll get delivered on September 12th. And we're like, that's a Wednesday. So I told my wife ahead of time, like, when these hops show up, that's the day I'm brewing it. So I may be at work and then I may not come home until 3 a.m. the next day. Like, that's just what the day has. And she's like, great, go for it, whatever. I don't care. Don't wake me up.
Yeah, I got the cats. We good.
But when the hops arrived, they literally arrived in a cardboard box with slits cut in the side of it. There was no plastic wrap or anything. Like, it literally was a box of hops. The FedEx driver that dropped it off in the morning opened the door and he goes, hey, quick question. We're like, yeah, man. Like, oh, it's good to see you. Like, what's up? Like, I'll throw our FedEx drivers a couple beers every now and then just because I appreciate them.
Oh, yeah.
But like, yeah, like whatever. Like I like those guys showing up. They're always really nice to us. But yeah, he's just like, what did I deliver to you? Because my truck smells amazing. I'm like, yeah, dude.
Dude, that was best. We set them out in the cups around the tap room too. We just had them in mugs like around the brewery, and everyone's like, smells. And people, I would look around, people would just be lifting up and smelling them.
And that was Cascade, yeah?
We did Cascade.
Yeah.
So this year, this year, the owners last year, so our owners are very involved and they do have hands-on sometimes, but they forget stuff. And there's oftentimes I don't remind them.
Hey, we're getting these.
So last year they
forgot these were coming.
They loved that beer so much. They're like, hey, I was like, next year we should make 2. And they're like, oh my God, that's a great idea. You should. And I have not brought it up to them a second time.
It's coming.
They said yes. So this year we're going to do end of September. I think it's September. The release date is September 27th, 28th.
All right, Craig, that's when you're coming. Perfect timing.
We should be
figure that out.
Strata.
It's gonna save the beachery.
We're gonna do Strata into, I think it's into August or in September. I have to look. We're doing Strata fresh hop, and then the second one we're gonna do Idaho 7, and so
underrated hop.
So one of the things I found very interesting about Idaho 7 is either very much green tea and grass and not that good, or it's like pineapple with like hints of tea and like citrus. And so it was our Crosby rep, and then I was also talking to our rep that we contract our Citra through from Hophead Farms, and then also like Yakima Chief. So Idaho 7 is a very late harvest hop.
Right.
And so what happens is when Idaho 7 is harvested in the field, it's harvested, but when it goes to the factory to get kilned and turned into pellets, it's behind all the other hops. So it's like late harvest hop. So it has all these other hops that are still getting processed ahead of it.
Okay.
So Crosby hops will take their Idaho 7 and then bump it up in line. So when I've done T90, which is like the hop pellet smell tests, Idaho 7 from Crosby hop is pineapple, passion fruit, little bit of like grass, a little bit of tea, whereas everybody else is like grass and tea. But that's because they're bumping it up in the process and killing it at an earlier rate and processing it that way. So so this year, our rep back in, I want to say it was like September, I was talking to him and he was literally like, oh, next year we're going to offer Idaho 7 as a fresh hop you can buy. And I was like, can I sign up now? He's like, no. And I was like, no.
You gotta call me.
He's like, well, send it out. I was like, no, like, when you find out, can you text me? And so he did, which was like huge. So, and then basically we looking at the schedule. I didn't want to release 2 fresh hop beers like back to back. Because the thing with fresh hop beers is they're a pain to make. And I loved every second of it. Last year was the first time I've ever made a beer with fresh hops, and it's the best. It was the best day of my life. I loved every second. Yeah. You get the hops shipped in. We didn't start our mash until the hops were in the building. The hops showed up. We're like, oh my God, they're here. Holy shit. Put them in a walk-in in the tap room. So like the smell permeated out of the walk-in into the tap room. And then that's when we started that, like the brew day, mashed in. You do the mash, move the beer to the boil kettle. Once the beer's in the boil kettle, we sealed off the boil kettle from the mash tun, so no liquid can get across to it. Pulled all the grain out of the mash tun, ran a caustic cycle, ran a hot rinse, cleaned the shit out of it, pulled the false bottom out, cleaned every little speck of space in the mash tun, put it all back. And then we poured all the hops. We did, I did 5 pounds. We got 40 pounds of hops, which was perfect for a 7-barrel batch. Pulled 5 pounds into bags, which we threw in the whirlpool. That was it. Pulled them out. And then we did every other thing after the mash tun was like spick and span. We finished the boil and ran a whirlpool. Whirlpool's done. We didn't even knock out. We just moved from the boil kettle into our mash tun. So it pulled all that flavor and basically steeped the hops in the mash tun on it, kind of filled it up from the bottom up. And as soon as we were done knocking out of the boil kettle, shut it all off, hooked up a different pump, and then ran it from the mash tun through our heat exchanger right into a fermenter. So like those hops sat for maybe 40 minutes, and then we didn't dry hop it at all. It was just those hops, the cascade. It was like resiny, dank. But the craziest thing about the whole process is how fast the flavor fell out.
Hell yeah.
Which is awesome because it's super fresh. But like my parents came out to visit in December. So we released the beer. We brewed the beer in September, released it in October, and I kept a couple cans for them. And when they came out, my dad's like, "This beer's amazing," and I tasted it. I was like, "It's really good, but like you should have been here last like 2 months ago." Like it's just like the fall off in flavor from those fresh hops. And just
it's quicker than anything.
Yeah,
quicker than haze.
Yeah,
and everything. Yeah,
so quick. But it was just that beer. The fact that the owners were like, "You should make 2," and I said, "Okay," and then I haven't brought it up to them.
Just do it.
Oh
yeah, I love it. Are you guys cool if we take a? I broke the seal, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We take a quick pause for a sec, and then we'll jump back in. We have another haze, and we have a porter, and we want to talk about the THC stuff.
And sustainability.
And sustainability. Those are the two things. Thank you, Sarah.
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
I was thinking about it.
And we are back. And we are ready for some dead moles. Not that we want the moles dead. We want the moles alive. But this particular beer is celebrating the ones that had passed on. I imagine it is a band reference.
Yeah. So it's based off of the Canadian bluegrass band, the Dead South.
Dead South.
They're my favorite.
Okay.
So
they're from like the western side.
They're from Saskatchewan.
Oh, that's the prairies. That's the middle side, but kind of middle west.
South, baby.
Yeah. So this beer itself. So this beer, literally, so the Dead South is one of my favorite bands. I saw them in New Mexico maybe 3 years ago. And then this year they're coming to Wilmington. Literally the day I found out, I bought tickets to the show. And I went back to Sarah and I was like, "We're making a beer for them." And she's like, "Are you sure?" And I said, "I don't care what anybody says. We're making a beer."
That's what's happening.
I just put it on the schedule. It's a completely new thing. It's whatever it is. So the malt itself, so it's Citra and
I feel like you're underplaying it though to lead up to this story because I'm not gonna let him underplay this. Dano is obsessed with this band. Okay, like all the time when they're brewing, this band is playing. Him and I have talked about. I like them. They're great. Dano loves this band. I mean, I can only relate it to like my personal ones, like the moment that happened, but like Dano's obsessed with this band. So the fact that they're already cool, great, awesome. And then he made this beer, and then we'll continue on. But I don't want him to downplay it, like, "Oh, I like them." Like he's obsessed with this band, okay? And they're like well known. They're a good ass band. I will admit that. Like I love
the
them.
series. Okay.
Yeah. They're most famous.
The Dead what?
Do what?
They called the Dead what?
The Dead South.
South. Okay.
So it's like they very much lean into like Appalachian, like
Appalachian, like gothic bluegrass.
Yeah, but they're from like Saskatchewan, Canada. But like, so like their two most, like one of their most famous songs is "In Hell I'll Be Good Company," but then Banjo Odyssey,
cool
favorites. It's about two cousins who love each other very much. That's literally, they say it in the live album. It makes me laugh.
Very, very much.
Very, very much. But like
that's the song that comes up immediately.
Yeah. So like they like their music's excellent. Like love everything about it. It's they got
this is totally their vibe. I'm on their website.
Yeah, you see the album cover?
The album cover.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Wow. Well done.
Oh yeah. I sent our graphic artist, I said, "This is the album cover. Do that."
Yeah.
Except put the name The Dead Moles in the middle, so it's not an
He also copy. Like the hops. What's the one hop that you ordered? Like the one hop is from that part.
So
I can never say that area. The malt.
So we bought Gambrius malt.
Gambrius.
Which is a Canadian maltster where most of their malt comes from Saskatchewan.
Gambrius malting malting. I just saw that come up. It is in Armstrong, British Columbia. Okay.
Yeah.
Gambrinus. Oh yeah, I've seen that shit.
So we bought. They just had,
they Kamloops. Yeah.
Yeah, they just had a new. They released like a new malt thing that's for IPA malt.
Okay, go.
So this is their IPA malt. So it's
Gotcha.
like a straw yellow color. It's 1.6 to like 2.4 SRM. So it's like a light straw yellow. Then we did wheat, we did oats, and then hop wise, we did 2 bags of Citra and a bag of Falconer's Flight, the 7 Cs. So if you're unfamiliar, the 7 Cs are, I'm going to list it and get it wrong. It's Citra, Centennial, Chinook, Crystal, Columbus, Cascade, and
It's not cryo, is it?
no, it's not cryo.
Cashmere?
No,
That's a good one.
that's a good cashmere.
That's a great guess.
I forgot about that hop for a minute.
I don't like it. That's why we don't use it that often. Personal.
I feel like I do, but I don't know.
It's very much like white tea.
Mm.
It doesn't.
I was like that, I think.
It when we put it in the hop doser, that white tea character comes out way too much.
Gotcha.
And it's very hard to like balance it with anything else. But yeah, so we made this beer and like the band itself posted it.
Well, okay. So Dano got it. He's downplaying the story. This is a cool story because for me, like if this happened with my favorite, I'd be freaking out.
Let me let Sarah take over.
Yeah, I'm just gonna tell us because
she does it better.
Yeah, I mean, so there's a local amphitheater in town that's amazing. It's the coolest. That's one of my favorite parts of Wilmington. It's called Greenfield Lake. It's on the side of a lake that's like very swampy. There's alligators in there all the time. There's Spanish moss. It's like a little walking. It's like a 4-mile.
There is no seating arrangement.
Yeah, but
it's
there's an
first come
amphitheater
first
there.
serve in the amphitheater.
There's an amphitheater.
Oh, I see it. Oh, that looks sick.
It's in the pit, it's amazing.
Yeah, it's so sick.
And they get good people through there once in a while. Some people like could go to the bigger amphitheater in town and still decide to come there because it's just like it's such a special place. Like anyone in Wilmington, you have to go to Greenfield Lake. So this band was coming through. We used to sell beer. We still sometimes do. But we used to sell like specific
beers
music for concerts to this venue. We still sell like our everyday beer. So we had contacts and Dano was like, hey, this is the one beer. Can y'all see if the band can get this somehow?
Like I was like, I just want the band to have it.
Get it in their hands.
I don't want to step on toes. I don't want to like surprise them, but like, do they want this? Like we made it because they're going to be in town. We sold it around town, but do they want it?
Right. So Dano got excited. He was like, dude, maybe when they come on stage, they'll have them somehow. Like I'll see something about it, this and that. We didn't see anything of like the night he was at the show, like they didn't bring it out. We didn't hear anything about it. We were like, it's cool. We know that they got it. That's enough. Like that's awesome.
I don't care.
I think it was like
happy that they got
a day or two later, maybe. I don't know. I was up in Raleigh and like I just got the immediate Instagram notification from Admiral on my phone that said the Dead South tagged you in a post. And so we're all like, I immediately called Dano before I even looked at it. I think I can pull it up. It's kind of far down on their page. So yeah, they didn't bring it out. This is the caption. They said one bonus to playing Wilmington was getting to sample the Mad Mole Brewing Dead Moles New England IPA. Thank you, Mad Mole. You did us proud. And they posted, I hope you can see it. I don't know if you can, this photo, and they're all holding the beers.
Oh, that's so dope. You guys must have fucking lost it.
They got so many follows after that. And I think they posted like one of the photos of the cans too.
Oh, that's
it was just amazing. So it was like, I feel like that was like his moment of just like, we've had good beers and this and that, but like personally, like his favorite band. They didn't bring it out on stage. We knew they had it. Like, that's enough. Like, that's cool. But the fact that they specifically, like, took that photo, made the post, and, like, tagged us was, like, iconic. Like, I just felt – I had to call him because I was like, I can't even send this to you right now. I started to, like, tear up because I was like, I know how, like, happy he is. Like, if that happened to me with my favorite band, I'd be freaking out.
I was
insane.
So, one of the things I like – at my house, I like to work on surfboards, and I like to do, like, carpentry. And when she called me, I was literally listening to one of their albums cover to cover. And she's like, hey, have you been on her Instagram lately? And I'm like, no, I don't ever look. And she's like, did you go on the Dead South Instagram? I'm like, no. She's like, you should. Also, the speakerphone while you look.
I'll just wait right here.
I'm going to wait right here. Oh, I was like, holy shit. And I was like, ran inside. I was like, Kara. Kara, look! And she's like, what? I was like, the Dead South posted. Sarah's on the phone too. Just say hi to Sarah.
Yeah, it was a cool. That was a cool like because we do a
cool.
lot of beers for like the music that's coming through town. Like right now we have Only the Wild Moles, which is a play on Only in the Wild Ones, which is like a dispatch song because they're coming through. We just did one for Humphreys McGee. We've done like so many people, and it's been cool. But like to get that recognition, and it was like of course the most important one was like a really cool like wraparound moment.
That's so cool, man.
Yeah.
Like it's a beautiful thing, eh? That when someone appreciates some, particularly who's an artist, and then they appreciate your art, and they like. I wonder if it's like how big are they? Are they like massive, or are they like?
I mean,
they're probably like they're probably middle.
Yeah, and it depends. Like, I mean, they're from that area.
Look at their Spotify, how many people?
Oh, they got like 300,000 on Instagram.
Yeah.
That's not insignificant though. So
No,
that's
they're
pretty serious.
Yeah,
they're excellent.
I'm gonna look up my favorite artist. How many do we have?
It's
I
one
see
of
the post too.
893.
Oh.
893. Okay, but like they're one of those bands that like I just really enjoy them, and like their song they have like their songs speak to a lot of different emotions, which is great. But like they're fun too. Like they have a lot of that
cool.
tongue-in-cheek comedy. Like one of their latest album release has a song. I don't remember the name. It's something Contessa, and it's basically like it's a play on like meat, and they sing about the song is all about how the dude's like wife likes bacon, and so he makes her bacon in the morning, and that's the song, and it's just like tongue in cheek, just fun. But then they also have other songs that are like just like a little bit more gravitas, and just I don't know. I really enjoy it, and it's just.
It was just cool to be recognized.
Yeah.
I feel like to that degree, like you put a lot of effort into that and like figure out the label and ordering those specific like
getting everything, making sure the ingredients are right, making sure the beer's right.
and you just did it for fun because you're like, I like this band.
I like this band, and then also like
the Cured Contessa is called.
I was just like, that's
do what, Craig?
The Cured Contessa is the song you talk about.
Yeah. Cured Contessa. Yeah, love it. But like, it's just one of those things. Like, it's just like also like, please don't sue us because we love you. Also, if you do, send us cease and desist because I want to frame it
for the world.
Like if this bit us in the
pay
ass,
your lawyer.
Cease and desist. I would be like, put that on the wall.
Oh wait, we've all been waiting for one. We're gonna get one eventually.
Eventually,
you get there. I believe in you.
No.
That's fucking sick. I understand what that means. Like, honestly, I'm a big music. Like, I moved to Canada because we do music, so I'm passionate about music. So if I did something like this for a band or a group or a rap or whatever it is that I appreciated, I'm like, that would be very meaningful. So I absolutely can see why you would lose your fucking shit, dude.
And if they ever come back, I'm making it again.
For sure.
Totally. And I wonder if you could hook it up beforehand and maybe go meet them and
like we have it. Yeah.
I don't
deliver them.
I don't need that. I grew up south of LA. Don't meet your heroes.
Honestly, that's very good advice. Yeah.
I'd be like, here's my hand-delivered beer that I made everyone make for you.
I made my staff make this, but like I don't.
I'd put on a soap collab. I'd be like, here you go.
This was beers too that like I know I annoyed my brewer and my cellarman because I didn't let them touch it.
Well,
I did it.
Moment.
I was like, I'm baking this. And then when it came to the canning line, though, so our cellarman Sky is also our head packaging operator. And I will say, we have named our canning line Erica. She has a name because shout out to Erica. Some days she's wonderful. Some days I want to take a baseball bat. It's just the canning line. Erica loves Sky, and so Sky has this thing where I'm like, I don't think it's working, and Sky's like, watch this, and it works flawlessly. So, of all the things in the brewery, I'm just like, you know what? I will put cans in a case. I know that like if something's broken, I know how to fix it better than he does. But in terms of like getting the finesse for the run to start and the run to run smoothly, like that is all Sky.
He's got
So I just let him do it. And like,
the Erica whisperer.
Yeah.
Oh man,
He's the best.
I haven't been more. I don't remember the last time I don't even know if there's a time I've ever been more angry than working on that canning. It's our life. There was one day I literally took a can that was full of good beer off the canning line and spiked it on the ground as hard as I could.
Hey, I remember back in the day, like we wouldn't even can. We would just like rent a canning line that would come every once in a while, and we would have like 2 runs of 2 IPAs maybe, and they would set up like all throughout the tap room. It was like a shit show. We'd all have to come in early. I was just bartending. I was like, I guess I'll come help. Cool. Are you going to pay me extra?
Remember the one time
and it would run through and we'd have 2 beers.
Didn't work?
The what?
Their labeler didn't work and we had to hand label everything.
Oh yeah, that was another development in our story where we finally got a canning line, but then we couldn't get a labeler. So they would pay all the bartenders to come in and we would hand roll every single can that we had. We would put it in, hand roll.
And then there's a point where the bartender said, fuck that. You're going to pay me $8 an hour to do this?
Yeah.
I'm out.
Oh yeah, because y'all would make us do it during our bartending shifts. And then we were like, no, if we're going to do our bartending shifts with no customers, we're going to sit and like read a book. Like we're not getting paid to be here.
No, when you guys did I know you would always show up whenever you were free.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that's what I'm saying. And then you guys had to start paying us to come in to do it.
No, nobody else would show up to do it when we were paying them to do it.
Yeah, Blake did it all the time.
Yeah, Blake was like, this is awful.
Yeah.
And because it literally sucked. I will say it 100%. The canning line spits out a can every minute. It will spit out a case, so 24 cans in a minute and 20 to a minute and 25. It takes 2.5 to 3 minutes to label a case if you're doing it by hand. So we had a roller, you put the roll up, can roll, can roll, can roll. And so we pay the bartenders to do it. And it got to a point where the bartenders were like, yeah, I'd rather sit on the couch than get paid $15 an hour to label. Because you just stand there. It's the worst. And so it was Drew, Sky, and I hand labeling all these things. And the owners finally bought a labeler.
Yeah.
Which has been a godsend because I don't have to label anymore.
I feel like that's part of the whole like transition though. It's kind of crazy that we just like rent a canning line. Like a company would come in and set everything up and we'd have like 2 beers at a time, maybe in cans for like a limited time. Then we got the canning line, so now we kind of have everything all the time. The labeling was an issue for a bit. And then now it's like, now we have Andrew in Raleigh who's like selling the beer. And I'm from the Raleigh area originally. So it's crazy for me because my mom will be like at a grocery up there and she's like, I'm seeing Mad Mall. Or like my friends out in Carver, which is like, it's still like an hour past it. Or like, oh, like all the friends that I've given Citra to or like all these other beers to for years are like, oh, I'm at this restaurant having Mad Mall. And I'm like, that is so wild to me. Because we started so small. And like, even now, like we're not huge by any means, but just to hear like my buddy Nate and my best friend's husband love Citra mold on it. Every time I see them, I have to pay the Citra tax. I'm like, here you go. Here's your cool tax. And every time he goes somewhere, he's like, they have Citra mold out on draft. They have Citra mold out on draft. Or like, he takes it to Deep River because his best friend is the head brewer there.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, every time I go there, they ask me if I can bring more Citra. Like, it's just so funny, like how we've spread. When it started out as like we're hand labeling, it started out as renting a canning line, then getting a can out, then hand labeling of it. Now it's like, okay, we have all these cans. Cool. Like I don't even think about like the cans coming out anymore.
Yeah.
You know, unless I'm like, I need to get a promo video.
Yeah.
But back then it was like such a big deal.
And
because we just had cans and crowlers for a while. Cans, like, crowlers, and growlers.
That's in the state. My parents, whenever I go to visit, my whole family's like, can you bring me this? Can you bring me that? Can you bring me this? Which is like really cool to like get from family. And then like I have friends out there in California that are like, hey, like I saw this beer. Can I get it? And I'm like, nah, dog, that was 3 months ago. I'm out.
Yeah.
Like, not only am I out, I've been out for 2.5 months.
Yeah. I was gonna say people have to understand craft beer to ask you that question.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you're leaving in 3 days. What do you got? Not like, can you bring me the thing I saw on Instagram 3 months ago?
Yeah,
that's pretty.
It is crazy that having up in like even as far as Raleigh. Like, it's not Raleigh's like 2 hours from here, maybe 2:15.
Oh,
So it's
okay.
not super far, so that's where Andrew is. So like he doesn't always come
Yeah.
down. He's not here day to day. He comes like once every week on Mondays to have like
not
meetings.
even. He comes once a month.
Yeah, he doesn't come down as much, but it's funny for me. Like we went up there maybe 2 weeks ago and stayed with my mom, and we went to like a comedy show or something. We were like bouncing around downtown Raleigh, so we went to like the big breweries. Like Burial's my favorite in all of North
It's the
Carolina.
best. The
So
fucking
it's
best.
notable, you know, Burial for
Aside
life.
from Madman. Yeah.
So we went there, and then we saw like a brewery, or it wasn't even a brewery. We saw like a bar down the street that had like games, and we're like, all right, cool, let's like go get a drink there. And we walked in, and I was just like looking around, and they had like 4 Mad Mole beers, and I was like, oh shit, like this is bizarre because there's just like a random, you know, and like I would have never seen that before. It's a random place, or like honestly, even in Wilmington, like we went to, there's a bar here called Reggie's, which is like a metal dive bar. Like,
I love it.
Grungiest of the grunge. That's like my favorite bar in town. And I went there, and Ozzy, who's our sales guy now, has like played in a metal band for years there, and so he kind of got us in the leeway of there. And I was there at a show, and I walked up, and they had like multiple beers and the couch time seltzers in there, and I was like, what is going on? Like just seeing it in here is so crazy, but it's amazing at the same time.
That is so dope. I wonder if that's a good segue for the I know we're gonna hit the last beer. Do we want to do that, or do we want to we can talk about the couch time seltzers, and we also have to talk about sustainability.
We can do let's start the beer.
Well, Trench is easy. There's not
Trench
like
is
as much, and we can do couch time while we talk about Trench.
Yeah. Trench
Perfect.
is easy. Trench is easy.
Yeah, there's
That's
not
the porter, right?
It's
Yeah.
Trench
Yeah,
is
it's the porter.
Trench is porter. There's nothing else to really say about it. Like it is a porter. Like if you were like a dock worker in England, this is the beer for you. Like it is, and this is when I know I referenced it way earlier about our graphic artist going ham on labels.
Yes.
I literally told her Trench I was like World War I with moles, and this is the label she came up with.
With moles.
And like it's literally like a British soldier in a trench with the bayonet. Like everything about it is perfect.
It's very well.
This beer itself, one of the things.
Head, my God.
Thank you. that is my pride and joys. The other thing, I don't know. Camera, Mike, you may get a better view, Craig.
Yeah. It's looking clean though, brother. It's looking clean from the outside too.
At the if you get an angle on it, it's got like, I'm seeing if I can get it. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
That red.
Ooh.
Great.
Yes.
The only
That
thing
was
I'll say
gorgeous.
about this beer, I love this beer, but the raspberry mole that we talked about in the very, very, very beginning, I don't mix beers. I'm not a big beer mixing fan, but I'll do about this much Trench and this much of that raspberry Kolsch that we talked about earlier. People call it molar eclipse. Like any of our dark beers with the raspberry is a molar eclipse. We've done it with the stouts, this and that. But Trench with that raspberry is so damn good.
Oh yeah.
I can see that.
Yeah, that's like I drank that last night, I think, because it was raining, and I was like closing up the bar, and I was like, "This sounds delicious."
And it worked. Like this is 5.5% porter. It definitely has got that perfect roasty porter nose.
Little roasty.
Let's
So-
go.
It's so good.
It's so good. It is. It's. You can drink it after mowing the lawn, like hot, whatever. It doesn't matter. It is a crush
Porters.
porter. It's drinkable. It's not heavy. There's no there's no adjuncts to it. It's not fancy. It's a porter. And the thing I love about it is it's a little bit of chocolate malt, a little bit of caramel malt, and a little bit of black malt.
That's it.
And the black malt is what gives we lean heavy on the black malt, debittered black, because debittered black adds no sugars, no flavor, only color. So the way to get the color, you use that debittered black, gets you that nice ruby, that nice black color, but you're not getting any of the roastiness, you're not getting any of that extra chocolate or anything too high on top of it.
Yeah, man.
So good. I think I just like it because it's like simple. Like it has
It's simple.
so much to it, but it's just easy, you know, for a porter.
Yeah.
Yeah. Porters are arguably one of the more underrated styles. Like,
Like, you don't ever see them. I feel like people just go straight to stouts. Like it's rare that you see a porter.
I don't.
Unless it's winter.
yeah.
One of the things I love about it is like people. I mean, this is Wilmington more is what I've seen is when people think stout, they're like, "What did you add to it?"
Mm-hmm.
Whereas when you say like, "Hey, I have this porter," they're just like, "Oh, it's dark beer."
No, that
It's
is
just
so
dark
true.
beer.
Stouts people like the fluffer,
They
roller butter,
they
peanut
like
butter,
peanut
marshmallow,
butter,
crazy
marshmallow,
stuff. And yeah,
add
porter
all
they
this
just kind of
stuff.
accept.
The
Craig went for that last drop.
porter, they're
I don't
just
fuck around, Sarah. When it comes like a North Carolina beer in Canada, I'm
yeah.
gonna waste a bit of that.
And I just want to say, Craig, hold your can up again.
Yes.
That or your beer. Sorry, your beer.
I can do both. I'm not
I don't
scared.
think you can. I just want to say that head retention. That is
Oh,
like
look at it.
things I've been like really working on is head retention, and that just makes me happy. Is that it's still just sitting there.
That's shipped to Buffalo and then driven to Canada.
Oh,
And it's
God.
look at it, and it's sitting gorgeous. That's a testament to the beer, like the shit that it would have went through. This beer, and I had to pick it up in Lewiston,
Yep.
drive it to Manhattan,
Yep.
to bring up to the hotel room for a week, then drive it back, and then been sitting out here since I don't know 2 weeks, and it's sitting gorgeous. It's yeah, man. It's and this is the second top up because it's a little bit smaller glass, and the first head was just as glorious. And look, it's very slowly going down.
Yeah.
It's
Get that lacy
Money.
structure. That
gorgeous.
to me as that is one we had. I want to say we enter. The owners don't let us enter a lot of competitions.
Okay,
They take it to heart, which I like.
if you don't win, that's whatever. But I can understand.
Yeah,
Yeah, okay.
I don't also because when I got my master's degree, my advisor told me I wrote at an 8th grade level. So,
Well,
I was like, oh, cool. So I suck. Got it. So like, I don't take anything to
thank you.
heart.
Yeah,
But when they get reviews, they take them very much to heart. But the one thing we entered, I don't remember what competition it was. We entered 5 beers, and on every single one it said low head retention as a comment, and so that was in 2021. And
Okay.
so since then, I've been like harping on them about like, what can we do to change this? What can we do? So one of the things I've learned is like carapils and like dextrin malt. A lot of people are like dextrin malt adds head retention. And the more I've dug into it, the more I've dug into the research, it's the opposite.
okay.
Like carapils, dextrin malt has this like fatty additive where it actually reduces the overall head retention. So for some of our beers, we actually, whatever like the carapils amount was that was added, we pulled that out and substituted it with wheat, because wheat inputs a lot more. But then like a beer like this with a porter, no wheat added. It's
Interesting.
because it's caramel malts themselves that take away the head retention, but the roasty malts add head retention. So with this, it's 2-row base, chocolate malt, a little bit of caramel, but then also the debittered black. So like the debittered black and caramel malt are the same amount addition. So the positive foam proteins from the debittered black are counteracted by the caramel 70 that we add, caramel 80. And then the chocolate malt adds that positive foam protein. So we actually have some head retention and we get that lacy structure as evidenced by Sarah's glass.
Which is looking, yeah, see that lace in there?
Nicey lace structure with still that foam on the edge.
And it's like a good ABV as far as like it's 5.5. Yep.
Yeah.
So it's like punchy enough, but there's something I got a bit of a soft spot for when I have like say a drinking session. I like to we were talking earlier like you were talking about the triples, like fan of them, but I don't have as much space for them because I want to try more stuff. And I kind of enjoy after crispies and then different types of whether it's some haze and then some westies and maybe a double IPA or something, and then like to go for some sort of a sour, like typically a smoothie, which is I'm big on. But then I really love low ABV dark beers, and this is exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. Like this is so perfect. Like I could end every drinking session on something like this. I feel like it's 5.5 is a great ABV because there's enough body and enough creaminess and that roasty malt to give you what you need, but without being over the top. And it's not gonna like, I don't know, you're 4 or 5 beers deep and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna have this, and it's not gonna really mess you up. It's like just keeping it pretty level, but with so much flavor. And I feel like I don't see these a lot. No. Whenever I try beers like this, I'm always like, oh, I want more of those for my stash, just so I can keep them around, so I can always grab something. And it's few and far between, even up here, everywhere. I think this is such a valuable beer style to have around.
The way I think about it is it's a Guinness, but
actual flavor,
but no nitrogen. Like it fits that vein. Like, so I'm a big Arsenal fan.
Oh wow!
Oh no shit. Oh, listen.
Oh, I don't care about sports. My girlfriend's cousin who works for us, he's from London. He lives here in Canada. He gets up at 4 o'clock in the morning to watch Arsenal. Like he's obsessed.
Tell him Northumberland forever.
I'm gonna text him right now. I'm like, Dad.
At the brewery, I said, Dana, I'm not coming into bartending at 4 a.m. I'm so sorry. Like I love not doing
right? For the start of next year's Premier League, we need to figure that out. We're gonna have an opening day for the Premier League because we have TVs in the brewery. And I told her I'd bartend. I don't care. Like, I will be there. I will bartend. I won't drink, like, whatever. Like, I'll bartend. But, like, that team is, like, I've followed them since I was 8. So, like, to me,
shit.
Oh, yeah. There's a pub in town called The Harp. It is a Irish dive bar, and I love them. They have the best potato pancakes. But I've been in there at 7:30 in the morning. In North Carolina, you cannot legally serve alcohol until 7 a.m. or 7:30 a.m. They don't. The game starts at 7:30, so everybody they will open the bar doors at 7:15. Early on Arsenal days, specifically, if Arsenal's playing at 7:30 in the morning, they will open at 7:15 for the Arsenal club, because there is a club in Wilmington. We'll show up and be sitting in there, and I'll get coffee. I'll be like, hey, can I order potato pancakes? I want the full Irish breakfast. You can get the full Irish breakfast. Fuck it, whatever.
Dude, you're serious.
Oh,
he's serious.
I'm very serious.
I texted Dan.
I started blacking out when he started talking about this. So I'm just blank out.
But
whatever.
We show up, but everybody shows up, and I wanted a dark beer because
this is the one.
They will only serve Guinness.
This is breakfast, man.
And this is breakfast. It's breakfast. It's after work. The beers I drink when my shift is done, I drink Trench, I drink No Country, I drink ILM, which is our American IPA, and I drink Lucha. Those are the beers I gravitate to. I love hazies, and I'll be completely honest with you, I'm actually allergic to hops. So
physically,
in the beer industry, we work around so many hops. I the hazy IPAs. I love them; they're so good. But I can only drink one. I haven't finished all my hazies, but because it upsets my stomach. But that's just because I'm constantly smelling hops, surrounded by hops. It's just an allergen that you develop.
See, I love those. I'm a hazy person. I'll drink those all day long, but I do like the West Coast here and there. But for some reason, Trench, I've been on Trench heavy the last 2 weeks. It's been rainy here, and I'm seasonal with my darker beers for sure. But like Trench is not too heavy. We're like, it's been hot here lately, like 90 early. Low 90s at least, 90, but
upper 80s.
The last week it's been like a little rainy, and I'm like, ooh, I want that. Or even just after lunch, if I'm like, I kind of want something like, as a little dessert. I don't want a hazy right now. And I'm like, this is just enough where like doesn't make me feel like shit. It's not too much.
Where it needs to. I couldn't agree more. I think it's fantastic. So I texted Dan, so Tiff's cousin, my girlfriend's cousin, who works for us, and he was like, tell him I love Rice. Rice is our best player, him and Saliba. He said, Rice is our player of the season. Saka is, of course, amazing. Timber is the best RB, whatever the fuck that is. Lewis Skelly is one of the best. It's what?
He's the right back.
Right back. Lewis Skelly is.
Oh, Lewis Skelly's the man.
He's one of the best 18-year-olds I've ever seen. Marino is actually incredible. Despite what people may say, we will sign either Sesko or Gyökeres and win the league.
Oh, yeah. We're going to win the league next year.
I'm going to say he understood all of this.
Oh, yeah.
This means nothing to me.
No, y'all are speaking another language.
I just want to just text it. Can you text him back from me, North London forever?
No.
Say that one more time.
Can you just text him back, North London forever?
North London forever.
Yeah.
I told him, both. He's from He was born in Hammersmith. Is that? I don't know what part of London that, but he grew up in.
London that is. But...
Hammersmith, London. I don't even fucking know either, dude. It's like southeast London, so it's not northern. And he responded north in all caps.
Yeah.
North London. North, then separate text, London, then forever with about 12 hours.
Hey, we're the greatest team the world has
ever I just learned what March Madness was for the first time this year when we got the TV. So they're like, can you turn March Madness on?
What?
Is that basketball? I think that's what's happening. I don't know.
You're like, I don't know. That's what I noticed about the States. Every single brewery we went to this year, every fucking brewery, and not in a bad way, but had sports playing. I'm just like, yo, like,
Craig, this is a big subject.
This is actually a big subject.
Yeah.
We did not have we just celebrated our seven years last month. We did not have TVs until March
of
this year.
Of this year.
Oh,
they would not get
2 months before our 7-year anniversary.
They would not get them, which we appreciated. They wanted the vibe of like people meet at the brewery, bartenders talk to the people. It's very homely. It was a thing. Agreed with it. As a bartender there for 6 years, when I worked every Saturday and Sunday in the fall, I hated it because all my regulars would be like, hey, we're just getting a 4-pack to go so we can watch the game. We're going to have one beer. We're leaving. This and that. I liked the vibe of everyone talking. This was like an ongoing thing for years and years and years. We were going to get TVs. And I was like, okay, I understand it. Money-making wise, I was annoyed. Homely wise, community wise, comfort wise, I liked that we didn't have them. But we did finally get them. We had them kind of towards the middle to end of March Madness, not even the whole thing. Yeah. And then now during I guess what is hockey season? I guess it's happening now.
Baseball.
I usually just have someone text me and be like, turn it to this channel because I don't know what's going on.
Whatever, Doug.
Hey, can you put it on this term's playing? I'm like, cool, sounds good.
I'm with you, Sarah. I'm with you.
Yeah, but I'm like, y'all want to talk about music? Can we put some MTV on it?
Can we put some some fire music videos?
It does help because they were against it for a very long time, and I was kind of in the middle. I was like, I don't care either way. Bartending wise, I would get annoyed because I was like, I think we could bring people in. Our thing is that we don't turn the sound on unless it's like a North Carolina local, so like NC State versus Duke or NC State versus UNC, which are like the big like rivals. For that, if people come in and call up like, hey, are you playing it? We'll turn the sound on. Otherwise, sound is off for playing music. Or
what about like Charlotte Hornets or something?
Yeah. If it's something big and people are up there for it, we'll turn off the music, turn that on. Otherwise, we just have subtitles on and people kind of – because most people reacted to it like very positively. We had a few people like, this is different. And I was like, give it a day or two because you won't even realize they're there. Because now, literally when I bartend, I don't ever look at the TVs. I turn them on, put them on a sports channel in the morning, and like don't look at them again. So it's easy enough. And they're in weird enough spots where it's easy enough to tune out. but I think it is helping when there's those games. Like there's a group of guys that comes in like Wednesday to Thursdays if there's hockey. There's like 6 of them, and they come in on a Wednesday or Thursday night when there's no one else there, and it does kind of help. So
and a lot of American bars, like in breweries, will do that. But like I know,
but I feel like we're still so distant from like a sport. Like I wouldn't give us the sports bar.
We're not
vibe
a sports bar
at all.
I would say like I know personally, like I don't care about sports unless it's Arsenal. Like if it's Arsenal,
I was like, what is he saying right now?
I'm in. But if it's not Arsenal,
then you don't care.
I couldn't give two shits. So like when they're talking about putting TVs on, I was like, are we going to play them at 7:30 in the morning? And they're like, we're not open then. I'm like, well, then I'm out. Like,
well, figure it out, big dog.
Figure it out. Good luck, boys. Like, my games are
they're
done.
happy about it when F1 is on or whatever.
Yeah. So like, but it's nice to like get I get the appeal for other sports where people want to come in, but then it's nice to the way we have it set up where nothing's like playing. You know what I mean? Like it's not focused on like there's a sport on. It's like, hey, there's a sport on. If you want to watch it, you can, but if you don't, like
well, that's
cool.
just like the taproom vibe. Like some people like to just sit there and like be on their phone with the TV. Like they don't want to necessarily hear me yap at them for a long time, you know? So that kind of gives them something to do. And then the people that do want to come in and talk, like they just ignore the TVs and we start talking. And it doesn't really disrupt the person next to them. So it's kind of, I feel like it's giving a good balance to the tap room for sure. It was different, but
that's really interesting to hear from your perspectives. Just like going out here, it's not really a thing. Like you got to go to a sports bar to watch the sports. But every brewery we went to this year, I went to a lot of American breweries, like all the way up the coast, and basically every single one had some sort of sports going on.
Weird, like we didn't for so long, and there's still a few in town that don't really have that or that vibe, and we were one of them. But it just became the point of like,
if that's what people want, though.
With me, like moving into role I'm moving because I bartended for so long, where I was like, I'm getting frustrated on a Saturday where I'm here from 11 to 5. And all my regulars told me that they're leaving or getting just a 4-pack because they want to go watch the game at this time. Or they're pulling up their phone and they're all sitting at the bar with their phones. So that was kind of like for a while too. And then I was just like hitting the point where I was like, I think this could be something that helps us. Like all these people actually love to come here.
And they just want to watch this thing. And
and we just have one of my very best friends and her husband, they love F1. And they would come in still to hang out with me every Saturday morning because they knew it was like a lonely, like kind of a little bit of a slower shift in the AM. And they would bring like their iPad or iPhone because they wanted to watch it, and they would still come hang out. And now like Caleb and Avery will come in and they're like, can you put it on this? That's F1. I'm like, cool, sounds good. And we still all sit there and like have our beer and chat like nothing happened, but like it kind of adds a little bit for them to be like, oh, we can actually sit there and watch it. We don't have to pull up on our phone.
I like that.
You know?
I think that's like a net positive, right? Like in the end.
Yeah. I mean, we're definitely not, that's what I was worried. I was like, I don't want to be a sports bar. I don't want people like jumping out of their chairs. As soon as that happens, I'm like, hey, we're gonna.
This is not that kind of party. This is not Hooters, my guy. Like,
right now,
motherfucking Mad Mo. Okay.
Shut up.
Drink your trench.
Figure it out. But right now, it's doing good. There's just things that like I feel like with time, like. You have to start doing things to adapt. And there's things that we maybe didn't want to change, but like we got to do it to get people in, you know, without trying to like change our complete character, or like the feel of the brewery. And I really don't think it has. Like in that time, I had barely a handful of people be like, this is kind of weird to me. And then I was like, wait till next time you come in. And they didn't say anything. And like 3 visits later, they're like, oh my God, I forgot you had TVs. And I felt weird about them. Like literally customers have said that to me. So it's like,
I let Sarah
stay neutral.
Sarah's very good at reading the vibe. I know I kind of mentioned it earlier. I get in at 6 and I try and leave at 2. Some days I get in at 9 and I leave at 5. And those are like the days where I kind of go and feel out what the customers are saying. But like, we're open on like Thursday through Sunday from noon to like 10 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
And then like Monday through Wednesday, we're open from 4 to 9.
Yeah.
And so even if I'm like feeling it out, I'm only there for like an hour. So like, I don't really know.
Yeah.
People are.
And there's a lot of people that like I've known for 6+ years, or like even when I switched into the taproom management role, I was like, I still want like a bartending role or two. I very much want to get out like those hours. Like I have to come home at 5 and like eat dinner, start drinking, and like go to bed. But I was like, I still like to have that community. I think that me coming into this role has helped a lot with like knowing what people have been asking for a very long time, kind of understanding the vibe of that, be like, hey, this has been going on, this has been going on. People I think feel comfortable enough with me because they've known me for so long to like give me their opinions of things, and I feel safe enough to be like, hey, do you think there's anything I should work on with this and that? So I think it's been like a good collaboration, honestly, of like me and the customers of like making this thing work and like changing things up a little bit.
And it's nice too listening to her, because the customers are very honest with her, more so than they are with me. Some of them learn that like I don't really care. Not like I don't care, but like also like if they tell me like, hey, that beer, I hated it, I'll be like, cool.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't hurt my feelings. And so some of them understand that, but like a lot of them will like sugarcoat it for me.
Gotcha.
And then I'll go back to Sarah.
Dan will walk away and they're like, so listen. And then like the next day, Sarah will be like, hey, so they actually hate this. And I'm like, thank you. Like, I want to know if people like it or not. Like, I know we did the Belgian Pale, which I brought up earlier. It's darker than I thought it would be. I was aiming for like 9 SRM. It's probably going to be like 11 or 12. Like, it's dark. We'll find out.
But like, it's one of those things where like people are starting to go back to West Coast IPA. The Nut Brown came back. So I was like, we're doing a Belgian Pale. It's still within the vein of a Belgian Pale. It's dark for a Belgian Pale, but like, I want to know the customer base. Like I have there's a couple of our regulars that will be honest with me, but I also know like some of the ones I'll ask for their opinion and they'll be like, oh yeah, X, Y, and Z. But I also know like 2 days from now, Sarah's going to come back to me and be like, I'll be like, hey, what did X say? And she'll be like, oh, they told you this? Yeah. Not that, dog. And I'm like, okay, cool. Right. So like I know kind of enough to be like, but it's nice to have like Sarah to be like, no, this is what the actual vibe is on what you're doing. Right. So we get a nice feel that way.
Yeah.
I like that. That's a cool way to balance it all out. And sometimes people don't want to give the direct feedback to the person who made the beer, so maybe they feel uncomfortable with that, but they feel more comfortable with you, Sarah, so they can be like, hey, I really love this and this isn't really more to my taste, and that's cool.
I like to keep that relationship, because now like as a manager I'm like, what do I need to do? Like I think there's things that I know I need to do, but like the people feel free to tell me, or I feel free to ask like, hey, do you think the way I did this is good? Or like when I was bartending, they'd be like, oh, I couldn't see this, or I didn't know that. And so now in my head, I'm like, okay, I need to fix this where those people have easy access to all this, or just like what things are going to reach these people that I've known for so long. And I think having that balance of like, they know me so well, I know them so well, but it's like, I was like, hey, I'm top room manager now. Like, what do I need to do? And they're like, this, and this. And I'm like, calm down, but okay, we'll try it. You know what I mean? Like, it's I think having that relationship instead of just stepping in as like a manager as a whole and having that disconnect is helping me a little bit. I'm still very much learning everything for the first time. Like Dano's helping me a lot. But I do think having that connection, like tap room side, is for sure.
The bartender, like people trust you. You were pouring their drinks for years.
Exactly.
Now you've kind of elevated. They're still used to you. And
and I'm still pouring their drinks, so they're still we're still in that zone, you know?
Yeah, there's like a little bit less of a disconnect on that. So it's like you are the conduit for that feedback. So it's like very cool to be able to put that.
And whereas like some of the regulars, like she mentioned Caleb and Avery, who we both really enjoy, like they will tell me like, oh, this beer is great. I'm like, okay, cool. But like, what do you actually think? And then I can get it from them. Whereas there's some other customers that like will never give me a straight answer. which is fine. And I've accepted that because like there are some people who don't want to make me sad. But again, I have, if you could walk up and tell me like, hey, I hate you. And I'd be like, okay, cool. Thanks. And it's fine. Like, it's one of those things. Like I know that everybody's opinion on something is different.
It's just that, an opinion.
It's an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
And like but the weight that you put to the opinion changes. So we did one beer. What was it? I can't remember the name of it. Got Your Moles Right Here. Not Got Your Moles Right Here. We just did that one. Rock and Roll Express. Rock and Roll Express was Chinook, Sativa, which is a brewer supply group. It's a big, they do like RAR. They're a big supplier.
Oh, yeah, BSG. Yeah.
Yeah, BSG.
Yeah.
So they had Sativa.
I didn't know it stand for Brewer Supply Group. My friend works there. I had no idea.
Yeah,
okay. Thank you. Dano.
Yeah. So they did Sativa, which is like dank focused. So we did Chinook, Sativa, a very dank beer, dank hop in Columbus as a dry hop for New England because we wanted like the most dank New England possible.
Dope. Literally.
Yeah. Straight up bubblegum. I'm not kidding when I say this beer tasted like double bubble. Like it is a New England hazy IPA that we went heavy dank and it tasted like double bubble. There was
not
no
Saison style bubblegum, but
like the fruitiest bubblegum you could ever get.
Interesting.
Yeah, double bubble, super fruity, nothing. And it's one of those things like we went back to like I would go and ask the customers and they were like, oh, it's great. And then like I would ask the bartenders and the bartenders like, yeah, people don't like how fruity bubblegummy this is. So it's nice to have like, because like I learned, but then we also had customers who straight up told me to my face, like, this is bubblegum and I don't like bubblegum. I'm like, yeah. But then there's also people who are like, I love bubblegum. This is bubblegum. So like I get both. But it's nice to get from the bartenders where they're like, hey.
Because people are going to be more honest because they don't feel like they're going to offend them.
Yeah. But like we also have some of our regulars who know that I don't take offense to it.
Okay, that's good.
So like the regulars that know that I don't take offense to it, who have been coming in, like the brewery is set up now. We have two different spaces. We have a tap room space and we have a brewery space. We have serving tanks in the tap room that we access. When I first started at Mad Mole and when Sarah first started, there were serving tanks in the front and the brewery was in the back. And so Thursday, Fridays, we opened at noon. And for 5 hours on Thursdays and Fridays, I worked in a fishbowl. Because people could sit at the bar and watch me work.
Right.
So like some of our regulars that came from that era who were literally watching me clean tanks, dump trub, like do stuff, they don't hold back their opinion. But the customers that have come in since we've shifted from the fishbowl to where it's two separate spaces that are still regulars because we've been there now for like 3 years and they come in every week, they hold back their opinion with me, but they're much more honest with the bartenders. So it's an interesting dynamic to see like the people that watched me go from being covered in hops and like malt to being like working on a computer and like walking back and some days still covered in hops, but like there's a difference between the customers that are like, oh, Dano, like your pants are stained today. And I'm like, yeah, thanks. Like versus like I walk back and they're like, hey, your pants are stained. Like, I really love everything you do. And I'm like, I know for a fact
that you hate not.
Like I know for a fact you hate lockers.
That's so fascinating. It's cool that you got that mechanism though to break that down. I want to get into the THC, but I do need to use the bathroom again. I really feel like I've broken the seal with these things.
Sorry.
No, you're okay. we'll take a quick pause, and I want to go into the THC drinks because I did get to try them. So you guys sent them out with this. I couldn't bring them over the border, but I did drink every single one of them in New York and fucking loved it. I was just high the whole time in New York. It was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, but don't go to New York.
I want to drink one because I know it'll help me sleep, but I'm a little scared because they get me weird.
Well, yeah, that's fair. I felt like they were very reasonable.
I think that'll have to be like a deep cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, to crack it right now, I personally probably wouldn't have. I would have done that at the beginning.
Yeah.
But they were very reasonable. There's 5 and 10 milligrams, and that's what I was saying to you guys off air. I feel like they're a little different to what the legal stuff here in Canada is, and I found them very similar to the same potency as what I had in Florida at like Total Wine. You can get basically everything as well. So I definitely want to talk about that and the fact that breweries can do it, which is so cool. So we'll take a really quick break. You guys won't even notice. We'll be back in just a sec. Yeah. Alrighty, we are back and we are going to talk about the THC beverages, the Couch Time seltzers. So as I was saying just before, you guys were so kind as to send them through. I was unable to take them across the border, but I was able to enjoy them in New York. So there was a 6-pack, and if I'm not mistaken, there were 3 flavors. 2 were 5 milligrams, 1 was 10 milligram. Yeah. I was there for 6 days. 6 days, I think, but I probably had to finish them in 5 because I think the 6th was the day that I left, and I was like, well, I don't really want to get lit and drive. So I was able to drink them every day and to really get like a solid idea of what these seltzers were. And when I was in Florida, so here in Canada, just I guess maybe people in the States don't know, weed is legal federally, and you can say here in Ontario, there's a thing called the OCS, Ontario Cannabis. I don't know what the S stands for, but I can order online, get it delivered to my house, and they have everything from flower. I haven't smoked weed in 15 years, but I do gummies mostly myself, a little bit of oils here and there, and the drinks. And when I was in Florida, the last time I was in Florida 2 years ago, it was is it Delta 8 was the trash one?
There's Delta 8, Delta 10.
Okay, so whatever the shit.
There's also Delta 9.
Okay.
There's
Delta 9.
Delta 10, Delta 9.
Delta 9 is what we have. Delta 9 is kind of like the most popular.
Yeah, Delta 9 is the most popular.
Delta
8 was like the initial
the fake ass shit.
Yeah.
Fake ass shit.
That's what you said.
Delta 8. That's Delta 8.
Okay, so 2 years ago, 2023, we were in Miami for a month. Same thing as we went to Florida this year, and they had we got stuff from somewhere else on the way down. I can't remember, where was it? Fuck, I can't remember. But even 2 years ago, the level of availability was significantly reduced, and what you could get in Florida was hot garbage. I got those Mike Tyson gummies with the ear bit in the, you know what I'm talking about?
No,
and they were 20,
wild.
yeah. Which it would look, they tasted good and they were funny, but they were 20 milligram. I'm not taking 20 milligram of THC, so that was like they didn't really do a lot. So it was kind of whack. So then this last trip in January, February, I got some stuff from New York State, some gummies, but I went to Burial on the way. So I went to Fun Guys and Burial, of course, because that's my favorite brewery. And I got their stuff there as well. And it was what I was saying to you guys off air was and there was also THC drink whole sections at Total Wine in like Fort Lauderdale. And I was like, oh, this is different. Okay. So what was 5 milligrams, a 5 milligram drink or gummy or whatever in Canada was absolutely stronger than the 5 milligram drinks that I had anywhere in the States, whether it's North Carolina or Florida, which are the 2 places I got it from. Same as the 10 milligram. So just a couple of weeks ago, had the Couch Time seltzers. They tasted fantastic. So the 10 milligram was, I think was it like blackberry something? It was the purple one.
Strawberry, the 10 milligram strawberry mango.
Strawberry mango. Okay, perfect.
You did blackberry raspberry.
I think I have one.
Blackberry raspberry is 5 milligram, and then we do a lemon lime, which is
perfect. And those were the 3 that I had?
Those are the 3.
Amazing. Taste wise, they were all fantastic. They were super carbonated. It was like tasting like just flavored carbonated water. Love them, honestly, bro. Love them.
Yeah.
Like,
Thank you.
I'm a big, actually, we bought this back from the States. The Trader Joe's carbonated sparkling water. Love it.
But there's the 10.
There you go. That's the 10. So
That's-
strawberry and mango.
Yeah. And then this is one of the 5s. That's the blackberry raspberry.
Incredible. That is exactly the one that I had multiple times.
I might
So
have 2 sips of that one, but the 10 I'm not touching right now.
honestly, the 10 wasn't that bad. So like I was saying to you guys off air, we drove for 7 hours after a shitty sleep, super tired, got to the hotel, put them on ice, and I was like, I'm having, because I knew I had to have them to drink them. I was
also, Craig, thanks for all the promo. You were killing it with the
Yeah,
couch times.
thank you so
Yeah.
much.
I was trying to take nice photos in like different places. So
You
maybe
were
did a
killing it
great
with the
job.
couch time
That was
posts.
so awesome.
it was the best part because they don't look like. I don't
Yeah.
know what the legalities were in New York, but I was bringing them around. I was like, put them up against some sort of graffiti thing in Brooklyn. Like, yeah, fuck yeah, it's a good nice little photo. But I was drinking them around, and they aggressively contributed positively to my experience. I really like weed, but I like just the right amount. I'm too old to get too high, so I want just the right amount. That's why I really like edibles.
Yeah.
Because you can measure them and you know how you're feeling. So when I had the 10 milligrams on the first night there, I was like, this is a little bold, but I kind of felt like when I was in Florida a few months before, I was like, well, the 5 milligrams didn't hit me quite as hard as the Canadian one does. And I don't really understand what the difference is. So I was like, let me try the 10. And the 10 was just where I needed to be. It was fantastic. It was super tasty. You get it down really quickly. And it's a very slow build as far as the high, and you're able to continue to eat and drink and be normal and have conversations. And that's what I really like about the drinks. And I think they're really, it's I don't know, I'm a huge fan. And the other part that I'm a huge fan of was that they're made by a brewery, and we were talking off air, and I didn't really understand. I was like, well, I'd seen them at Burial, and I grabbed them at Burial in February on the way down. And I just grabbed a couple of different ones because I knew that they did it, but I couldn't order them when they ship them to New York State. So I have a PO box, obviously, that you sent the stuff to. Yeah. So I was like, well, I had to get them in person. And it was the same experience as you guys as far as the strength, exactly the same experience as far as what you experienced. So I was curious as to I think it's a beautiful thing that breweries in North Carolina, and I don't know if this applies everywhere else because I only saw it in North Carolina with Mad Mole and with Burial specifically having THC beverages. Was what an amazing thing that breweries can make this stuff. Like, what's the deal? How can you do it? Talk to me about it all.
Really, I feel like it's such a loaded question. Like, it's hard to even answer. I know Dan knows the logistics of like how we get it and this and that. From the taproom side, it's been kind of tricky because it literally is the Wild West with like regulations. Like,
I can just tell from Sarah, there are no rules.
Yeah, regulation wise, like there's no serving limit. We've
a serving limit.
Yeah,
so we could sell it to 8-year-olds, but we don't.
There's it's literally the Wild West right now. So like we've chosen to make it. I need to see
21 plus.
21
yeah,
plus.
You have to only. For us specifically.
And pretty much everybody across. I will say across the board, pretty much everybody said 21 plus.
There's that.
What about volume? Because you know how you can. I'm so sorry to cut you off. With the, I hadn't thought about this, as far as the cutoff with.
Yeah. Like cutting off. That's been a huge issue in the tap room too. It's like sorting out. So like.
Is it like if they're visibly?
I mean, just like anyone, if they've had 11%. What I've kind of told like the bartenders, and what we're kind of, because there is no regulation on it, but obviously someone they can't drive home if they've had multiple. And that's still a thing that we're feeling out. It's kind of one of those things. So like, I'm gonna use me as an example. Like if I have one of these, I'm like, I start talking crazy, like I'm ready to go to bed. Sky or Sullivan can have like 3 in a day and still be functioning totally fine.
Sky smokes weed every day.
But it can be totally fine. So I think to me,
the weed smokers are a different barrel of fish. So like,
you can have a 6-pack of our 5 milligrams
and be fine.
Yeah, but I have one and I'm like talking nonsense. You know what I mean? So I think that's where there's the line of like, can you cut someone off after they've had 1, after they've had 2? After they've had 3,
Do
And for
people
me,
order 3 of these back to back though?
no one has yet, but that's the thing of
Okay.
like,
But
that's-
what do you do? You're right. You're thinking ahead.
yeah, you're trying to figure out like, because can I legally cut you off? Because there's not a regulation on it. So it's one of those things like, I feel like personally and with the bartenders, like, you can tell when someone comes up and they know what they're getting. They're like, I want one of the 5 milligram couch chimes. And then there's someone that's like, I want the seltzer. And I'm like, and you kind of do it in the most polite way of like, hey, I'm just letting you know this is a THC. You kind of give them the lowdown. Like, you will, if you're drug tested, this will pop up. And this is 5 milligrams. This is how it might affect you, this and that. People are intrigued. A lot of those people that are intrigued that haven't had it before will just be like, hey, I can tell you a 4-pack or I can tell you individual can, like, go feel it out. Like, this and that. So it's kind of just like treading water in a lot of dimensions. Like some people will get 2 and then they'll just like sit there for a while and they'll be totally fine. I'm like, yeah, no problem. Some people will get 2 and they'll ask for another one or a beer and they'll be like with their husband or wife. I'll be like, try to do it in the most gracious way. But I'm like, is one of y'all driving just in case? You know what I mean? Like we're still very much trying to like figure
feel it out and see.
Because I don't want to offend anybody. Like, oh, you have 3 of these, like you can't drive because it's almost like a beer. You know, someone can have an 11.
3 of them. I had two 5%ers in a day, aside from the 10%er at once, spread out throughout the day. Like, I don't think it's an unfair question because I feel like
it's like 3 for the most part. People will get 1 or 2 beers, have a couch time as like the finale, and like I'm getting out of here. So I know it's not going to hit until they get home. And they'll be good.
Oh,
you know what I mean? A lot of times to go, or a lot of time people will get 2 and close out their tab and just be good to go. I think for us taproom wise, the question is like, can you have 2 of the Citra mold downs that are 6.7 and then have a because I've done that and I'm like out of my freaking mind when I come home. You know what I mean? Or like I have 2 Citras at work, freaking couch time, and I'm with my boyfriend. I'm like, do you see like animals made of beads right now? And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, you know what I mean? But it
ignore
also,
me.
Yeah, so you can't like really it like cutoffs with alcohol you can do. It's you've had 3.11%. I need to watch you. You've had this and that. You know what I mean? But like with the THC, you can't really do that. So I think luckily we have all like very sweet bartenders that everyone feels comfortable about. And I think it's still so in question that people ask questions. Yeah. People only get 1 or 2 and then get stuff to go home. So it's kind of okay. But yeah, we're very much still navigating like how that works and what's good, what's not. Luckily, I think because we are a brewery, you kind of have that chiller vibe. Like, you don't have people in there ripping shots, like, ready to wild. You get, like, the brewery crew, you know? And I'm like,
it's very casual.
Yeah.
No one gets crazy lit.
Like, might mess you up. And I feel like at that point, they're just like, get me out of here, you know? Or, like,
as opposed to let's fucking go. Like, it's more just like, hey, bro, this is...
Yeah,
I need to go.
So
I need to go. Yeah,
you know, it's in line with that, and like all out. But it has been very wild, like trying to figure that out, and then even like promotion wise, because a lot of stuff apparently on like Instagram with Meta, if you say like THC high, this and that, it'll get flagged. So that's why kind of like if you look at the Couch Time Instagram, and we made it separate from Madball just for that reason, so that if stuff does get flagged and whatnot, it doesn't really affect like ours. Which has been a little bit of a struggle marketing wise, because like a lot of people do it and they tag Madmal, which we kind of did it separate, but we want it to be known that it's the same.
That's what I did.
Yeah,
I realize. I guess it was you. I was talking to. Yeah.
Yeah. It was me. But at the same time, people come into the tap room and see it on the list. And they're like, "Do y'all make that?" Or like, "What is that?" So we're still trying to bridge that gap. Like people know, but Instagram wise, like if because I'm getting to the point where I'm like, I might start putting some of those words and just like see what happens. But if you put THC high, it'll get flagged and taken down. And that's why it's kind of a little bit separated. So we're trying to figure out the best way to market it. So it's like selling it strange, marketing it is a little bit strange. It's literally like the Wild West. Yeah. And then even explaining it to customers, because they're like, how is this legal? And I'm like, I could give you like the scientific way of how like the hemp is separate from the marijuana or this and that. I did read something kind of recent. I think I read it on like Reddit or something. And some guy posted something and I was like, that's a good way to put it. And I might not be doing it justice, but he said something along the lines of like, say you take a non-alcoholic beer and it still has like 0.05% of alcohol. You could
Right.
drink 20 of those and you're just going to feel sick from like drinking that much liquid rather than the alcohol. Now take that as like the Delta 9 THC or whatever. If you took that 0.05 out of like 50 to 100 beers, you could drink a beer or two and get like a buzz. And that's what he was comparing, like the THC that comes from the hemp versus the THC that comes from marijuana. Like if you took all those little bits out and put them in one thing, like you'll get high. Right. But it's not the same as like one big marijuana. Does that make sense? I don't know. I don't know if I'm doing it justice the way he worded it.
You're proving what I said earlier is that the Canadian stuff is from straight THC, like marijuana.
And that's probably why it's stronger.
That's what it is.
And it's like, yeah, they have the 5% here, like the gummies. And I'm like, I feel it in a different way than I do the stuff in the States, which is probably Delta 9, which is some sort of synthetic version of that. Is that correct?
No. So Sky's the best example.
Yeah, he knows the most.
Man, he's so into it.
He's an expert.
It's so funny because like I'll say stuff about it, and he's like, "That's wrong." I'm like, all right, bro. Like, chill out.
Yeah, school me. I Googled it real quick. I'm curious to see I just Googled what Delta 9 is.
So Delta 9 is THC.
But
that's exactly what this just says. Delta 9 is actual THC.
Marijuana plant.
So basically what happens is hemp in the US is marijuana. Except hemp only has 0.3%.
Yeah,
THC.
It's like the non-alcoholic beer.
Yeah, so it's like a super low THC.
It's still there. It's just
so what happens? So there was the federal 2018 Farm Bill allowed for the growth of hemp.
Okay.
And so, what they didn't realize in that Farm Bill is there's a big loophole, and that hemp is allowed 0.3% THC, and you can concentrate that out through distillate. So what they do is they distill it out, that 0.3%, and concentrate it as THC. That's that Delta 9, and then you can turn that into like our seltzer. So like what we use to make our seltzers is an emulsion. So it is that 0.3% concentrate fatty liquid in a container as concentrate, and that's what we use to like then make our THC seltzers. Whereas like in Canada, they can use like actual marijuana, so it could be 15% THC that then makes it. But one of the things that you want to look at is like, I don't know what Canada's regulations are. I know in the US, like all cans in the US have to have a QR code.
Yep.
Or some sort of scanner. So like if you scan that, you can then like for our cans, the code's on the bottom. You can pull up the code, look at it, and say like, what is the exactual test? So like in North Carolina, there are literally no regulations.
Which is so crazy.
It's bonkers. Like when I say like
greatest state in the nation.
Like I can put a can out, like our cans are 5 milligrams.
Yep.
And I try like the last batch we did of a 5 milligram was our blackberry raspberry flavor. And I just want to say I nailed it. We said 5 milligrams. We get third party tested. And the third party came back, sent us back our data, and it was 5.07 milligrams.
They're like, gang, let's fucking go.
I fucking nailed
Dano,
it.
you did that shit, bro. You fucking did it.
But like,
aggressively.
Our 10 milligram one from the batch before, it's 10 milligrams, but when you scan the code, it's 10.7.
Gotcha.
So it's within 1 milligram. We're now allowed 1% error on our alcohol content. So if it says 5.5, it could be 4.5 or it could be 6.5. You're good. I think that's way too much for ours. I like to be within 0.3, but like we're allowed the error the THC, it doesn't matter. Like before we started selling THC, we would go to Total Wine and we'd just go through and just scan codes from other manufacturers because they were there in the store, and we just check. And like I saw 10 people be like, it's 10 milligrams, and you would scan the code, and then when you looked at the actual data sheet, it would be 12.9, 12.7, 11.4, 8.6, like just all over the place. And then
you guys were on point with that.
My goal is to always be within 0.3 milligrams. That last can of the THC Celts, the 10 milligram was 10.7. It's outside the specs I would like it to be. There's no
That's
rules.
pretty good though. That's pretty good.
So we're still good, but it's literally like when we talk about like making the THC, like the amount of concentrate I'm using are grams per barrel. I think the last
minute.
The last THC seltzer I did, our concentrate that we have that we're using as the base, those can change, but then you can do the math back. It's literally A squared over B squared equals C squared.
I feel like when you're also in the 5 and 10s, though, it's like not as detrimental. Like I feel like it's when you get in the 20s, 30s.
Yeah.
Apparently they have 100 milligrams now.
You can get 100 milligrams. You can get 50.
Yeah. I use my mom honestly as a top reference. Shout out Beth, because she stopped drinking like a few years ago due to health scares, and she started messing with like gummies, and then she started having the seltzers here and there. I remember me and my sister. I went home to Raleigh one night. And me and my sister had gone out to breweries we've been drinking all day. And I got home, my mom ate one of her gummies. And I was like, let me get one of those. And she was like, I don't think you should have one of those when you've been drinking all day. And I was like, you're like, Mom, just give us one. We had like the tiniest bit of like, I think it was like a 25 milligram gummy or something like this. And me and my sister were fucked up. She said that I was crawling around the kitchen like Gollum, like making snacks. Like I couldn't walk. She was like, you're freaking me out. I have random videos. Don't know how I took them on my sister, just like sipping from glass, no water. I was like, dude, I'm never touching this. I mean, I smoked weed my entire life, and I was like, this is different. I'm never doing this again.
Edibles are a different game.
She made fun of us, and I found out later that like she said that one of the first times she did it, she had watched a whole movie. She had the subtitles on. But I guess when the movie was over, she realized that she had no sound on the entire freaking movie. But she watched it all the way through. She's like, I didn't realize till the end. So after that, I was like scared of them for a bit. And I would like dabble here and there, you know, like I'll smoke some weed, this and that. I've never been like a social smoker. I've very much been like end of the day, relax. So when we made these, I was like, all right, I got to learn. Like I got to be able to talk to people about this and that. I don't know. For me, I feel like, and this is kind of what I tell people, I was like, I really feel like it depends on one, the day, and two, the person. Because I don't, I really don't know. Like Sky can have multiple, be totally fine. Drew could have one and not be okay.
Our brewer drank one with Sky. Sky was like, yeah, I drink these all the time. You're fine. They both drank one. And I literally looked at my brewer and I was like, are you okay to drive right now? And he said, yeah, I'm okay to drive right now. I'm like, good, go home. And he's like, no. I'm like, no. Get your keys, get in your car, go home. Otherwise, I'm going to drive you home and your wife's going to have to help you get your car tomorrow.
Well, I feel like that's what I'm saying.
Like it hits people different. And ever since then, whenever we go, like when we can off batches, we still have to taste them, make sure they're good. And I'm like, hey, you want to taste this? Make sure it's good. And he's like, no. I don't want to touch it. Like he's that's what I'm saying. He's like, absolutely terrified of it.
It literally depends, because when we first made it, I was like, okay, it's been a while since I've done any like gummies or seltzers. Like,
right,
whatever. I'll take the natural stuff. Let's see. And I was like, I have to know. So I took some home of the 5s. So that was all we were doing at the point. The first one I had, I'll never forget. I like worked a bartending shift, so I got home later. Came, sat on the couch, drank one. And I was like, oh, I get why it's called couch time. I felt like very relaxed. I felt good. And I was like, I went to bed. I'm a terrible sleeper, so I love these things. Because like I wake up and the neighbors will close their car door and I'm up. Like I don't sleep well. And these things knocked me out. So I was like, hell yeah, I'm a fan. And I realized the first few I had like late night like that, 10:30, 11, get home from bartending, drink one, go straight to bed. I'm good. And then I had one in like early afternoon. My boyfriend was up and we were both sitting on the couch and I started talking. And I was like, dude, why does my voice sound like that? I was like going to the fridge. I was like, why am I walking like this? I like saw myself in the mirror and I was like, I feel crazy. And it started to like trip me out on a different level. So I was like, I really think it depends on like one, the atmosphere, two, the day. Because there's been days where I've had like 2 beers and these will like completely take me out. Then I've had a day where I just have a couch time and I'm like, I feel great. I feel casual. I really think it's like all up to so many other pieces and parts of the day. Because sometimes I'm like, I love these. And sometimes I'm like, that had me like on a different level.
Yeah. That's such a good point. I guess that's kind of like with everything, like you said, like with beer, like with that. And if you actually look at it, I've heard this before, I don't know if I'm going to explain it properly, but for people who are used to smoking, that it hits the capillaries in your lungs and it goes into your bloodstream that way. When you have any seltzers or edibles, it is actually synthesized by your liver, and it's a different, technically, it's a different high.
It was a completely different high. I feel like if I smoke weed, like more mind, like I'm like, I try to get all spiritual. I'm like, why is this the way that is? If I drink one of these, I'm just like acting wild. Like I'm saying nonsense, but it kind of
really,
like it still feels good. It just feels like 2 different levels.
It's different. Do you know why? I haven't smoked weed since 2009 because I used to get sick from inhaling burning plant matter. I used to get like a flu all the time and I just finally gave it up before I moved to Canada. So my brother gave me, I think I stopped smoking because I got sick one time. I mean, it was like October 2009. I was like, I can't do this anymore. I got sick. And then it was like 9 months later. So it was probably like June 2010. Right. We moved here September 2010. So right before, and my brother's a big weed dude and his dealer made him some cookies and he gave me a cookie. It was like big. And I ate the whole cookie and I was like, I remember it was like, but he didn't tell me, I didn't think you could eat just part of it. I just ate the cookie. And I remember like smelling my hands. I'm like, everything smells normal, but I'm like, I'm fucked. Like, what the fuck? What is happening? This is incredible. Like, it changed my life because I was like, I can get the high that I want without the negative physical inputs. My problem was regulating the volume. And then when I moved to Canada, I started buying some, and then my girlfriend was like, why are you buying them? Let's make them. We started making them, and then we fucked up a few times, and you do your thing, and you figure it out. And then I've basically I've been edible, I guess, 16 years of edibles. And so I'm really passionate about it, and I'm used. So what you're describing about like I get that from the edibles. Like you start to talk, and particularly when we're both doing, because we're in business together, and you start like going back and forth, and it takes you 6 hours to watch an hour-and-a-half movie.
I said the other night to Alex, I like blew my nose or sneezed or something. I was like, I just saw myself sneeze, and he like won't touch weed at all. He's just strictly a beer drinker. And he was like, "What are you talking about?" I don't know. You
have to get it.
But it made sense. Like, you know what I mean?
I totally get you.
And I think a different thing emphasizes it for me a little bit more too, because he's like sitting there like had 3 Miller Lights, you know what I mean? And I'm like, then I start tripping out. And I'm like, I just told you that I saw myself sneeze.
And he's like, I don't get you, fam.
Cool.
You need a couch time, bro.
I really think it is like just figuring out all those variables, because I think it's like depends on the person. Sometimes I'll have a 5 chill. Sometimes I'll have a 5 not chill, Sarah, like weird. And I think it depends on the environment. I don't know. Like I think
how much you ate.
Yeah. So I was trying to figure it out, like, and I think, like you said, it is the consumption of those things. Like, I remember back in the day, like, going places and eating edible would always mess me up. But if I hit a bong or something a few times, I'd be like, kind of okay. It's just the way you consume it, different levels or two. I don't know. I really don't know.
I mean, totally. And the fact that it's legal, though, I think out there. I mean, it's legal here as well, but in like brewery, this is what I said to you guys off air. What you are doing with couch time, they can't do that shit here. Breweries can't just fucking go and make a THC seltzer here. It's absolutely not. Like there's this one brewery called.
Go get like weed, like you know what I mean. You can only get Delta 9, this Delta 9, that. Like you can't.
It's pretty close, but it's
getting close.
The thing that like breweries have there that we don't necessarily have here is like that regulation, you know? So like when like Sarah says, like Sarah and I both said there are no rules.
Right.
There are no rules.
I can't even imagine that.
Like there are like the constraints we
Trying to figure out how to launch this was like,
oh my god,
a migraine because I have high anxiety. I was freaking out about every detail. And I
Because
was
you're
like,
I guess be in trouble if we do it this way.
You call it like an elevated seltzer. I guess
like,
we're good.
There's no, but like when it came to actually like crafting it, there are no rules.
Right.
Yeah.
But then selling it online, there's rules.
No, if you sell online, yeah, but we don't sell it online.
Well, sorry. Talking about it on Meta's platforms,
there are rules.
There becomes rules.
Words will flag it, but
because
more and
it's
more
federal.
But more and more people are saying
because it's federal. That's
but
the
now
fucking
they're
point.
saying.
Yes.
But I think they did switch something, and I could be wrong. I started looking into this recently. I think they switched something where things like that, let's say THC or like high, is not like in the federal meta side anymore. It'd be like you saw it and your affinity to flag it. But I'm too scared to do it. I was like, I might throw 1 or 2 posts in there soon just to like
test it out.
I'm tired of calling it elevated seltzer, like feel good. It's kind of new. I just want to stay straight up like 5 milligrams THC. And there's
like,
breweries that do. Like there are breweries that do. I think like PBR has one now. I can't recall what they call it, but there's so many that are and aren't. Like when we launched the Couch Time page separate, I was just trying to like feel it all out, and it's like kind of a balance of like some that do, some that don't, some that do, some that don't. So I might take the risk and just sprinkle some in there and see.
And
just
like
a couple posts.
Yeah, I mean it's in the photo, so that's the thing. Like in every photo you can see, and that's when we say elevated, and we'll put like smoke signals or like leaves around it. But in the photo you can see that it says 5 milligram THC, but it's like Meta flags it for what's in the caption. The words that are there.
Do you know what? That explains so much. There's my store. Basically, there's a town called Lewiston, New York, right over the border, which maybe we talked about, Dano, where I get that's where you ship the beers to. There's a store across the street from the UPS store called Brewed and Bottled, and the owner's a friend, and they sell THC seltzers. Like they're like in fucking like cases, like stacked, like 10 high, 12 high by the counter, and when he posts about them, he always censors them, and I never asked him why. It's always like I don't know what the wording he uses, like special seltzers or something along those lines, and he'll put a big block across them saying censored or whatever, and sort of like if you know, to obviously I know what he's talking about because I've seen them there, but like I'd never thought about why he did that. I didn't know that.
All our photos have it, so that's why I'm curious. Like that hasn't been tagged, so maybe if we start to like type it up, but I don't like. We really just don't know. Like we've all researched. You get every side. Like you get it's
all the different.
You look at what other people are doing. Some are doing this, some are doing that. Like there's no.
You don't want to be flagged if you can avoid it, right? Because it's
you're
already separated the accounts.
To see, I mean, at this point, I think the people that come and get it know what it is. But I want to get that Instagram kind of up and running because it's not as much. And I'm like,
what does Burial do then? They post their shit. Like I seen them post about it. So what do they do? Being North Carolina brewery that does the same thing. Do they just because
I don't know their THC.
No, they do. It's called Seance. I bought it like multiple times. But I swear I'd seen it before I went there to the Raleigh one. I only bought it from Raleigh. I didn't get it from Asheville. But the I swear they had promoted it in some shape or form, being that it's from the same state. It might be worth just seeing what they do. They definitely didn't have a separate account for it. Seance, yeah. And they have 2 or 3 different basically the same as what you guys are doing. It was no different at all. It's just tall cans rather than shot.
I'm gonna look up who they're following.
I mean, I bet you could even message them and be like, "Yo," they even respond to me, and I don't think they knew who we were.
How do you spell Seance?
SEANCE.
So I wonder if they just do it as they're saying because I'm not seeing it. Oh, it's like a separate
on their account. Yeah, like I'm
It's
fairly
not like a separate Instagram. It might just be on their regular.
No, it's not it's on Burial Beer on the normal one.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, what's this one here? No, it's not. Um
I'm
this
trying
might
to.
have been a little bit of
Resident
while.
Culture has one. I think they.
Yes, they do. I've seen that on the email newsletter.
Yeah, I think they do a lot of just their stuff says elevated because they were kind of one of the first to come out, and I was looking at their stuff a lot.
Yes. Okay, I just found one on Burial. There's a picture of it's about, I don't know, 10 posts down. There's a picture of a girl holding 3 stacks of cans with like something in her mouth, and it says, within this week's launch of Paloma Spritz, we now offer 3 flavors and strengths of Seance. They're being vague. Choose your own journey. Cans are currently available alongside some new papers. So she's holding rolling papers in her mouth. I didn't know that.
That's smart.
So there's no words. Each Sunday we offer on-site cans of blah, 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 and this flavor for $5. And this Sunday, da-da-da. So there's no words.
Yeah, and then someone just commented and said that Paloma had me vibing.
Yeah,
like,
that's it. Yes.
Yeah.
So that, and if you go right underneath, they're posting it again. Enhanced sparkling water with a heavy dose of Florida grapefruit juice, a largest dosage to date, doubled in fact, which means they must be doing 20. Oh, it's 10 milligrams. Okay. No, wait, hang on. No, it's 20 milligrams THC, 10 milligrams.
Yeah, and to see how in the photo of that one, like it says cannabis sparkling water, like that's kind of what we've been doing. Like you can see it there. And then we just use kind of those keywords. I think in one of the last few of Couch Time, I just said like elevated by 10 milligrams, or there was one that I said like,
maybe you can't say the 10 mgs because maybe that's the
like,
thing.
On one of the last ones I did, I said here for the chill, 10 milligrams strawberry and mango Couch Time are perfect for the weekend, and just said milligrams to see, and it didn't do anything. So I mean, I think on one I said higher milligram Couch Time. I said 10 milligrams. I've said the milligrams amount. But I didn't
flag you
straight up THC or anything like that. No, so that's why I'm thinking I might. I mean, there's only 109 followers on the Couch Time Instagram right now. Most people tie it to Madmol, so
you got a bit of a flexibility.
Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Well, I feel like because Burial, I guess, a decent. They got 106K.
Yeah, that like you can't risk it. And like in that photo, you zoomed in, it says cannabis, but like to the left, THC is like very small and like almost blurred out.
It's exactly, but it still says cannabis sparkling water extraordinarily clearly. So right. I think in the caption there is
first things like when I jumped into this role, they were like, "Oh, we're gonna launch this next week," and I was like, "Okay, I'm just figuring out how to use like the regular Instagram. I got to make this whole Instagram for this." And that's the things I knew was like, maybe you can't say this, maybe you can't say that, and I've been like terrified.
Right.
We've been talking.
No guidance.
Yeah, there's just like no guidance for it, and
from the state really is what you need, though. Like it's not from the owners; it's from the state.
Like, I want to promote it the best I can. I feel like it'd be easier to caption like THC seltzers. It might gain followers, it might lose some. I don't know.
Maybe I think I kind of like the way that you said though. I like that you said you do elevated seltzers because I'm like
saying stuff like that or like chill vibes or like higher feeling, like there's like code words.
It's like if you know, and maybe that's part of the Wild West.
But I don't know. It's still up and running. More people are doing it now. I think another brewery in town just released one. We were the first in Wilmington, and like I said, like I'm trying to figure out the Madmol Instagram was a learning curve for me and myself because I wasn't big on social media before. So like doing all that has been like very fun. And then I was like, now I got to run 2 accounts. So we're figuring out the Couch Time. Sky, who we were talking about, who like loves the Couch Time, is going to take some photos this weekend, like out surfing and on a boat. So we're going to try to like,
oh, that's sick.
Elevate that Instagram a little bit and like pop it off. But yeah, it's been very much the wording of like, I think it's pretty obvious. But it's just hard to not straight up be like THC seltzers made in Wilmington, North Carolina.
Get high as fuck. And like,
so I'm like, the one time I do it, we'll flag and it'll be like a disaster. So, I think I'm ready to take the risk and like see. It's just bizarre because there's no rules, but there's still those things, and
there's still plenty of rules. There's no rules, but there's a lot of rules. Exactly. Yeah, it's such a weird space for you guys to be in, but I think you're doing it the right way by having a separate thing, and I guess the best option is to look at your fellow breweries in the state to see what they're doing, and then be like, oh, okay, so you're not saying any words except elevated in there, nothing else.
Kind of 50-50, like you are and then you aren't, or you are, or maybe like maybe not 50-50, but it's kind of like you are, you aren't, you are, you aren't. So just kind of turning down.
It's kind of like, you know what? If you look, I think if it was me in your shoes as a marketer, I would say someone like Burial who has 100,000+ followers, they can't risk their account. Whatever they're doing, I would do just for safety. Just for safety reasons. And be like, okay, well, maybe these other guys are getting away with it for now. Because Meta,
that's kind of what I was thinking at first too.
They're unpredictable, Sarah. It's too much, and it's like you've got a lot to worry about. So it's almost like, well, just follow what the bigger guys are doing for now. So then you're like, all right, bet, cool. Y'all are doing that. Y'all are selling that. Perfect. I'm gonna use these verbiage, and then go from there. Particularly if the state isn't giving you any sort of
thank you for guidance. That. But that's what I was kind of doing. But I'm like, do I take a risk and like make it? Will it help? I don't know. Because it's kind of had a slow burn. Not in like the tap room or like distribution sales at all, but just like social media wise, just kind of had a But like I said, like people get it and they still just tie it to Madmo. So I get Madmo messages all the time about it. And I'm like, hey, this is kind of, so it might also be a thing of that with like branding, but I know why they did it. But it was also just like time. Like in Wilmington, everyone's about to start doing these. This is like the new thing. Like, it's crazy that we jumped on it first too, out of like all breweries. Like it's actually
like own it.
One of the things that one of the things that sketches me out in the US especially is I don't trust a lot of people to make them safely. Because there's like when you make beer in a brewery, there's boiling water, there's hops. So boiling water sanitizes, hops, antimicrobial. So when it comes to the seltzers, like I don't necessarily like if you add something that has like fruit juice, like some I've seen some seltzers that are like real fruit juice. I'm like, what are you doing? Like you're like on your can it doesn't say pasteurized. Like are you hoping that your fruit juice plus the preservative you've added are going to be safe enough for people? Like there's all these different aspects to it on the background that like sketch me out as the person that manufactures it to where like we do things with our seltzer and some of the processes with our seltzer we've never done with beer because we don't need to, but like I literally run 208-degree water through every aspect, every port of our fermenter before we knock out 208-degree water and fill the fermenter with it. So like we put water in our fermenter that's 208 degrees that nothing can live in. We've sprayed everything. We've run it through the CAP. Every port has touched 208-degree water, and then we knock out through a heat exchanger that's tied to our HLT that we fill with cold water. So like we're doing everything we can to make sure like the environment is completely sanitary. But like there's breweries I've visited and like I've walked in and been like, oh, that's gross. Like just their beer can like because there's things that like we don't always have time to clean everything. Like our brewery has grain dust on top of all our tanks. Like I don't, we get to it once a month. I'm sorry. Like there's those aspects to it, but like there's other breweries I've walked into where I was like, that's stainless steel and it's black. Like I know the product inside's probably good, but like you're gonna make seltzers where you're opening the tank. Like there's those aspects to it that like I don't always. They sketch me out.
That makes sense.
So like it's very much like I trust our seltzers because I make them, but also like when I go to make them, I try and make them like to the point where like we've had them test it for microbes, and it's come back literally 0. Like we're like, hey, test this for microbes, and they came back and they're like, there's no microbes. I'm like, good. Like that means like we killed everything. Good. Like
literally.
You're allowed up to like 10 pp. Like you're allowed, like there's an allotment of what microbes you can have, and they're just like, there's nothing growing on our agar plates. I'm like, good, ideal, like before it even goes out the door. So like that's just kind of where we're at, where like I don't know if like some people have more or less. So like when we say there's no rules, like there are no rules, but like also like there needs to be some structure of what's allowed.
That's a good point, because there should be a little more. You don't want over regulation, but it'd be cool to have some guidelines to be like, hey, I don't want to get in trouble, and if you don't know what you can or can't do to get in trouble, then that is problematic.
Less than 100 milligrams won't get you in any trouble.
Of THC?
Of THC, of the Delta 9 THC. But other than that, there's nothing. There's no microbe limit, no nothing.
Right.
It's all what everybody imposes on themselves.
Interesting. So I mean, I guess there's a bit of a ways to go then with and maybe that's the unique, because if you look at Canada, it was federal from the beginning. So it was like across the board. But to be fair, I lived in Montreal and Quebec for 10 years. You can't buy gummies there. And I think they wouldn't sell gummies because of the shit with kids or whatever. Like kids could get confused. I'm like, Doug, what do you do with your bud? Fucking put it in a locked place or put it somewhere they can't reach it. Jesus Christ.
Right.
Whereas,
boy.
so here when living in Montreal, I had to come here in Ontario to get gummies because I like the oils were cool, but I feel like the gummies are more accurate with the impact. Like the drinks are great as well, but the gummies are so quick and just like, all right, cool. It's like, babe, how much you want to do tonight? 7.5, boom. Okay, here's a 5, here's a 2.5, boom. Here's yours, here's mine. Cheers, let's go, boom. Do it in 3 seconds, it's over, and then you're just moving on with your night. You're drinking immediately, you're just doing your thing. You know, whereas like I think the oil, you got to put it, and I remember you used to put the oil under your tongue, and then you got to let it sit under your tongue for a bit to let it sit in, and then some days it kicked in great, and then some days it didn't kick in at all. Whereas like I felt like the gummies are the most consistent. So I don't even within federally there was slightly different rules. So like if it's all left up to the states, where what you guys are describing, it's great in a lot of ways, but it's kind of annoying in other ways because there's some ambiguity and that's not really optimal for producers. But I do love that breweries I used the terminology earlier, in this economy, that breweries have another avenue for revenue, because I think that is extraordinarily important. If that revenue is THC beverages or CBD, and you guys are doing a fantastic version. Like honestly, I enjoyed all of them, and I would like, there's a couple of days where I was able to drink them from the hotel super cold, and there were some days where I'd take them cold from the fridge, put it in my backpack, and I wouldn't have it for hours later. And even if it was room temperature or whatever, it was still fantastic. And the result, and it was great. And I did enjoy it because I could just drink it in the streets, and no one knew what the fuck it was, which is great.
The raspberry one gets me because I'll have one and I'm like, that tasted good. I kind of want another one. I'm like, I don't need another one.
You're like, oh, I shouldn't have another one. That was fire, and it hit the spot so nicely, and it was
refreshing. I feel like I've had some before that just have kind of like that bitter taste, or like that marijuana taste, and these just literally
it didn't have that
drinking anything.
No, they were very clean.
A little treat.
A little treat, dangerously so. So you do have to be conscious and careful of what you're drinking, which is amazing. The last thing I see, we're at over 4 hours and 10 minutes. This is awesome. We're just vibing, guys. The last thing, do you want to just really quickly summarize the sustainability side of it, just to make sure that we capture that of what you guys are doing, because it's pretty cool.
So basically, like one of the things like we did is, I, from my background in marine science, like really like sustainability and just like doing the right thing, we didn't have time. Like we run a short team. There's no time. So what we did is I was able to bring in some interns there's a local university, that environmental science program. reached out and was like, hey, is this something we can do? And they were like, oh, absolutely. And like our interns absolutely knocked it out of the park. Like our first intern, I was like, we have malt bags. And she's like,
shout out Carmen.
Oh, Carmen.
My OG. I stole her on the bartender.
We hired her as a bartender too. Like she finished her
her.
internship and we're like, so do you want a job? Like, want to come work here? But like we literally just like started stacking up malt bags because like the malt bags would just get thrown in the trash. And like we're doing 7-barrel batches, and at the time when we started, we weren't doing 30s, so it was like 8 bags would go in the trash, maybe 16 a week. Like it wasn't a lot, but then when we started doing 30-barrel batches, it was like, all right, now we're looking at like 40, 50 malt bags. They're just going straight to trash, straight to landfill. And so we started stacking them off to the side. And her first, like, she came in as an intern. She's like, what do you want me to do? And I was like, you see these? She's like, yeah. I was like, in Asheville, they can recycle them because Sierra Nevada got a huge grant and we're able to set up a recycling facility to set up a recycling program for all of Asheville. She's like, okay, cool. And I was like, you have $0. And she's like, okay. And I said, make these go away sustainably. And like, I was like, that was kind of the guidance. It was like, she was like, well, what do you do with them? And I was like, I literally don't know. I just don't like throwing them in the trash. And so from that, she was able to set up, the local university has a recycling program. And so she went back to them and was able to set up a recycling program for malt bags, the plastic like saran wrap, pallet wrap, and like anything that we need to recycle, she was able to set up with the local university, not just for us, but for every brewery in our region for free, like $0. Like no one, I don't know, but like I don't know any other brewery or anything nationwide in the US that has done that for $0 grant money. Like we literally just like shoestringed it together, and like shout out UNCW for like being willing to like partner with us and actually take it. Like when we first started talking to them about it, like you guys don't produce enough. I'm like, but what if we bring in every other brewery? And then they're like, oh, that's actually money. And so like part with us too is like we stack up all our cardboard, all the saran wrap and all of that. And so we bring all of it at once. And like the grain bags are number 5 plastics. And you basically break even, maybe a little bit positive, but cardboard, you're positive. So the fact that like when we show up with our van, we will unload like maybe, I don't know, like 400 pounds of grain bags, because we'll pick up from a couple other breweries too. But then there's other breweries delivering it. But then we'll also drop off like 400 pounds of cardboard. Yeah. So like they're getting like what's really this cardboard. Here you go. So they're getting a bunch of that as well. So we're able to do that. The project we have going on right now into maybe mid-July.
They're coming the end of July, I think is the set date.
Yeah.
For the parking lot.
Mid to end July. We were, one of our other interns, Maddie, organized with a local nonprofit to get a grant for permeable pavers. So we're having a company come in mid to end July to dig out asphalt from our parking lot, and they're going to put in permeable pavers to catch rainwater off the roof.
Yeah,
so
that's like, what kind of wraps around what I was saying earlier. Like we're like less than a fourth a mile from the marina. So like any of that rainwater that comes down before it goes into the marina just like picks up pollutants and like all kinds of trash and then gets into the marina. So if we have those permeable pavers, it'll kind of like sink into groundwater rather than going straight down. Which I feel like is good just because we're so close. Yeah, it's a good point and like thing to show other people that are probably close to the marina or like close to the waterways that don't even know that's something that I didn't know about it till they had brought it up here. Like I never even thought about that. Like the rainwater grabbing up all this extra trash and pollutants and all this stuff and it's like going straight in the water. Which I feel like being in a coastal town, like it'll kind of prove a point or like show an example to a lot of people, like that's an option to help the area that you're in.
I guess the last thing we're doing too is the Pactex.
I would say Pactex, and then there's like the compost thing as well. But the Pactex is a big one.
Pactex is huge.
Pactex is huge.
So like the 4-pack, the plastic 4-packs?
Yes.
You had some somewhere.
Yeah, like just the 4 like
That little plastic thing that clips to the top of cans.
Together, Pactex.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on the Pactex it says 100% recyclable, like recycled material, 100% recyclable. And I can say probably about 100% of the time it goes to landfill.
Right.
Because like the machines or the people that are sorting plastic don't know to pick these out. So we have an entire program for Wilmington where bars, restaurants, some of them don't even buy, like Trader Joe's, it's like a grocer. They don't.
Trader Joe's, I haven't heard of it.
Yeah, right.
Hey.
They don't.
TJ.
They don't buy beer from us.
Greatest store in the world.
They're on my way home from work, and I stop in there all the time. And I started a relationship with them where they set their Pactex aside. They purchase nothing from us, and I get Pactex from them like every week. Bags full. It's awesome.
Yeah,
so
regulars bring them in because we sanitize them and then just reuse them for all of our 4-packs.
Amazing.
And if they're really broken, we'll make sure they get recycled properly. Because like with UNCW, we can show up and they have all the sorting bins. So we can say these are number 2s, and they're like, oh, thank you, put it in that bin. So they already know, like they've already sorted their plastic, so we can just add our plastic to their plastic. Right. But like I know last year we saved $5,000 on Pactex cost. Like I did not spend $5,000 on Pactex. Right. $123 a case gets us 788 Pactex. So $5,000 worth we reused. So that's $5,000 worth of plastic that we were able to use, but was not new plastic. So that's plastic that is never used. So it's better than like anything. Anytime you can reuse something that's plastic, it's better than recycling. And it's not that new product either. So like not only is stuff like not getting added to landfill, there's no new product being purchased, and yet you still have the entity that you needed. So
that's dope.
Yeah,
it's good to know. I feel like we all, as beers, you just end up with a lot of those things. You don't know what to do with them.
Yeah. So like, and that's the thing. The nice thing with Pactex is like, I know like there's a brewery in New York when I was up there visiting family that like they're just like, hey, bring us back your Pactex, but they just have like a little sign out front. Whereas like for us, like our delivery drivers go to places and I'm like, hey, you dropped off cases there, ask if they have those and if they can give it back to us. Like, so like we have restaurants that would just like hold them up and then they're like, oh, we bought this one case and also like here's this other box. So we're able to just keep accumulating. And like what's fun too is like we'll do colors.
Yeah.
Like we'll get like a bunch of like I buy black Pactex when I have to buy, because we still have to buy Pactex, especially with like Couch Chime, how much it took off. We had to buy a bunch of Pactex.
Yeah.
And so when I buy them, I buy black ones. But like every year we do a Christmas beer and it's 100% white Pactex.
Yeah, they're like kind of shimmery too. It's weird. It's weird how there's so many of similar ones.
Yeah, but we also we never bought white Pactex. Last year I put out 100 cases, so that's 600 Pactex, all white. Didn't spend a penny. Like just so we're able to like we'll do green, we'll do blue. Like we're like, oh, like we have like once we have a bunch of a color and then we get a label, we're like, oh, that label would look sick with these Pactex on top. We'll go check the supply, like pull out the green. Like we just did only the wild molds that you mentioned earlier are all like this like dark green. Like
yeah, it looks good.
So it's just like it really like we kind of like we kind of hold them and like sort through them and figure out which ones are better or worse for different situations, and like we really like we're always having them back. but we're able to like reuse them, which saves us a bunch of money, but also like makes us feel good.
I think that's great.
I will say it is time. Sorting through pack techs is like 2 hours of your life that you're just standing looking at plastic being like,
there's
are you
red, there's
broken?
blue.
No. Are you dirty? Okay, good.
Okay,
Do you
clean.
need a sticker removed? This pile. And like, it's just like a constant.
It's got to be a lot. But I guess that's what you're doing for sustainability, and it makes sense because a lot of the time you just get them. I used to just recycle them, and now I got like a stash of them in the cellar here, and I've got hundreds of them. Just the 4 ones stacked up, and then the 6-pack stacked up, and the ones for like the mini wine cans or whatever, the different sizes to the other ones stacked up, and I don't really know what to do with them. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna keep stacking them up until I find out maybe there's some place that maybe does what you guys do to take them back or whatever it is.
Make sure they get recycled. I know.
I guess when y'all come to visit, you can just bring them down.
Bring them down. We'll take them. But like that's the
idea.
thing too is like our 6-packs. We don't put out anything in 6-packs except
other than the couch time variety packs.
I was about to say that's what I got.
Yeah, I sent you that one. But we only keep that. That's an in-house only.
Okay.
That's special. We don't sell those. Okay. But what we do when we get a bunch of like the black ones, one of the other breweries that I'm friends with, they do 6-packs. So I'll just like every now and then I'll like roll over to their place with like 2 of our boxes just full of 6-packs. I'm like, yo guys, look, 6-packs, and they're like,
there you go.
Yeah, like they just take them. Like they don't do special like runs of like different colors or anything. But like any black pack techs I have, they will take. So we'll just stock up a bunch of black 6-pack pack techs and just bring them over to them, and then they use them. They're able to use them as well, which is just huge. Like the fact that like I can't use them, like if somebody else will be able to use them, is great.
That's great, man. I like that you guys are focused on that. I think it's super dope, and it's clearly a passion that's a big part of the business, and just making sure to keep things sustainable. Like you said, you guys are I don't want to say seaside town because that sounds so quaint, but like
it's basically right.
Yeah, so it's sort of like it hits home a little different when the ocean's nearby and plastic can really genuinely affect the ecosystem. So it's cool that you guys are thinking about that. It's like a kind of full circle thing. I love it. This is great. We got nearly 4.5 hours. This is pretty intense. I think I told you 2.5 to 3, but
Yeah. I said 2, fine. 3 crazy. And here we are.
It flies by. It really does. Like you just keep fucking yapping. You got so much to talk about. And honestly, like this has been so great, guys. I thank you so much for taking the time and for getting the beers out. And it's been so cool to try it all. And I really love your approach. And honestly, these were all so fucking good. Like the Italian Pilsner, the Mexican Amber, and like the Haze and the Westie and this glorious Porter. Like that's fantastic. And obviously the couch times were just so good. And I'm glad I connected with Andrew, because if it wasn't for that time in Fun Guys in Raleigh,
shout out Andrew.
If you
he'll be the one that listens to this point too and is so happy.
He'll listen.
Shout out to Andrew.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Shout out to him. For sure.
Yeah, man. I appreciate him a lot, and it was he's a big advocate for the brand, because he was gassing up the brand and sending me pictures. He was telling me about Couch Time as it was first coming out, like we're doing these seltzers. I'm like, oh shit, that's sick. Okay.
Yeah.
And so I was familiar with it when I got them in the mail. I was like, yep, I know what these are, because Andrew sent me those. So
yeah,
he's good about gassing stuff up for sure. I'm like, he's persistent and he's like gonna get stuff across. He's very persistent.
It's very funny.
Yeah.
I don't want to say it, like a month ago, I made sure to add him to our like work calendar, and like he got added, and then like 2 days later he's like, what's this beer? I'm like, bro, I don't even have a recipe for that beer yet. It's just a placeholder. And he's like, but it says New Zealand Pils. I'm like, on this day, I'm like, hey man, like I'll let you know. Just like
he's like keen.
Calendar is like everything, and some of this like
sometimes it's just brainstorming.
Sometimes it's just brainstorming. Like if it's purple,
Don't worry
It's
about
happening.
Don't worry about it. Like if it's
Okay.
purple, don't worry about it. Like I will let you know when it's official and you will know. But like the stuff you're freaking out about right now is October, and I'm working on like July and August, and it is May. So like please
It is me.
just relax. I need a break. I will let you know. We'll talk about June. If you want questions and you need things, June.
Yeah.
If
I'm glad you
we're
got-
in June, July. Like great, like please gas stuff up, but like 1 month. Please don't talk to me about October.
I am glad he got us in contact with you.
Yeah.
He was like very excited.
He's so
about it.
excited,
So like
yeah.
I'm very grateful for the opportunity. So like hell yeah to Andrew. He's gallivanting
Hell yeah.
up right now.
Yeah.
No, it's a beautiful thing, and it's cool when there's someone who's passionate, and it was like he put me onto it. I was like, all right, sick, and then he was like, yeah, I'll put you. Like I just pitched. I was like, yo, man, I'd love to have.
You're gonna like this beer.
Yeah, he was like, I was like, you know what, I'm sold. I'd love
Yeah.
to learn more about it, and I'm like, if you guys are interested, if your team is interested, I'd love to. So it connected us, and it was a pleasure. And obviously, we're here 4.5 hours later, and to be honest, probably only 5% of the podcast get this long, like 4.5. This is pretty intense.
Is that
So-
good or bad? Or we're just
No,
all-
it's good for me. I love it. I'll fucking be here all night. Like I'm not scared, but I just know it's like after 2 a.m. and you guys probably have. I don't have things to do in the morning, but probably you do.
I gotta be back in theory at 6.
Oh, dude. Oh no. Oh, I'm so sorry.
One.
No, don't be. This is my life. What I
Okay.
live for. This is
As
normal.
long as, well, okay. Well, you're crazy, and I appreciate you. But thank you both for your input and for your perspectives, and I think it's super cool to have both of you guys on here. I think it was a great tag team with the story, with the approach, you know, from what the people are drinking and the stories of the locals and the reception to the different beers, and then the couch time stuff and the sustainability. It just like I don't know. I feel like if anybody's watched or listened this long, which I know they do, because I don't know about y'all, but I listen to long podcasts. You do it in chunks, and I feel like people will really get an idea of what you guys are about. And if folks are heading down to North Carolina, they'll definitely consider hitting up Madmo in the glorious port town of Wilmington, North Carolina, which isn't too far from probably some other places that maybe they might be considering visiting. I just think this is great, and this is what it's all about, is just discover. And all these beers are fucking fantastic. Like I can't express it enough. Like the haze is killer, the West is killer, this porter was fantastic, the crispies are amazing. Like I can definitely vouch for the THC seltzers. Sounds like there's a whole bunch of other stuff that you guys are doing that's, you know, it's just people are loving. That sounds fantastic. So it's, you know, you guys really seem like a pillar of the community, and it's a beautiful thing. And I appreciate you guys taking the time to hang out and you know, shoot the shit, tell the story. This is beautiful.
Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. Come visit. We got peachering hops.
Once we get off, we'll talk about that peachering thing, because you had me at the P word right there. It's a beautiful thing. So guys, let's wrap this up. Stick around, we'll finish up afterwards. But where can everybody find Madmo online and in real life, or anywhere else we need to find?
Molebrewing.com is the website. We have a Facebook as well. Most active on @Molebrewing. That's our Instagram. @Molebrewing, and then we also have @Couchtime Seltzer for the THC seltzers.
Yes, love elevated seltzers.
Elevated seltzer.
For if anyone from Meta is listening.
If you heard THC, you didn't.
And in real life, Wilmington, North Carolina, not Wilmington, Delaware, which is what I originally thought when Andrew told me Wilmington, because that's the only Wilmington I'd heard of. I was like, oh shit, there's a North Carolina one? Fuck yeah.
It's
and
the
it
best
is
North Carolina.
Yeah, no. Yo, do you know what's like that was one of my favorite songs back in the day.
See,
Like,
it's all
Petey Buck.
it was all meant to be.
And I was vexed because we went to Asheville, so we saw Andrew on the way down in Raleigh, and on the way back we went to Asheville. I'd been there once before. We went for a couple nights, and it was amazing. And we got back, and not long after, like a week after I got back, I had the album in like 2001, and I was so mad that I wasn't playing it the whole time. because I'm such a big fan of the state. I just think North Carolina is one of the sickest states. There's some beautiful thing happening with beer. I mean, I've only been to Raleigh, Charlotte, and Asheville, and just the people are so lovely. The vibes are so cool everywhere in its own way. It's just, I don't know. I have, it's just my favorite. I can't express it. I love it so much, and that's why I was extra happy to talk to you guys. I just love what you guys are doing as a state. I just feel like it's like I don't know. Beer nerds know what's up. If you know about beer, you know about North Carolina beer, and none of the towns are slacking. None of the cities or towns are slacking on this. So it's a beautiful thing. If you like any North Carolina beer, you guys need to get down to Mad Mall. So, guys, this is amazing. Stick around. We'll finish this up off air. But thank you both so much for taking the time for speaking to us for 4 hours and 34 minutes here, which is amazing. Guys, if you enjoyed the episode, which I know you did, smash the thumbs up, hit subscribe below, hit that notification bell so you know when the new drops. Follow us everywhere at BAOS Podcast. Check out the long form audio, Spotify, Apple Podcast. Give us 5 stars. Not for us, for Mad Mall Brewing, for North Carolina, for the greatest state in the union. Do it for Petey Pablo. If you know, you know. Guys, we'll see you in the next one. Cheers, y'all. Peace.